All right, everybody, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lees. I'm out here working on a game in Godot. It is a game about an alien invading Earth and abducting creatures, whether it be humans or animals. Yesterday, I do this devlog every Wednesday and Thursday. I take 1 week off every 3 weeks so I don't burn out too bad. I spend about 6 to 10 hours working on this game. And yesterday, I started to set up different terrain type groups. So there are these terrain chunks that spawn in. Here's a terrain chunk right here, for example. This one has obstacles on it, and they all spawn in and move constantly towards the character. The game is set up like an endless runner. It's going to be a roguelike, and you have to meet a minimum number of abductions in every level. Welcome in, Frank. Good to see you. Thanks for stomping in. Thank you for being a moderator of this channel. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. What I set up yesterday was saying that this obstacle chunk needs to spawn in at a certain rate versus other chunks. So for example, there's this, which has the points you can collect. So you got to collect a minimum number of abductions to beat a level. So if I grab this cow and I put this in here, there you go. You just got an abduction. Well done. Then these cornfield ones are like safe areas, right? Safe areas. And I wanted those to spawn in more frequently, but I'm maybe thinking less frequently. So this was a great thing yesterday, because before it was just spawning them in super randomly, and that sucked. Had some awesome help from people in the chat, like Joe Schmo and Precipier, who made working on this so much better yesterday. You may notice that the character does take damage, and that means that the legs can break off. There I just entirely died. That's another facet of this game, is that you can take limb damage. So if you run into things, you'll see that the limbs will flash red, or if you're not able to see colors that way, you may notice that they just change to get a little darker and then a little lighter, and that means that they've taken damage. And so if both of your legs are broken off, you will not have legs anymore, and you'll be down on the ground. And then the idea is that this will then force you to have to play slower with less abilities and stuff like that. All right, so anyway, what's up, Jay Jorn? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. So this, and also hello, Edward. Welcome, Edward. I just kind of am not sure where to go. I do know where I want to go today. I want to keep improving this system. I want to keep building out the levels. So I have my hacking plan here. My hacking plan is, it's like a project manager for game developers. It is similar to Trello, but again, more game dev centric. I actually did this today, yesterday, more chunk generation control. Terrain, now this isn't exactly how I would describe it. I wouldn't describe it as terrain knows what came before it and bases what comes next on that. I mean, it's a weighted, like, probability is basically how it works. And I want to adjust those probabilities a bit. So I mean, we can say that this is true. I wouldn't say that it is quite true though, right? Because it's not like I just spawned a safe chunk, or I just spawned an obstacle chunk, therefore this and this. So it doesn't really know that, but it does know the percentages that it's supposed to be spawning them. So that's something. Sometimes the terrain isn't procedural, but after certain events at times it becomes procedural. Thus avoid spawning all. Right, so this is actually something I need to focus on. So we did have this great success, and just to be clear on what the task is today, the task is terrain chunk and level control. So getting more control over how the levels appear depending on which level it is, and which chunks appear when, and sort of refining that and making sure that it's the game that is supposed to be here. Now here's a great example. Look at all these safe areas. These are blank right now, but technically these are all safe. So right now the probability distribution is a 50% chance that you get a safe chunk. That is to say, a chunk that neither has points that you can get, which also has obstacles that can hurt you. Neither has points you can get nor obstacles that will hurt you. So that's a safe chunk. And I feel like this is a little too much safe chunks. I think there should be more, so I kind of want to distribute that. Right now it's 50% safe chunks, and then 25% obstacles, and 25% points. So yeah, you'll be looking for little things in the repo, like little images. Good luck. I don't think you'll find many, and the ones that you will find, you might not want to mess with, but but please do. That's the thing. I would love that to theme. Hey, go for it. So that's the thing. There's a GitHub repo in the description box below. You can access all the game's files and check it out and see. I make pushes during the stream, after the stream, and stuff like that. So yeah, you're welcome to make a pull request and things like that. So one of the problems that I have is that when we start the game, it's going to drop us right on top of obstacles sometimes. So this time it put us on safe. This is cornfields. They're safe. No worries. Who cares? It's just cornfields, not dangerous. Let's see if we can get it to drop us on something dangerous. Not bad. In theory, I would want to put some obstacles there. The only reason there wasn't is because I was trying to clear the way for the future. Or not for the future, but I was clearing the way in the meantime until the future when I set up a system where we do have obstacles that aren't in the way. But here's a good example. I haven't moved left or right, and I just ran right into that. You know what I'm saying? And that we could potentially spawn right on top of that, and that would be dangerous. Yeah, and Pierogi Gun did get actually made the shader here or helped make the shader, I should say. Well, if we can get to see it. Basically, Pierogi helped make this ground look as pretty as it does. So it has a couple different colors on it, and it's got, like, you know, some dirt on the top, and we found a way to get different layers on there, so it looks really nice. Yeah, that was Pierogi. So yeah, let me keep reloading this, and let's see if we can appreciate what happens. I'm a little low energy today, not for any particular reason. Just, you know, I'm trying to wake up earlier, and let's just say I feel it. I feel it. I just like woke up and was in a stupor all morning. There we go. See, we just spawned in, and now I'm having my tea, and hopefully we'll perk up a bit. There we go. That's not good. So what I would hope is that it would spawn in with some safe area and then start doing things that can, you know, spawn safe stuff and then start spawning obstacles and things like that. That's what I'm hoping for. And then besides that, I want to adjust the probability distribution. And there's going to be other little tweaks. I know there's other little tweaks that I want to do to make this right. So including just adding in, like, these are all blank, right? Those are supposed to have stuff on it. I might want to add some stuff in there. And then as far as level control goes, there's a couple different aspects to that. So on one hand, if we look at this global script right now, it bases what chunks it loads in on just on level 1. So basically the script is saying, hey, which obstacle chunks should I load in? Which points chunks should I load in? Which safe chunks should I load in? And all of these are referencing level 1 stuff. I mean, this is just saying levels from the levels array number 9. Which happens to be this one. So there's a problem because let's say we want to go to level 2. This needs to be able to evolve and say, oh, I'm on level 2. Therefore, instead of loading level 1 chunks, load level 2 chunks. And so that would be something else that needs to get in there for level control and whatnot. And then there's other things too that I'd want to be a part of it so that level control can matter. You were sick recently. Oh, I hope you feel better now. I hope you feel better now. Much not feel good. That's no fun. Being sick sucks. You're just trying to live your life. Yeah. Probably, yeah. I mean, all of it will be skippable. I have no interest in forcing the player and watching anything. But absolutely, 100%, there will be an option to enjoy an opening cutscene. Yeah. Yes, indeed. And throughout the game as well. But not mandatory. Don't really care if the player wants to watch it or not. Just extra. Actually, my plan is to have it be immersive. Ideally. So it'd probably be Blender animation mixed with Godot animation, but hopefully just Blender, but we'll see. So literally the camera would change here and we would go in and we'd see the animation. So it'd be part of the game. Hey, what's up, Insane Alpha Beta? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that's my idea. That's my idea. All right, so in terms of things loading in with, I think that's really the first task that I want to do. So I'm going to actually update my task at the top to match that. Let's make that a little longer. And I'm going to say what I specifically want to do is have safe spawns at beginning. Easy enough. Safe chunks load at beginning. I also do want some more control. Let me actually back that up. Even before that, I would like to adjust the distribution. Let's play with that first. That'll be easier. Adjust chunk probabilities. Let's try that, because that's going to be its own whole task. But I think I'm going to do that first, actually. And then we'll do the other thing. Okay, so what do I mean by this? What I mean by this, if we come to the terrain controller script, moving on down to the terrain controller. Oh, I feel like singing now. So now I can sing everyone their songs, all the members their songs. Welcome, Edward. Edward is here. We're so glad to have Edward here. Edward's a member, so Edward gets a song. I sing songs to members of Hyper Game Dev. Edward got gifted a membership, so here's your song. Oh, Edward, we're so glad that you're here. Oh, Edward, we're so glad that you're here. There you go, Edward. That's your song. And, of course, J. Jorn. Hey, J. Jorn, you're here. Hey, J. Jorn, you're here. Also gifted a membership, so you get a song. Oh, yeah. Hey, J. Jorn, you're here. Hey, J. Jorn, you're here. There you go. There's your member song. Do you have any thoughts on Recall, the new Copilot feature that will remember everything you do on your PC? I don't have thoughts on it. It sounds bad. It sounds bad. That's my thought. And it doesn't surprise me. Seems like it should be an opt-in kind of thing. And it does not seem very user-friendly. It seems sneaky. I guess I do have thoughts. It seems sneaky. It should be opt-in. That's it. That's all I gotta say. Hey Jude. Okay. All right. No. I see that. Song about you being red and in bed. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. All right. So I'm gonna pull up terrain controller so I can get work on my game. That's what's most important to me in this entire world. Make sure I get the right script open. Here we go. All right, so here's where the probability stuff happens, right here. If RNG, this is a variable that is set just to be a random float between 0 and 1. Godot is default automatically going to set it between 0.0 and 1.0 if you just do rand f like this. So that's what RNG is. And we have this that I did not make myself. This was actually set up by Precipier in the chat. Many props to Precipier for helping me with that. And you know, it's got some choices here that I think reflect something that I don't fully understand, but I appreciate. Like, for example, why is this one greater than or equal to, but this one is greater? I don't know. But here's what happens. So we have 3 different chunk types. Number 1, the safe chunks. Number 2, and that's represented right here, safe chunks. Number 2, the obstacle chunks. Number 3, the points chunks. Those are the different kinds of chunks. Now, this script, this function, is going to run every frame, every physics frame. All right? Every physics frame, that function is going to run. And since we're creating this variable, chunk add, in this function, that means every time it runs it, by default, it's going to do collector safes. That is to say, it's going to spawn a safe chunk. Unless this RNG is greater than or equal to 0.75. If it is not greater or equal to 0.75, then it's going to go to the elif. When it goes to the elif, it's going to check, well, okay, it wasn't greater than or equal to 0.75. Well, was it at least greater than 0.5? Which is basically only going to be checking for values between 0.50001 and 0.749999. Which basically gives us 25% chance. And by the way, so if it is true, if either of these are true, it will then update chunk add to be obstacles or points instead of safe chunks, which equals out to 25% chance for obstacles, 25% chance for points, and 50% chance for safes. Now, to me, it feels like there's a few too many safes. But, you know, I'm not the smartest when it comes to numbers and probability. But I'm sure we can figure this out. If I wanted to say maybe 40% of the time, even less would be ideal, maybe 35% of the time, it's safe. I would then need to find a way to number these so it divides it equally to add up to 1. And, you know, if one is bigger or less than the other. So I'm not really sure, like, how to do that. Like off the top of my head, I find it way more confusing than it should be. Like, I wish there was, like, an easy trick someone could just tell me to do that. But, like, off the top of my head, I find that very confusing, which is why I pull up ChatGPT. And it may not help me much, but I'm going to give it a chance. J. Jordan says, my membership will expire tomorrow. We will miss you. Wait, but you can still come and hang out. You can still come and hang out. You won't get the emotes, you won't get the song, and you'll lose out on an entire live stream on Mondays. But to be fair, you haven't been coming to that live stream, so, I mean, you'll be all right. Oh, you guys were all gifted the same time? Dang. If time in game is greater than 5 seconds, spawn safe. Oh, it's less than 5 seconds, spawn safe. Yeah, right. And so, like, so that's the thing, is time. So that's, I do want to get to that. I do want to get to that today. You have been coming? Oh no, well that sucks. Okay, well that sucks. I apologize for assuming. Well, if you didn't talk, you weren't there. Thank you for stopping in and checking those out though. Yeah, well the good thing is, you know, someone just gifted memberships yesterday. So, you know, it happens. It happens. The memberships come back. No pics, so it didn't happen. No, I believe you. I believe you. You're gonna miss it so much. Yeah. I mean, you be all right. I still stream like a lot. I still stream like 30 hours a week publicly. You be all right. But at the same time, I know it sucks. Uh mm. Dragon Blade, drag themselves on in. Oh, Dragon Blade, drag themselves on in. Dragon Blade, drag themselves on in, Dragon Blade. There you go. Sorry about that. You're welcome. Good to see you, Dragon Blade. Thanks for getting gifted a membership. Well, there's no proof I even exist except as text behind your screen. Whoa! Wow! I didn't think about that. Make a Lee's AI so I can pretend I'm watching your streams 24/7 because I would do that. Okay. Yeah, you should do that. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. See what happens. See what happens. All right. So yeah, adjusting these probabilities is not something that intuitively, off the top of my head, I know how to do. But let's see if ChatGPT can help me. Because I know what I want, I just don't know how to make it do it. Hey, so what if so help me know how to adjust the 0.75 and 0.5 to adjust the probability distribution. For example, 35% collector safes and an equally divided, a semi-equally divided probability. Probability for the others. Is that consent to be cloned? No, that is not what that is. It is not consent to be cloned as AI. I do not consent to be cloned as AI. But I can't stop you from not caring about my consent. No, you don't have to break it down. Just tell me what to do. You know, I do understand it. I do understand it. Set the threshold for obstacles to 35. Set the threshold for points to 85? That doesn't make any sense. Integrate myself into an AI? No, thank you. AI, dude, first of all, if we're talking about contemporary AI technology, I have no interest. It's not that good. It's not that good. It's not going to get that much better. I'm good. Thanks. Look at this. Look what it thinks. Look what it thinks. It thinks that this is evenly equaling 1. It's stupid. Okay? No. All right, this was no help. Give me decimal examples of 1 divided into 3 parts. No, not as... No. But not evenly, and stop telling me fractions. I'm in a mood today. Thank you. What do you mean? But we were just getting somewhere. This is nice. 0.1, 0.4, 0.5. That's a good example. So that's a little too strong, though. I can't really divide that where I want it to go. No, it did say no. It was like, you're not being nice. Divide one into 3 decimal parts No fractions. You almost died yesterday? Don't teach me how. Don't show me fractions. Just list decimal possibilities. What the heck was that? Now divide it. Now show examples without it being an even distribution. Come on, I believe in you. I believe in you. You don't have to explain it. This is good. This is good. Don't explain it this time and just list a bunch of examples. More than you did. It's hyper math dev. Yeah, that's what this is. This is super math. No, no, no. Scroll up. Scroll up. That's true. That's not quite the distribution I'm looking for. Alright, I think we finally got some useful distributions here. Sure, I could just do it in my head, but that's no fun. 0.2, 0.4, 0.4. Yes, that works. That's a good one. I like that. I can work with that. Okay. 0.1, 0.5, 0.4. No, that's too extreme. 0.4, 0.1, 0.5. That's the same thing. 0.4, 0.2, 0.3. Right. This is actually very similar to what we already have, actually. If not exactly what we already have. That's the same thing. Okay, so this is helpful. So I think what I want to try is this one. It's gonna be a lot. I mean, I'm gonna say 0.4 safe chunks, 0.4 point chunks, and 0.2 obstacle chunks. So if I wanted to divide that up, I think what I'd say, now I still gotta figure this out, how to change these values, right? If it's greater than or equal to, because we only need 2 of these values. If I want obstacles to be the lowest probability, I think I'd want to say like 0.8. If it's greater than or equal to 0.8. And then here, if it's greater than or equal to, so if it's not greater than or equal to, so there's a 20% chance or something that it's going to be an obstacle. Here it's a 40% chance. Okay, I think that does that. 80-40, which also might have been what ChatGPT was suggesting earlier anyway. All right. Let's see what this feels like. See what this feels like. So what it should feel like is more ranches with cattle to grab. And what I want to reduce is the number of safe areas. So not great, because you can see we still have this huge area. This is terrible. Look at all these safe areas. I mean, it's not bad. I want it to be a little tighter than that. I want there to be less open space. I'm not feeling that. That's a lot of open space. Look at all that open space. You know, it could be fine. And it's also really hard to tell. I kind of want to do something super extreme so I can really notice it. Like, I know it's not going to equal up to 1, but just for the sake, out of curiosity. What if I bump this up? We put obstacles. I mean, I'll keep that there. What if I drop this down? right? So that means there's a 60% chance that we're going to get points, if I'm understanding this correctly. A 20% chance that we're going to get obstacles. And would that leave a 20% chance that we're going to get safes? Is that how this works? I just don't know. I don't understand how this works. But I'm just going to adjust these and we'll see. You know, I just don't know. I barely understand. Maybe I should make it even more extreme. Look at all those safes. Dude, that's tons of safes. Is this doing it? Is this doing anything? Look at all those safes. I want to see points everywhere. If it's greater than 0.1, which means only, which shouldn't this mean that only if it's less than 0.1? Essentially. So there should be a 10% chance. Put this up to 90. I want to see. Now here is one problem. Oh, I think I know a problem that I have here. Guys. I think I know what's causing the issue. Hold on. Wait a minute. You know what I think it is? I think I don't have enough chunks for it to choose from. So it's going to clear out all of the points and it's not going to load anymore. So actually what I'm probably seeing is correct. Because look how close together it's loading them. I think I know what's going on here. So here, and I might have a better way that we can visualize this to try to understand what's happening. I know what's going on. So here is a points chunk. We know because it has a building on it and these cows. There's another one right there. They're very close to each other. And I'm willing to bet that they are usually going to be very close to each other. See? And this is the result of the probability distribution that I set up. Because you know how many points chunks that I have created? 2. Okay, they're not that close here. So maybe I'm wrong, but it is a probability. There they are, right next to each other. I've only made 2 points chunks. Do you know how many obstacle chunks I've made? Also 2. Now, do you know how many safe chunks that I have? Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at how many are in that folder. Oh, wow. Let's open this up in the file manager so it can count it for me. Yeah, there's 16 in there. There's 16! And so if it defaults back to safes, if it doesn't have an obstacle or a points to load in, if it doesn't have one of those to load in, what's it gonna do? It's gonna put out a safe. And there's 16 of them. Whereas, again, with the obstacles, there's only 2. With the points, there's also only 2. So that means I'm going to need to create some more in there. I'm going to put some more in there. So one thing I could do is I could adjust the colors a little bit. So maybe we can see like a colored pattern on there to better appreciate the probability distribution. Is that kind of, sort of what you're saying? Do I kind of get what you mean? When chosen, that number is reset to default. Oh, gotcha. I mean, suppose I wanted to add more control to that. You know, I don't know how I'd feel about that. Because, yeah, it seems like it's only saying randomize it, but just try not to do the same one too often. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to do a few changes here. I'm going to take everything from the obstacles folder, and I'm going to move/duplicate, namely move. Let's come to the terrain folder. I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm going to call this temp level 1 obstacles. I'm just gonna move these over here for a second. And we're just gonna move them out of the way. All of these, all the game stuff. I'm gonna move these. That's interesting, Dragon Blade. I don't know if it's what I want, but I love the idea so much. Maybe it is what I want. I don't realize it's what I want, but I'm thinking it's not. So I'm gonna move these into temp level 1, this one is points. So I'm going to move it into there. Whoop, didn't mean to create the folder in that location, but that's okay. We can fix it. Okay, and then I'm going to move all of these safes out of here as well. Because something that I could do is I could make, you know, all the levels to be balanced out more, or make more chunks. But that isn't going to help me solve this task right now. What will is if I just focus on the probability distribution and make sure that looks like what I want. And then I can put the levels chunks in there and design them and see how that feels as gameplay. So I'm going to make a new folder in terrain, and it is going to be called temp level 1 safes. Okay, move them all in there. And now the folders that it's going to pull all the chunks from are currently empty, awaiting something new. And so let's give it something new. I'm going to come to the base chunk instance, and I'm going to duplicate it. And I'm going to say blank, and we're just going to call it whatever. We'll call it red. I'm going to move that into the obstacles folder. Let's duplicate that. And this time, let's make a yellow one. And I'm going to move that into points. And then let's make another one yet. And I'm going to call that white, or let's say blue. Okay, I'm going to put those in there. Colors, not the best for folks who are colorblind. Hopefully these colors will look different enough that even if you are experiencing color blindness, you can generally see the difference. All right. Now I need to make many more of these, so I'll do that as well. Safe will have number 10. Points will have 20. Oh, so this will be good, because what I'm setting up, it will be good for experimenting with that. We might be able to go pretty deep. If you guys, if you have suggestions for algorithms to implement, literally, we can experiment with that. Wow. I like this. I like this because and this was kind of, so like yesterday, the idea that I wanted to implement was it keeps track of how many have been spawned. For example, if 5 safes have been spawned, then it's time, and it still will be randomly doing it, but if 5 in the randomness have been safes, now do a points. Obviously, this had a lot of problems because it's just if statements, and it's going to get really complicated and messy, and it did fast. So that wasn't ideal, but the sentiment that I had was having control, not only having control over the distribution, And not only having probability, but also having the system be aware of how many are currently out there or recently out there. And I like your system because it's the best of both worlds. It's got the probability element, it's got the distribution element, and the weighted element, and the control, or not the control, the awareness. Sorry, let me just do those all over again. It's got the probability, the awareness, and the weight to it. That's a really, and it sounds very easy to manipulate. I'm gonna say that's the fourth one. I really do like that system, actually. I might have to try that one. Safe will over time increase its number to avoid points getting spawned too much. You're right. I like this. To fix any bug, just destroy your computer. Wow, that is terrible, terrible advice. Welcome, Guy in Green. Abo is here. Good to see you. Hello. Eating ice cream. Enjoy. Enjoy it. I'm eating pizza. I'm eating pizza, also known as Keen Pete's. Keen Pete's or pizza. Your choice. It is quinoa with 2 types of cheese, pizza sauce, and oregano. So yeah, pizza or Keen Pete's. Take your choice. Cheers! Ice cream and quinoa. Make map terrain generate similarly until a mutation evolves. I don't know if that works for this game, but that is a fun idea. I like that idea. It's something, it's like the spinach. Yes. Yes. We've combined the 2 words, pizza and quinoa. Often I eat beans and spinach, but in this case, it's pizza and quinoa. I don't know. It is what it is. All right, so I've got these different things here. I'm going to start duplicating them. I really want to make a separate zoom for my file system in Godot. I really want to do that, so I don't have to keep dragging this up. All right. One of these days. So we're going to make all these. And the way we're going to do this is this will help us just be able to see those probabilities much, much more clearly. Just add a number, Godot. Just add a number. You can't do that. Dang. Duplicate. 2. Control D. All right. Noted. Noted. 3. Control D. Okay. Control D. Oh, it doesn't return my cursor to the file system. So the number that I was thinking to make for each section was, I don't know, actually. Actually, I'm not sure how many. I was thinking 20 total, but if there's 3 sections, that doesn't divide into 20. 21 does, so I guess I could do 7. But, so if 9, so there's 9 chunks at any one time. I think the probability that 100% spawn is not desired at all. Like, I would not want there to be 9 safes all at once. I would not want there to be 9 points all at once. Control C plus Control V will add a number. Thank you, Oscar. What the what? Really? Okay, all right. I'm gonna do it. Control C, Control V. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm focused over here. I'm focused. Control C, Control V. Oh no! It duplicated up here instead of down there. Oscar, I believe that you are probably correct when it comes to the scene tree. No, it's just nesting them. Oscar, I really wanted to believe you. I really did. I'm clicked on this. I am clicked on this. Control C. Control V. And it does it up here when I do it. Because it for some reason, it's like after I press Control C or something, or no, not even. It's like the shortcuts are focused up here in the scene tree. It's not your fault, it's Godot's fault. Love Godot. I love Godot. But that's not your fault. Thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate it. Welcome, Oscar. It was worth a shot. So we'll just keep doing it. So I'm thinking, I don't know, because it would be nice to test having less, but you know, then it's like, what, I'm gonna make 9 for each of these? That's so many. Because there's 3 levels per area. There's 4 areas. It's a lot. That's 12 levels. And if I'm gonna make 9 for each, that's well over 100. It's just over 100. I don't know, because again, I don't need 9. I would think at most, I don't think I'd even want half of any single chunk to be there. I think 7 is a reasonable amount. Apparently 1919 was 20 years ago. Whoa! Where is that? Whose math? What? What? So many specific aspects to what you just said. I just don't understand. AI said so. AI is not impressive, guys. AI is not impressive. It's not. It's not that good. It's not that good. And it's not gonna get much better. It's not gonna get better. Stop it. Stop it. But you know, you're gonna see the implementation into programs. Dude, Google's AI is terrible. Oh my gosh. I had to opt into this personally. The Google AI at the top of the search. I don't know if they're rolling it out yet to not be opt-in. But if they should not do that. It's not ready. It's not ready. Anyway, distraction. Go ahead. All right. Oh my gosh. All right, so how many I'm going to make 9. I'm going to make 9, and I can adjust this later. I don't need to make this decision right now. Guess what? I don't need to make this decision right now. So we're just going to make 9. All right. Now I got to do that for the rest of these as well. Which, I'm not going to do that. Oh, am I? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay, I made a mistake. I forgot. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set the color in the first place. I just gave it a name. And I duplicated it. I need to change the actual color. That's on me. All right, come over here. Set the albedo to red. So what this is gonna, the point of doing this, is to be able to see our probability distributions that get set up. If I change those values, I want to clearly be able to visualize how that looks. I feel like it's just less. It's just I don't like it as much doing it otherwise. And I also don't have enough level chunks made to really appreciate that. So I'm not going to bother with it. But just a few more of these. I'll play some music while I get all these finished off here. Okay, 07. 08, that's 9. All right, come over here to yellow, or our points ones. Make a new material. Make it yellow. Duplicate it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. What's up, Dungeon Martian? Couldn't you have the code instantiate multiple copies of each tile until you have enough? You could also have it assign a random material on Veto. That sounds like way more work than I could possibly want to do. But yeah, that could probably work. What's up, Dungeon Martian? Dungeon Martian was gifted a membership, and so Dungeon Martian gets a song. Dungeon Martian is out of the dungeon. Dungeon Martian is lurking, but is not in the dungeon anymore. Dungeon Martian is lurking, but is not in the dungeon anymore. Dungeon Martian is lurking, but is not in the dungeon anymore. Dungeon Martian is lurking, but is not in the dungeon anymore. Welcome, Dungeon Martian. It's your member song. Yeah, Dungeon Martian got one yesterday. Alright, blue. And again, this is all just for an example for testing, for setting up probability stuff. Let's make it a darker color here. And we go even darker for the colorblind folks, so it looks really different. Alright. Oh no, I didn't do the yellow ones correctly because I didn't save it. Oh no, yellow do-over. Oi, oi, oi. Alright, we're doing the yellows over. Here we go. You gotta save it first before you duplicate it. Save before you duplicate, kids. Remember that. Don't forget. I'm gonna be a pro at this. At least we got a bop to get us through it. Look how quick that was. That wasn't even hard. Okay, make sure I save the blue. Don't be different on me. Make sure I save the blue here. Oh, it's because they're open. You gotta close them. You gotta close them or Godot gets confused. Godot tries its best. Bless its heart. Bless its good Godot heart. Okay, blue ones. Here we go. Duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we're so close. 7 and 8. Now we got 9 of each. Alright, bring the bops down. Okay, so now if I hit play, we should see. We love Godot, we hate Godot. No, I couldn't even say I hate it. But yeah, for sure. For sure, there are things to be desired. But you know what? It's open source. It's growing more now than it ever has. There's only promise for our future here. Alright. So here we go. Now we see some very clear color distributions here, which is nice. I almost want to turn off the fog so it just looks a little more obvious. So this distribution currently, hey Albeska is the best. Albeska's the best. Albeska's the best, oh yeah, Albeska's the best. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. 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 Albeska is the best, yeah, oh yeah, Albeska. Oh, it's the best, oh yeah, yeah, Albeska, yes, Albeska gave you the membership. Albeska gave you the membership yesterday. Thank you, Albeska. Things are going good, thanks for asking. So yesterday, last night, thanks to Joe Schmo and Pressapire, I got some good success in setting up a multiple, and myself, very much myself, and we got set up a system that will actually spawn different types of chunks at different times, which is super awesome. And now I'm experimenting with how those probabilities are distributed. So whether it's going to choose, in this very bland, simple case, a red one, a white one, or a blue one. I'm just kind of keeping it simple just because it just feels easier this way. In terms of using Kenny's prototype textures, totally, maybe. I mean, possibility. That's a possibility. Kenny's awesome. If you don't know, Kenny is someone who makes assets for people to use, game dev assets. And they're free and they're amazing. And I just, I don't know. I tend to just be very rough in it. I just want to get in there and do everything. In terms of prototype textures, and here's the link in the chat if you're interested. But like, which ones would I even do, For the save point, yes, exactly, Albeska. That's correct. You got it. Did you gift them randomly or pick my account? They're random. I made no changes to this account and I can't find the opt-in button. I even made a second account to test and found it easily. Yeah, that is weird because the conventional wisdom is that brand accounts, or if that opt-in isn't there, that means you can't get a gift membership. That's the conventional wisdom. But you got one anyway, even though your opt-in isn't there, and it seems like you had a brand account. So who knows what the reality is? It's all very confusing. All right. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, because this is effort, and like, I don't want to do it. That's why I don't use this. You can't choose. Yeah, you can't. Oh, nice. Oh, cool. And these have like lines on them and stuff. Okay, these are awesome. These are actually awesome. These are actually cool. I mean, I don't really need them to look like this, but if I did, I should. Oh, and it has colors too. Wow, and these are probably really good colorblind colors. Wow. Okay, this is actually a great thing. Actually, Dragon Blade, I bet I should use those more. But I'm not today. We're going to keep with these. So, yes, and that is right, Albeska. We have the points. So let me show. This is the Excalibur from yesterday, just to emphasize what we did. We started out with that single terrain collector. And, whoops, okay. Did not mean to zoom the page. Yeah, colors. Yes, colors! Started out with a single terrain collector. And what it would do is it would load all the files, and then one would get past the player and go back into the collector, and then it would bring a random one in. And now what it does is it will pull from a probability distribution. There's like a 20% chance it'll come from here, 40% chance it'll come from here, 40% chance it'll come from here, or whatever. And then when it gets past the player, it'll put one back in the right place. And then right now, kind of what we're messing with is how these conditions work based on what has come out. And so right now, there's just a very simple probability distribution, a weighted probability. Let's pull that up right here. So I mean, I've actually adjusted it a little bit, but originally it was set to, and you know, I kind of want to mess with this some. So you can, let's do that. Let's mess with it some. So right now, I mean, I can't even really get like a sense of what's happening here. Like I see, I don't know. I guess what I want is to see like a really obvious thing. Look at those yellows. Look at all those yellows. That's a lot of yellow. And yellow is our points color. So that's actually kind of what I wanted, I think, is more points. I see some red. I see the least blue. Blue is the safe area. I feel like I see the least blue. I see a lot of yellow. I see a little blue, and I see some red. To me, it looks like yellow and red are pretty even, but then again, there's some blue. So I don't know. I feel like I'm not in much control of this. So the way this is working right now is there's a variable RNG, and it gets us a random float, which is just going to be between 0.0 and 1.0. And then depending on what that is, if it's greater than or equal to 0.9, it's going to spawn if the number that it randomly gets, if it's greater than 0.9, then it's going to spawn an obstacles, which in our case is the red ones. So it really shouldn't be doing that many, because that should mean there's a 0.1 chance, right? If this isn't true, then if the value is greater than 0.1, it should be spawning a points, which is the yellow one. Which means we should be seeing a lot of those. And then everything else will be a safe, which is the blue ones. So this is not the original distribution, and this doesn't like equal up neatly. I don't know. So I'm gonna say this is what it originally was set up as. Was greater than or equal to 0.75, greater than 0.5. So the way that I understood this is half of the time it's going to be safe chunks or blue ones. So half the time it's going to be blue ones, and then it'll be fairly evenly distributed between obstacles and points, or red and yellow. So we should see a lot of blue with red and yellow interspersed, in theory. Oh yeah, that's a lot of blue. But, you know, since it's still weighted, well, it is weighted, but since it's still probability, you know, it still could be, there's still a chance that you're going to get a bunch of other ones in a row. Like, there's a bunch of red, it's a bunch of obstacles in a row. That to me is a bit too many. I almost don't want that. Maybe once in a while, but here's like, there's two, and maybe using the Kenny ones would be helpful, because we could see like how many there would be. Because here, I guess you can't really see the division between them as well. If we use those Kenny textures, we would be able to see the division between them. So that's a fair point there, for sure. Maybe I'll do that. But it actually doesn't feel like a lot of blue anymore. Like, look at all that red. Like, is this working? Is this what a weighted probability distribution looks like? So, and so ideally, what I would, if I was working towards an ideal, I would want to see more yellow, some blue, and occasional red. Which, I mean, I guess generally that's true, but then here it's like super red, tons of yellow, and a little blue. Like, I would almost want that whole yellow section, this whole yellow and red section to like not happen. I don't know, it's kind of hard. To make it easier to count the chunks, you could use a gradient. Oh, that's such a good idea. Oh, that's such a good idea. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, red, so yeah, red is obstacles. So the stuff that could hurt you, the dangerous stuff. Yellow, in this case, is the points. So where you would abduct humans and animals. So where you would score points from. which by the way could also be dangerous. They also have obstacles on them. And then blue is the safe. That is to say, you don't have to worry about getting hurt. There's no points to get. So that's what these map to. Yeah, the gradient is a really good idea. Let me try that. I think I should be able to just update one, and it will update them all. As long as I don't make this a unique texture. I mean, I don't want to obsess too much over this, but that gradient idea is pretty darn solid. The trouble is, am I going to be able to do it and have it update all of them? Probably. I would like it to go the other direction if it wouldn't mind. That would be helpful. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. It'd be nice to have like a bilinear texture or gradient. That would be ideal. So let's see if I can add another one in there. Yeah, give me it like that. That's what I'm talking about. Now that should update on all of them. No, it didn't. No. Oh, dang. So then I have to copy them all again. No, I would have thought that since I didn't make this unique, it would apply to every single one. But it's not. With true RNG, you'll get some distributions that don't match your expected results, right? But over a large enough scale, it'll average out, right? And so, like, I wish I just had, like, more control over it. Like, that's what I want, is more control, ultimately. That's my desire. But, kind of the problem with that, having that much more control, yeah, we'll just keep it black. The problem with having that much more control is that it gets really complicated. But here's the thing. Dragonblade had a really good idea on how we can sort of get the best of both worlds. And I'm thinking that that's more what I want. S is also the best. S is also the best. There's so many bests. S is one of the best. I'm so glad you got gifted a membership so you can get a song. Oh, S. S is here. S is also one of the best. S is one of the best. S is one of the best. Hello, S. Guess what? You are one of the best. Are you trying to do the opposite of making a resource unique? Yes, actually. I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, I thought it was already gonna not be unique because I just duplicated the same thing. But apparently, I was wrong. I do see there's this make unique recursive, but that can't be it. Surely that's not it. Yeah, so that means I have to actually redo literally all of them again. It does feel like kind of a good idea, though. It does kind of seem worth it, doesn't it? You know, on one hand, it feels more like a waste of time, but on the other hand, that's okay. I'm gonna just distribute this a little differently. Let's make these a bit more even, yeah. And then I'll just, yeah, copy this and we can put it on different things. All right, well, I'm gonna delete all these other ones and I'm gonna make them all again. I'm gonna turn up the tunes while I do it. Here we go. Honestly, it wouldn't be any faster to get the Kenny ones at this point. They would just look better. What's up, Jose? Welcome. Yes, chat with me. I am doing a repetitive thing for a moment here. Making some more of these. Making some more of these. I'm making some more of these. I'm making some more of these. I'm making some more of these. You guys are putting some emoticons up in here. Wow. The return of emoticons. They're back, baby. no. No, no, now. You duplicate the correct thing. You duplicate the correct thing now. Is it because they're like open over here? I wish these tabs at the top were better. Everything's alright, Jose says. Working in a scene in Blender for my secret project. Ooh, secret project! That's exciting. I know you were working on a, Slenderman-like for a minute there. One way is to use a resource file and put that same file into each node that needs that resource. A more hacky way is to edit the scene file to make the nodes reference the same sub-resource. That's some good tips. I don't think I'm gonna take them though. Seems like it's not gonna be less effort at this stage. But I could be wrong, I've been wrong before. Okay, colors are alright. We don't have another one open. Duplicate these. Renumber them manually. All just so we have something that lets us tell the difference. Alright, there's the yellows, and then for the reds, I'll do the same thing. Make sure I have the right ones open here and not the wrong ones. That would be bad. Open up this, paste in the gradient. I could, but I feel like at this point, I might as well just keep doing it this way. Like, I hear you, but I think we're, like, too late for that. Is what I think. I think we're too late for that. No, wait, you don't want to copy the gradient? Well, that's what I mean, maybe we're not too late for that. Copy value, come here, paste value, there we go. Alright. Make sure it's saved. It's a good lesson on duplication, I guess. Now, Dragonblade, I'm not sure how to implement what you have talked about earlier. I don't know how to implement that, but I'm sure we could figure it out. I'm most excited to set this up and play with those distributions, but I think Dungeon Marsha made a good point, that ultimately it's never going to look, it's not going to have the most control possible. But I want more control. Then the blue ones. Right down here. Open up this. Paste the gradient. Grab all these. Delete it. Save it. Very important. And then duplicate it. That was a good call, Albeska. The gradient. That was a great idea. I don't even know what credit to give you for that one. Alright, let's see what they look like now that I've gotten that. Should be easier to tell if there's multiple in a row now. Okay. Alright, yeah, there you go. There's 2 yellow, there's 2 blue. The blues are a little harder since they're darker, but it looks a lot better. Guy in Green, we do game jams where you make it in an hour. You're supposed to make it during the hour, Guy in Green. You don't even know what the topic is yet. Based on last week, I probably won't like it, Guy Green. I've lost my trust in you. Yeah, me too, but here we are. It's worth it. Alright, so now we can clearly see the amount of reds, whites, and blues that are in here. Yeah, okay, I get you. Alright, I got you. We'll see. We'll see. My inclination is to ignore everything that you do that isn't a game. That's my plan. That's the note in the back of my mind. Okay, it's Guy and Green's turn. Time to ignore everything that has nothing to do with the game. And if I can't get to the game, skip them. Don't mess with me. Alright, so this is cool. Now let's adjust those distributions and see what happens. I mean, at this point, I feel pretty confident that it doesn't give me the, I bet you will, that it doesn't give me the control that I want. Yeah, getting a template is fine. You feel like you missed something last Friday? There's a clip of it on the channel, so you don't even have to worry about it. The Guy in Green clipped it, so go find it. Just go to the channel page. Go look at the clips. It's in there. It's just childish stuff. It's stuff children do, is what it is. And I don't have a lot of patience for that. And you will be ignored. All right, so let's say, I mean, just like to go extreme, right? I'm gonna say 0.99 on the obstacles. This is the red ones. There is it literally has to be I mean, this is like impossible. It's not impossible, but it's very low. Just to test it out and appreciate whether it does or not work. So I'm gonna say make that 0.99, and it was worse than a Rickroll. It wasn't just a Rickroll. So if you watch the full clip, it wasn't just a Rickroll. The game was unplayable unless the person who made it gave you a certain code that you had to type in. Otherwise, it was just a Rickroll. And the person did not tell me about that code until well into their time slot. So I'm gonna say that the points, the yellow one, I'm gonna give that a really low chance to, but not that low. I'm gonna give this 0.7. So that means there's between 0.7 and 0.99 chance that it's going to be yellow, or points. And there's only a 0.99 to 1.0 chance that it's obstacles, which leaves, it means we should see a lot of blues. We should see a lot of blues, almost no reds, if any. If this makes any sense. Hey, okay. Well, there is some power here. So that actually gives me, I mean, another idea too. And maybe this kind of goes to what Dragonblade is saying. Like those values could be adjusted a little, right? So like maybe on the fly, those percentages could adjust themselves. I don't see any red. It's so unlikely. It's like not even gonna happen. That's cool. And then, you know, and I hear what Dungeon Martian is saying too, where like the average is going to look like what we set up. But the way this is right now, if the random number lands between 0.0 and 0.7, it should be a blue one. If it lands between 0.701 and 0.98, then it should be yellow. And you know, just looking, it's like playing it, it doesn't feel like there's a higher chance for blue. Like, technically, there is a higher chance for blue, but it doesn't really feel like it. I guess this, you know, it's more likely that there's going to be a huge blue section or something than a huge yellow section. I would say that's more what it feels like. Oh, look at that! We got the rare red. That's cool. Honestly, it's cool to play with. It's actually very cool to play with. I actually enjoy playing with this. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna make a push right now in case anybody messes around with this. Not that I expect anyone to, but if anyone wants to. Oh, I gotta open up GitHub. At least you'll have this same probability kind of visualization to mess with, which I think is kind of nice and useful. They might not know how to do that, Dragonblade. Leaving it up to the average means that some players will have a worse time, though. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't want that. For my roguelike, the average looked how I wanted, but some people ended up with tiny stage and others with labyrinth. See, I don't want that. See, honestly, I did not want a probability. And if I do, I want it to be very controlled. Because my intention here isn't to do that, isn't to have the experience be wildly different every time. You know, I just want it to be a little different, but mostly the same. Like the distribution to be the same. Really what I want is visually for it to look different, but mechanically to be the same. So like, you know, and not exactly, I mean, it may be exactly the same. I don't know. You know, maybe. Huh, I don't know. Knowing that, now that I've said that out loud, you know, I could even design, you know, say that if we know that there's 9 at a time, I could say, you know, make sure the first one is always safe. Make sure the second one is always safe. Make sure the third one is always an obstacle. Make sure the fourth one is always a point, you know, and just like have that go through all 9 and make sure it's always the same ones. And it loops through those same ones, but it'll load a different one in those spots. That way, the difficulty is, in theory, always the same. It'll just have visually a different setup. And it's not just visually, but some of the placements could be slightly different. But I could make sure that, like, you know, if the obstacles are trees, that their placements aren't super, they're like not super more difficult than each other. Manually create the levels. Right, yeah, I don't really want to manually create the levels because I still want there to be variety. And I want it because I want it to be potentially endless and loop over and over again. And I want it to have, again, some degree of visual variety without actually getting that much difference in the gameplay. But I don't really like the idea of entirely locking in the order of the mechanical difficulty, but I think in theory that's closer to what I want. Now that I say that out loud. So thank you, Dungeon Martian, for helping me say that out loud. Wave generation. That sounds like a thing that we've talked about that I don't remember entirely. If you want a regular distribution, you can have a list of types, like safe, point, ops. Yeah, exactly. Shuffle it every 10 chunks. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But maybe a little bit of randomness. But then again, like, do I even really need that much randomness? Then we could always have 5 safe, 3 point, and 2 obstacles every 10 chunks. Yeah, something like that. Hey, what's up, Entropy? Welcome. Good to see you. You could weight your RNG how the player is doing. Let me push this real quick before I forget. 70 changed files. Temporarily moved or temporarily made chunks or temporarily debugified the chunks. obstacle, point, and safe chunk folders are moved to temporary folder, or files, I should say. Folders were emptied and the files moved to temporary locations. Replaced the files with simply colored texture scenes, simply colored scene chunk scenes to test out probability distributions. Alright, I'm just committing that. I'm not saying I expect anyone to like make a pull request or, you know, post screenshots of changes they made. But people do that sometimes, and I love that they do. So I figure I might as well push that as the most recent in case you did want to play around with that. And so I remember what I was gonna do after that. You could weight your RNG with how the player is doing. Yeah, maybe. If they aren't, to me, I don't know, maybe. I guess I haven't seen a reason to want to do that, but in theory, it sounds cool. If they aren't taking damage and scoring a ton of points, rank the dangers higher. If they're losing lots of health and not shooting much, you could do the inverse. Yeah, to me, that's a cool idea, but I don't know, it doesn't really feel necessary. Or necessarily. Here's what I will say. You know what? We know where that would fit dungeon is with regards to the karma system. There's a little heart in the center of the character's body, and that's supposed to represent how much karma you have. So if it's shrunken down super tiny, then you're an evil alien. If it's big, you're a good alien. And so in theory, there could actually be a justification for changing those if you're more evil. But then again, it really shouldn't be that. It should be like the NPC spawns. So I don't know. I don't know that I really want to do that. But in theory, that's a cool idea. A sine wave with a bit of random in it. So the wave would like represent the regularity. Because it's like always gonna be loading this, always loading this, always loading this. But, you know, it'd be a little higher or lower. Even though it would generally be a trough in a valley or a peak in a valley in a certain regard. Those peaks and valleys might be a little higher or lower, depending on circumstances. It's interesting. I'm just gonna adjust this distribution a little bit just out of curiosity. I'm gonna switch this from 0.99 to 0.90. I know, I mean, I'm pretty much not fully sold on this as a way to go. I feel like I need more control than this. But I'm curious just to see, like, if I can nudge it in a way that feels... See, look, we got three in a row! I mean, that's fine, but, like, this to me is the perfect illustration of why this is not what I want. You see what I mean? Like... It's supposed to be, what, like a 10% chance or something? I don't know, something like that. The lowest probability that red appears. And then, when it appears, it appeared en masse. Like, so many of them all at once. And then it just doesn't appear at all. I don't feel good about that. And even, you know, Dragon Blade, I think about your suggestion with, like, having the algorithm that weights it, but still kind of adds more. I don't know. I think I'm leaning towards just setting the distribution, you know? And then just shuffling what appears there. You know, obviously then a player could count, like, okay, 1, 2, 3, but who cares? Like, I don't even think anyone's gonna care to do that, because it just doesn't matter. You know, I guess I worry about it feeling a little stale. So, you know, it might be nice to add like a tiny bit of randomization in there. you know, there could be like different, you know, what would be, what I'd prefer is if it was like there were different playlists. So there was like one playlist that had whatever, safe, point, obstacle, safe, whatever. And then make another playlist that is just a little different. Maybe a couple more playlists that are a little different. And then it randomly chooses between those playlists. So that way it's always generally stacking them in a way that I want. And, you know, maybe once in a while, you know, depending on how I listed those, it might do a few weird ones in a row. But it'll at least be almost familiar to the player, and the player will be used to that potential happening. I think I like that. I think I like that the most. Which is a little boring compared to like playing around with averages and percentages and waves and all of that. But I don't know that I need an exciting, clever way to do this. I'm really glad I set up these colors and stuff, because it's at least letting me appreciate how it works and how it doesn't work. Games that do critical hit chance fake it to make it more regular. It's actually a lower number that increases over time until you get the critical hit and it drops back down. Okay. All right. So you're saying keep it fixed, or keep the chances that it's going to be mixed up low, and then depending on certain conditions mix it up more or something. I don't know what you're saying, actually. That's interesting. Have a completely random section every so often. You know, I don't know that I care if they detect a pattern. If, you know, because to me, if I do the playlist idea, I don't think anyone's gonna, like, really notice. I don't think anyone's gonna notice. And, like, if someone, you know, if there's someone who, I doubt this person will exist, but suppose they do, where they're like, they've actually mapped out, okay, there's 4 different playlist possibilities. And when you recognize this one, now I can play better and win better. Like, great, good for them. Let them, if there happens to be a person who actually wants to do that, let them have it. I don't care. But somehow I doubt that they'll do that, you know? I don't know. S says, predictable elements can create a fallback for struggling players. Yeah, right. It's a way a game might adapt to the skill of its player. Right, and like, I don't really want to like punish the player with random stuff. You know, I don't want to throw them off. It's really just more like perception. I don't want them to think about it. I don't want the player to be playing it and be like, wait, I just saw that. Wait, that's, you know, it's more about like giving the player a unique experience without actually making it more difficult or something. But I like the idea of it potentially being an advantage for them. Seppi, I'm happy that Seppi is here. Seppi, thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev in the ways that you do. I appreciate you. I'm so happy that Seppi is here. Oh, I'm so happy that Seppi is here. Oh, I'm so happy that Seppi is here. There's your membership song. Sorry, but also you're welcome. There you go, Seppi. Welcome. It's going good. I'm just kind of like just puzzling out how I want to like distribute random, you know, chunk generation in these levels. And so I've been playing with the probabilities, and it's actually a lot of fun. And a part of me wants to like play with it a lot, but I mean, I feel like I've kind of come to my conclusion about how I want to deal with it. So, you know, if I adjust these numbers a bit. So right now I have red as, this is red. Imagine this is red. Obstacles is red. I have 90 being the lowest probability. I have points, which is yellow. Imagine this is yellow. 0.7 is yellow. This is the middleist probability, and then blue is the highest probability, which is safe. So don't worry about that, but that's true. So blue is the highest probability, red is the lowest probability, and yellow is in the middle. And I don't really like the way these probabilities go. I mean, here we got a lot of blues, which is cool, but it can sometimes give you suddenly a very punishing section where, like, randomly sometimes there'll be a ton of reds, even though I only want the reds to be there sometimes. They're going to sometimes be there a lot and be super punishing. Now this looks pretty good, but then we got 2 in a row. That's not bad, but then there's a third one right there. It's like very close. That's a lot of red. That's a lot of red all of a sudden. And it's that unpredictability that kind of bothers me. I'm going to potentially ever see. I mean, here there is no safe, so that means the yellows can potentially hurt you. It's just a little too much. We're running on the rainbow road for real. It's not bad, but I mean, it's RNG. There's no control over it. Oh, look at that. 3 reds in a row, devastating. You know, so I could write a rule, another 3 reds in a row right after that, and barely any where you collect points in that section. You know, so I could also set it up where it says, well, if there's too many of this, then okay, let's bring it down a bit. But that almost seems like overcomplicating a bit when I could just, oh my god, 4 reds in a row. And then 2 yellows, and yellows can hurt you potentially as well. That's devastating. Devastating. And so if safe is supposed to be the most common one, it's not actually coming up because it's a weighted probability. It's not actually coming up the most. It just has the highest probability of coming up. If RNG is greater than or equal to random float between 0.9 and 9.9. Oh, what does that help us with? That's just like narrowing the range a bit. Okay. If you want 2% red tiles, then you'd start with like 1% and increase it gradually until you guarantee a red tile, including up to 100%. It sounds complicated. I do also like the sequenced random. I tend to notice them, but I like when I see it usually. Right, like it's not like a bright, it's like if you do notice it, it's not like a super bad thing. Because like you can play it without noticing it and mind your own business, and I want that player to have that. And then the player who will notice it, like I want them to have that. But I don't want it to be like every player definitely notices it, or every player is just being punished by randomness, you know? Womp made a cool announcement. What was the announcement? Are you able to create some kind of flag when it generates a red one? After reaching a value of like 2 or 3 in a row, it changes the probability to 0 for a while. Yeah, like, you know, we could do that. But I feel like it starts to get very convoluted in terms of like coming up with conditions, like you know, having to constantly nudge it and nudge it and nudge it and nudge it and nudge it. And then by nudging it that way, what's the consequence there? And I guess I would think that then the player could still potentially get super punished. And then we just say, okay, sorry about that punishment. It's easy now. You know? And then, I don't know, like it feels still inconsistent. It feels less inconsistent, but still inconsistent. But I like your ideas. Math is not my strong point in programming, which is kind of an issue. Yeah, I feel you. Because math it's not 90% of programming. It is absolutely not. Math has a lot to do with it, but, like math is very useful and can be used a lot, but there's usually like resources or help you can get. I totally feel you. Totally feel you, but it's not my strong suit either. But we'll get by. What is game dev if not overcomplicating a bit? Less overscoped. You could limit how many reds can be together, as well as how many non-reds. I don't know if I can. I mean, I can, but like, I don't know, it feels complicated to try to do that. Because then I need to set up a count for all of them. And you're right, like there was an idea on a way to kind of do that, but it still feels like it's gonna sometimes get weird. 3D image video to SDF conversion. Oh, cool. That does sound awesome. Like, okay. Wow, that's interesting. So you could take like a model, like a model you made in Blender, and then import it and mess with it with SDFs. Or literally screen record this, import it in, and it would make a 3D version of it. That's wild. How out of the question would it be to have it so instead of randomly generating a tile each time, it randomly chooses from a bunch of pre-made sets of tiles? That's kind of what that's honestly, that's what I'm going for. If you're saying what I think you're saying, that's what I'm leaning towards. I'm imagining like a playlist, right? So there's 9 on the screen at a time. So I'll make a bunch of different sets of 9 or something like that. Or maybe more. Maybe I could do a little more than 9. And I could just tell it to go through, spawn a red, 2 yellows, 3 blues, a yellow, a red, a yellow, whatever equals 9. Set that list. Maybe make an array, right? And then make another array that has a different layout. Make another array that has a different layout, and then have it randomly choose between those different arrays or layouts. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards, if that's what you mean. That's what I'm leaning towards. Because then it will give that variety, but it won't be too... I don't have to worry about it being stacked too much. Yeah. You know, they could still line up with each other a little weird, but it would be less punishing, I think. I could still adjust it. And then, you know, because again, remember, like, there will be at least 5 different possibilities for each section. So there could be 5 different yellow tiles that potentially spawn in. 5 different red tiles that potentially spawn in. And so you won't necessarily always see the same one. So it'll still have some variety to it. It just won't be like punishing variety, potentially. Unless for some reason I want it to be punishing. Like in the harder levels. Make a bunch of combinations. Yeah. Just make sure none of those sets have multiple of the same tiles in a row. Yeah. First generate the order, then go through that order and iron out any long rows of reds. That's interesting too. Oh, you're saying set it up like algorithmically that way? I mean, I could see that in theory work. Look at all those reds. Ugh, it's punishing. Devastating. Feels more complicated than I want to do. Programming is mostly logic, although game dev has a fair bit of math. Yeah, it's true. And you know, it comes up, but, you know, I get through it. With help. Alright, I think that's what I'm going to do, guys. I think I'm gonna set that up that way. So if I'm going to set it up that way, I need to plan how that's gonna work. Because right now, we have these 2 ways to represent this. Or these 3 ways to represent. We can either say spawn collector safes, which is the blue ones, spawn collector obstacles, which is the red ones, or spawn collector points. And all we have to do is update this chunk add. If whatever chunk add is set to will be the thing that ultimately is spawned when it runs through here. And so this is every physics frame. So every frame, it's running this code to check what it should spawn next. And it doesn't really spawn it, though, until it needs to... that's not true that's running every frame. It's actually running every time a chunk passes a certain point on the level. And that's when it runs it. So it's gonna update chunk add. Let me just at least pull this out. It's gonna update chunk add. So see when it gets past this point, it disappears, it's actually moving back here. Or it's getting added back to the end. So every time it goes through this, it updates chunk add. So it would need to know what to update it to next, based on if we have an array or a list or something. All right, Sempi. See you later. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Sign up for the WOMP waitlist if you can record a video or upload images and get an SDF model that is editable. It's crazy. Yeah, that does sound cool. I mean, if you like SDFs, I guess I'm not as excited as you are about it. But I guess artistically, there's a lot of power there. So I see how that's cool. AI hits again. Makes sense to me. And it was 1919 was 20 years ago. Makes sense. How to pass kidney stones quickly. Drinking fluids, ginger ale, lemon lime soda, or fruit juice can help pass kidney stones. Yeah, that's I'm following that. You should aim to drink at least 2 quarts of No. I can't believe how bad it is. Yeah, perhaps entropy. I am not very... I kind of got unsold on SDFs. I'm like team polygons. I don't see much use for SDFs, if I'm being honest. At all. Which is kind of weird. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna say. But. I'm always interested to see what you're gonna do with them. So, okay, so if every time it passes that position, it updates chunk add, and we can have it update between one of 3 things, I need to figure out some code that I'm gonna set up here to make it do that, and I want it to be a certain array. So I do have to figure out what I want that to look like. I guess I'll pull up like a drawing, and I'll make a little drawing here. You know, I thought that entropy, but then I started experimenting with sculpting mode in Blender, and it's great. Blender has awesome sculpting. You know, it's really good. I hear you, and that was like what I thought too. I thought that too, but, and I'm not saying for some people that isn't true, but there are some really powerful sculpting tools out there. Especially if you use like, you know, a tablet and a pen. But generally, I agree with you. But I don't know if I do anymore. I used to agree with you. Choose your polygons. Yeah, but at least so does SDF stuff. You still have to retopologize either way. You know, and at least when you're doing it in Blender, I feel like you have more control over how that polygon distribution goes. And since it's already integrated with a polygon workflow, you can just shape that more easily, in my opinion. But, you know, I could be wrong. I mean, I made the player character, super heavy PC requirements. No, maybe. I think that's pushing it. I made the player character in WOMP using SDFs. And then I brought it into Blender, and I had to retopologize the crap out of it. And it's still too many polygons. And it was just really hard to modify in Blender afterward. As opposed to if I had just done like a Blender workflow. I'm gonna remake the entire player character in Blender. Because even though it was nice to make it with SDFs, I don't know, it felt like an extra step that I don't need to do. So we'll see how I fare, but I think ultimately it was kind of like an unnecessary part of the process for me. I don't think it's that heavy, personally, but I could be wrong. I know that you have like an old clunker, so I could be wrong. All right. The problem I can see is if your playlists share a tile before it is able to reset, it might be an issue, i.e. the last tile in a playlist and the first tile of playlist 2 are both grass 1. Right, we could get doubles that way. I mean, we wouldn't get doubles because it has to... I mean, yeah, so we're not going to get doubles because the way that it works is there would have to be at least like 9 in between a double. If I have enough. Not necessarily 9, actually. That's not actually true. I guess there'd have to be... I guess there'd only have to be 2, technically. But I don't know if that has to do with the playlist. I don't see how the playlist has anything to do with that. Integrator retopo. For game dev, it makes more sense. Right, and that is what I'm thinking is game dev. Right, I'm not really thinking of, like, visual art. The only way SDF makes sense is the Dreams Unbound situation. No polygons in the workflow at all. Yeah. Alright. Let's try it. We'll run into the problems as they come up. So how am I going to set up this? Well, right now, there actually are types. And they're assigned to an array. So actually right here, when it goes past a certain point, I've commented this one. When that chunk goes past and it moves back into a collector, that is to say, you see it disappear, it goes into a certain collector, right? One of 3 possible collectors. The blue collector, the yellow collector, or the red collector, if you will. And the way that it determines where it's supposed to go is based on a array. Signed distance field is what it stands for. Signed distance field. Let me get that other chat. Let me get that other chat up there. I thought you'd be requesting specific tiles for the playlist. No, not specific. No. If it's just danger, score, or safe. Yeah. That is what it is. Yes, that is what it is. Correct. Not specific chunks, just like specific chunk types. For example, type 0. So when it disappears and it moves to the collector, it knows which collector to put it in because 0 is the safe chunk type. 1 is the obstacle chunk type. And these actually are represented by an enum. They can just also be accessed by a number. 2 is the points type. So that means I could set up an array that is saying, okay, spawn a type 2, spawn a type 1. I didn't change them, but Precipier, who helped me put this logic together, did use the numbers, but it is still an enum. So if I come back to each individual chunk, it's is type enum is one of the 3. But like one way to access it is to use the numbers. So if I wanted to access it with a name, I could. I would just have to like type it a little more, right? I have to say if is type. Wouldn't I have to say, let me go to where we've done it elsewhere, because I have done it elsewhere. Do we call it type here? Is part. So we have to say is part is set to, and then we have to do dot. It's just a lot of extra things. Wow. Good job, Jar Plays. You're just wow. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well said. Good job. Some people just don't even deserve their gifted membership songs. And this is why I don't like putting chat on screen all the time. Because of people like you. All right. So I would just have to type out all of this, right? So I would have to say, let's pull this back up. Is type set to, and we'd have to make sure we reference this. Well, at least we agree on something. I have to set this to, well, it is a class, so I have to say block is part. Let's see here, is that what it is on here? It is called block. Is types. It's just children stuff. Children be children, and if first terrain type is type, block is types dot safe. So, you know, I can use the enum. It just looks like that. No, this is points anyway. You know, what it would be nice is if I could say, set to points. That would be way better. But I think I have to type it like this. Which also works. And it takes advantage of the class scriptitude of it all. Is type obstacle. Is types safe. So whatever, I'll set it up. That way we avoid that potential confusion. And it's weird because it's like, yes, it's more readable because it's not a number, but then also it's got this weird block is types dot before it. So that should work exactly the same. And so that's what my playlist essentially will be. So it's working fine. It's returning them back. I mean, it should be working fine. Yeah, because it's keeping these filled up. So that's what I need my playlist, if you will, to be. Now, how do I make my first playlist? I'm going to comment out all this random stuff right here. I guess I could, like, save it. No, I already made a GitHub push with it. So you know what? I'm just going to cut it out. I'm trying to get in the habit of just cutting things out and commenting out less. Because sometimes I be leaving things in commented way too often. So let me update my task as well. I don't know how I feel about keeping the task at the top. But, you know, for now, I like it. So I'm going to say plan chunk spawn order. It's not really spawning. It doesn't really mean anything though if you don't know what I'm talking about. So let's say level chunk spawn order. I don't know if that makes more sense, but it's what I'm doing. All right. So that's gonna go all right in here. We do want to do some randomness at some point. So I'll just comment this out for now. Now this is gonna, by default, just make them all yellow. They're all gonna be safes. So every single one should be yellow right now. And we're just gonna see a ton of yellow. Oh, blue, sorry. Safe is blue, not yellow. All one color is what we got. I don't really know how to do this. I would need to create the array, at least. In theory, you can reduce it only to enum.name.value by moving the enum to its own script. That definitely sounds like it belongs in theory. All right, let's, I don't know. I mean, that's interesting. But Do I want to do that? I don't know. I don't know that I do. I'm gonna say chunk spawn playlists. That's interesting though. Seems like more effort than it's worth. So I'm gonna say chunks. If I want to say chunks, I don't really know how I'm just gonna say chunks list 1. That's all we're gonna call it. I want it to be an array. I don't think I need to do much other than just put brackets. Now they're not really associated. I mean, they are associated with a type, but that doesn't go both ways right now. Actually, that only goes one way. It might make more sense to do this, right? To say chunk safes, chunks obstacles, chunks points. Might be worth if it's an enum that you use everywhere in your code, not just 1 to 2 scripts. That's true. That makes sense. So I'll put a pin in it. Really, the only thing I need to change is this. The collector name. That's all I really need to change. So as long... Where does that get set? Where does that get set, actually? Collector safes. Oh, the onReady. I see. I mean, it would be nice to design the playlist in a way that didn't type out all of this stuff every single time. But you know what? Screw it, let's do it. You know what? I don't mind. I'll type it out every time. Let's do it. So, do I need to do the... Can I do the first one here? I think I can. So if I say start out with safe, I kind of almost always wanted to start out with safe. Collector safes, and I guess I could do 9 each. So that's 2. Do a collector safes, do a collector safes, do a collector obstacles. I don't have my plural singular syntax very consistent. Collector safes, collector obstacles. Something I don't like about this. There's something I'm already starting to not like about it. Like, just to really set it so rigidly. I don't like it. But that's okay. We'll see how it goes. It might play well. Yes. Right. That's right. I mean, I actually don't need... I realized I don't need the enums for this. Yeah. Well, and so what Dragonblade and I were talking about were, like, readability. So, it was set up originally with 0, 1, 2, 3. Or 0, 1, 2. And then I changed it so it could be more readable. But it's just a little messy that way. And then Dragonblade was like, well, here's a less messy way you could do it. It just requires some extra setup. And I'm like, that's not worth it. I don't care. But then I realized I actually don't even need to use them. What the enums are for is for checking where to put them back. So after the chunk is done being used on the level, it's going to return it to the correct collector. And it's basing that on the enum, which here is with it typed out readably. And then, you know, it did have the number, but it's just like less readable, so whatever. But then this has a bit of a compromised readability as well, due to how kind of bulky it is. But that's really only necessary for that. For this, what I actually would want to do is to type out the reference to the collector node. So I want to say pull in the playlist, pull a chunk from the collector safes. Now pull a chunk from the collector safes. Now pull a chunk from collector obstacles. Pull another chunk from collector safes. Pull another chunk from collector points, and so on and so forth. Let's do a couple collector points. How many do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 more. Collector safes. Did I spell it wrong? No. Okay. Collector points. Alright, so there's an example of a list. Now it's a little unwieldy here in my script, but, you know, I can always just pull that in. Now, if I'm thinking about this, if I wanted to randomly pull from these, I mean, I'm gonna have to set those up in their own array as well, so it can pick a random one from that. I guess I'll just make another one now. Variable chunks list 2. Alright, so what was this one? This one was collector saves, collector saves, collector saves. I mean, I'm kind of thinking it's a good idea to always start them with safes. With 2 safes. So this way, if that's the first one, the player isn't... But it's not... I don't think it's gonna work that way. Because usually when the level starts, it doesn't immediately... We still have the problem of controlling what spawns first. And maybe this will help us have a system. So I could say, well, spawn a safe playlist. A playlist that just has a bunch of safes. So I might want to say chunks list chunks list random or various one. I know it's a little weird. Various 2. I don't need to set up many of these. I'll just set up a couple so we can experiment. Collector points. Collector points. Collector safes. Collector obstacles. Collector safes. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna end up liking this setup. Whoa, this is too many. 2, 3, 4. Well, it's not. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the last one. Collector obstacles. I don't know. I'm just kind of winging it here. All right. So there's 2 playlists. Now I need to set them up into their own array. See you later, S. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for chatting. I appreciate it and giving ideas and stuff. I forgot. I should probably disseminate some credits. Oh gosh, I'm gonna forget somebody. A lot of y'all were being real helpful. I'm gonna drop it in debug. You guys are helping me set up some debug things. I would say we had a good, helpful suggestion from Albeska at one point, I remember. I would definitely say we got something from S. Where is S on here? I don't even know where S is. There. Debug. I probably missed somebody. So for spawning stuff, we got some suggestions from Dungeon Martian. Some from Dragon Blade. Altia Weska, Joe, My 2 Cents, Stormer, hello. I think that's. I mean, if I'm forgetting someone, you tell me that I forgot. Yo, Oscar had some suggestions. Do we have Oscar on here? We don't have Oscar on here at all. I don't remember what's Oscar's the whole name. So we get that credit right. We're not gonna mess it up. Oscar Dust? I think that's what Oscar's name is. Yes. Oscar Dust. Godot Consult. Alright. If I forgot you, you let me know. Oh, maybe Seppi had some thoughts, actually, now that I think about it. Seppi had some thoughts. Seppi's not even on here? It's about time. It's about dang time. Alright. So now that I have a couple playlists, we're gonna say chunk spawn playlists array. And we're gonna say variable chunk playlist chunk lists chunk lists various. But then, so this is implying that I might choose a different array. Well, maybe I will. Maybe I will. And in here, I will add chunks list various 01 and chunks list various 02. So this is what I'm gonna want to pull from, in theory, is from this. I will spell it correctly. Okay. Alright, so down here, in the actual spawning section, we could just say pick random, honestly. Just pick random. Variable chunk add is equivalent to I don't know if this is gonna work, because it might not, we might need to, this might not work. I wanna say that we might get an error because it's trying to pull from something that doesn't have anything in it. One of the big revelations from yesterday was that we needed to check the size of the array ahead of time. And if the size was greater than 0, then it would put something out. So it needs some time to populate all the collectors, essentially. Non-existent function, oh, get children, sorry. We don't need get children, we only need if we're running pick random on a node. But that's not gonna work because no. This is not how this is wrong. This is wrong. I actually want to set it to what is pick random? Nothing in there. Because I wanted to pick a random within there. This is actually a little confusing. Because the way this is set up, right, is that this array contains a bunch of arrays. Inside of those arrays are the thing that I want to be to have the variable be set to. And by the way, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need to do a size check before we do this. So you know what? I'm not even gonna set it up this way. I'm gonna keep it like this, and then we go back to the size check. Before, so by default, it's gonna do safes, and then we're going to input choosing one from there. So I'm gonna say chunks lists various pick random, and this will say variable random list, And then I'm gonna want random list that gets picked, the one that gets picked itself. Now this is a problem, because it's not gonna go through each one in order. We don't want it to pick random. That's not how we want it to go. Dude, I don't actually know how to do this, if I'm being honest. I need to search arrays. I might have to ask ChatGPT or chat in general to help me on this one. Or I'll just, poke around until I figure it out. That's also an option. Because what I actually wanted to do is I wanted to go through each single one by one. So every time one is removed, the next one that it's going to pick is the next one in the array. I don't really know how we do that. I guess I'd need to keep like a count, and that count goes up, and if the count matches the number in the array, maybe that's how we would do it. Let me try that. So every time it does this, I'm gonna say variable list position. It's gonna start out at 0. Really, it's gonna, it would be nice if it could get 1 added to it every time. So it starts out at 0, and every time we come through this code, I want it to add 1 to it. Except it should start at 0, though. Start at 0. But then it's going to reset it to 0 every single time. You don't want that. So you would actually want this to be globally defined. I'm winging it here. I'm deep winging it. Variable list position. Set that to 0 globally. Come on down here. I would want list position to not get increased to 1 yet. Because first, I wanted to pick the 0 spot. Which maybe I should be setting it to -1 or something. That could be an option, because that will actually be understood by the array as the last thing in the array. Anyway, so it's not like it would cause an issue. So it's going to pick a random list from the array of lists. And then we want to say if random list size is greater than 0, then chunk add becomes the random list. No, that's not true. That's wrong. Because the list has the things that we need. So actually, it's actually a little confusing to me how I want to do this. Variable random list. The list contains all the different lists within it, right? So if it picks one of those, I need to then take its position and add that in here. So I would want to say kind of like that, not if random list, and then what do we say, like that? Does it accept that? I don't really know how to define which index in the array that I want to go to. But I'm sure that's quite simple and doable. I just don't know how to do it. find what from integer. Searches the array for a value and returns its index, or -1 if not found. Oh, thank you. Dude, I need to learn how to read documentation better. Thank you. Variable array equals 1, 2, 3, 4. Print array. Concatenated? So do I just say array and then in brackets do it? Okay, so I think it's the dot. Is that what where I'm making a mistake? I would say random list like this. No. Oh, maybe. Let's see if I got it. Yes. Okay. Nice. Thank you for helping me learn the documentation. I like to look for the example that's right there. I glossed over it. I was like, I'm looking for a certain method. I'm looking for a certain method. All right. So, and I actually want this to be list position. So, whatever random list it is, and whatever list position we're at, I want it to check the size of that. And if that's greater than 0, then add. Now, do I want to add that? Because that's the list, not the thing that's in the list. So I also need to assign something from that array to be added in there. Oh, I bet I do. I bet I do. Should I be left to figure it out? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. Maybe. I should be left to figure it out. Okay. All right. I like that. That's a helpful little puzzle. Variable random list equals chunks lists various. So this is assigning the list of lists, basically. It's assigning the array of lists to random list, and it's picking a random one. Of the random list that it chose, I'm saying look at a certain position in that list and pull that index out. Check its size to make sure it's greater than 0. I feel like I need to assign this to something as well. You want to choose the list every time you add a chunk. Yeah, I do want it to be the same one, which I guess means I should set it to a global variable. I should set it to be global, because otherwise it's going to change every time we come through here, and I don't want it to change every time. At least that's wrong. At least that's wrong. And I should probably, instead of saying random list, I should probably make this like current list or something. And heck, I could even have variable chunk add be defined elsewhere. You know? Potentially. But let's keep it there for now. And I could set it to current list, because I could have current list just be collector safes by default. Chunk spawn playlist control. I'm deep showing my learning noobishness, and I have to do this more. It's the only way I'm gonna learn. Variable current list. So by default, it's gonna be this. I don't have to set this up here. But I feel like this is fine to set it up here, honestly. And I don't even necessarily need to add all of this either. It's kind of unnecessary. I could just say collector safes. It's not really a list. So that actually doesn't make sense, does it? I guess this would be better set. Current list should be... I guess I should make a safe one that only loads safes. I don't know. I'd do my best. I don't think we need many more than one. I mean, it's kind of unnecessary. Because it's literally just gonna be 9 safes. I know, alright? I know. It's hard not to want to save me from what I'm doing. But you know, if you, whoever you are, weren't here, I would just have to endure it. Maybe I should have to. Safes, collector safes. Collector safes. I know. I just know. Alright. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the thing about the safes is they actually, they will be able to be ready right at the beginning. So they're safe from a code perspective as well. So not only current list, I should change this to current list position, actually. That would just make it, to me, a little more readable. All right, so then we're gonna come back down here. We want to update current list position, or current list, sorry, and then current list position. Instead of random list, it's current list. So the current list is going to be set to something randomly from chunks list various, in this case. Okay. So current list gets randomly updated, although this is going to get randomly updated every time. So I kind of need to say if current list position That's gonna be hard. Oh man, it's hard. If current list position is less than, because it's going up to 9, and once it does the 9th one, I then wanted to choose a different list, but so I wanted to stick with it, right? Every time it comes through, I wanted to stick with this current list. Do not go to a different list. Don't update it. I must block it from updating the current list until 9 have gone by. So it's going to start on 0. So that's going to be 10. I mean, it's going to get to 10. So I'm going to say if it is greater than 9, if current list position is greater than 9, which means it's not going to pick it at first unless the current list position is starting at 9. Which is something to think about. I know I have to fix it. If current list position is greater than 9, then update the current list to a random choice. And then I'd also want it to set the current list position to be 0. If the current list, at the current list position, is at the size of 0, or is greater than the size of 0, then update chunk add. Now, I guess what I'm not sure of is I think I need to assign this, right? I need to say chunk add is set to current list. I guess just at the current list position. I guess that is what we would assign it to. Okay. All right. Okay. As long as it's bigger than 0, set it to be chunk add. Real quick, I need to fix something, at least. Because at first, the current list position isn't going to be greater than 9. It's not. It's going to be 0. That's what it's set to start with. In theory, we could probably get it to count up to 9 as soon as the game starts. I have a feeling it will. Hi, Kai. Oh, hi, Kai. Welcome to the stream. Hi, Kai. Oh, hi, oh, Kai. Oh, hi, oh, Kai. Oh, hi, oh, Kai. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you, Kai. Thanks for coming through. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev for so long. I think you're the first member. You were the first member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome. How you doing? I'm doing okay. I am trying to set up some code to generate level chunks in a certain order. I'm setting up like playlists that will put out terrain chunks in an endless runner that go past the player in a specific order. And then after it goes through that list, I want it to change to a different list that puts those out in a certain order. And then it'll choose a different list and put that out, and then it will choose a different one and put that out. So that's kind of what I'm trying to set up right now, and I'm enjoying the struggle of hackily coding it together. I'm actually, I should sometimes say like, it's not that I don't want backseating, because I do. It's actually not a story mode. So at the earlier in the stream, I was experimenting with probability in terms of the level chunks that would spawn, and I found that the probability weighting was just a little too. It would sometimes be really, really punishing, and other times be generous, and I found that was like undesirably inconsistent. And so what I realized, I guess just through talking it out and experimenting, is that I actually want to have a lot more control over the order things load in. But I want it to feel fresh when you're playing it. So I'm just setting up some fixed order. But here's the thing, it's not going to be the same. So it's 3 different categories of chunks that come through. So it won't always be the exact same visual thing, but the functionality of that chunk will be the same. And so that's kind of what I'm setting. I can't really show you the game right now because it should be broken. So I don't think I can show you how it works yet. Yeah, you kind of get it, right? So that's what I'm setting up, and I've made my playlists, and I'm now trying to, struggle through the experience of coding it myself. And, with only... I'm asking for only minimal guidance to keep me on track at this point, if anything. For the most part, I'm happy to just struggle through it. I feel like I should put another message on screen that says that someday. Because I love backseating. I do. But sometimes I'm like, I really want to like do this bad, and then be like, okay guys, how can I do it better now? So yeah, so I have my playlists. This will... collector safes is like the safe type of chunk. There's just like different types of chunks, basically. And And then there's collector obstacles, a different type of chunks, collector points, another different type of chunks. And so I'm setting the order of them coming through in these two playlists. And then here's one with just a bunch of safe ones. I've set up an array that contains the different lists themselves. This is something to think about too. Anyway, I don't want to think about it too hard. And then I'm also setting up the current list position. So in each array, it's going to have to go through 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then set the default current list as chunk list safes. I don't know. I'm doing my best. We'll see how it kind of comes together. So yeah, that's it. I'm just doing it and trying to struggle through it. And I'm sure there's a chance someone comes through and ruins the fun of me being in suffering. But, you know, I'm going to suffer as long as I can. If current list position, so we're saying if current list position is greater than 9, well, by default, it's going to make sure it does this one. So chunk add is what it's going to choose to add in when the chunks go past the player. That's how it's going to choose what it puts in there, is whatever chunk add is set to. And this is a node. Why is that? I don't know why that's highlighted. I don't have anything Control F. I do. Okay, cool. This is going to be a node that it pulls the chunks from. It's collector safes. And these are safe for the player and they're safe for the code, the game as well. So the game won't crash if it is loading in the safe ones. If current list position is greater than 9, now I'm not adding. Currently nothing is adding up the list position, so I need to adjust that. But if it is greater than 9, then it's going to update the current list to pick a random one from my array of lists. And then it's going to reset the current list position to 0. Like playing the game, so no spoilers alert. Let me find out myself. Yeah, like that. But I generally appreciate backseating, you know? It's just like sometimes, depending on the task, there's a degree to which I think the backseating is beneficial or not, you know? Sometimes something is so difficult that I know it's like I basically can't do it by myself. This feels like an intermediate difficulty. And like I could figure it out by myself, and what I do will probably not be ideal. And then at that point, I would then say, okay, now I've opened it up to full backseating. Now that I have my version, full backseating is available. Please fix what I've done. Yeah, that's actually kind of a fun idea, like for setting up for the live stream. I should honestly take like a note down or something about like doing that. Like, I'm doing it. I'm adding it to the to-do list right now. Backseat degree desired meter. Slash spoil. Yeah, alright. Slash spoiler amount. Whatever. You got it. You get the idea. I love the paradox of spoilers while playing the game, as on the same level as while making the game. Yeah, right? It is. It's cool. It's a cool, like, analogy, I think is the word you're looking for. Yes. I too do. All right. I think my to-do list has been updated. 100% is telling you how to use keyboards. Guys, I had a stroke yesterday. I need you to lift my fingers for me. That's not funny. I shouldn't have said that. Anyway. I want it, if the current list position is greater than 9, I want it to update the current list here. Wait, is my... Oh, there it is. Spoiler on how I would do the chunk choosing. Oh shoot, we got spoilers. Oh, nice. Thank you for adding it in live chat. Ooh, okay. Oh, that's a good idea too. Is to just like say like hey, if you guys have a suggestion for me, put it somewhere else and I'll check it out after I'm done struggling. Oh, I love that. That's actually a great idea. That way, if you have that impulse, you can still act on it. Wow. That's borderline gamifiable. Like, all right, chat, I'm about to solve a problem. Everybody put your solutions in the Discord. In 2 hours, I'm gonna check out all your responses and compare it to when I did it. We'll see if which one's the best one. That's almost, dude. That's actually like not a bad idea. Like for an entire, I mean for like a specific stream. Like here's the like as like a gamified live stream. And like literally the entire point, it's sort of like a game jam, except it's just for like solving one single mechanical problem. And everybody just tries to solve it. And then we see, I mean, it's not very nice to say who did it best. But just to like explore the different versions. I guess it's just kind of a game jam. But the difference is everyone's doing the same thing. I don't know, maybe it's starting to fall apart. It goes almost to the point like some game courses work. Oh yeah, it is! Wow, you're right! Yeah, like a game dev course. It's interesting. Food for thought. Wow, I need to like I gotta like bookmark this part of the stream or something. How am I gonna remember this? Because I am, you know, one day when I finish this game, I'm gonna look to replace these devlog streams with some kind of fun game dev live stream. So like that's an idea. All right, current list gets updated to current list various, a random choice from the array of lists. And then the position gets set to 0. If current list position size is greater than 0, then update that to be the one that comes through, and we'd want to update, okay. But then we need to, okay. I mean, yeah, every time it would come, wait. I guess if this is false, we kind of want to do an elif, right? If this is false, then... No, because they both could be true. I almost feel like it should be nested inside of there. It should be nested inside of there. Right? If it's greater than 9, and it updates the new list, and it resets it to 0, now check out that new list that you just did, and look at the first position, and make sure it's greater than 0. And then if it is... No. I guess they should be simultaneous. Gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, do I? Whatever, I'm just gonna do it kind of stupid and see what happens. Because I'm like, my brain's falling apart on it. Chunks list. You can see my... how the flaws in my thought processes. And that's okay. Just increase it by 1. I just kind of want, I know this isn't gonna work, all right? I know this isn't gonna work. I know I'm missing something. And I just want to load it and see it crash. Okay, there it crashed. Great. What did I do wrong? I know I'm wrong, but like, what is it? Invalid get index 0 on base nil. Really? That's not what I expected. So current list is set, there is nothing in index 0 on the current list? That's surprising. The current list should be chunks list safes. And it's saying, first of all, this is so wrong. You're saying the current list only if index is higher than 9. But it's set here as the default, right? Right. Okay. So it's set here as the default. No, but see, that's like a safe level of backseating, for sure. And it just helps me debug it a little. So, yeah, we're setting it by default, and chunks list safes. This one just has a bunch of safe ones in it. And it's saying that that's 0. Shocking. I mean, unless it is updating. That's kind of what I think might be happening. That it actually did. So let me print this. Let's say every step of the way here. Print current list current position yeah, that should be enough. Oh, yeah, that should be enough. I'm gonna say greater than 9. Not that, well, I think you can probably deduce that. Because what I'm wondering is if it is going up to 9, and then whatever it's replacing in there is the one that is not filled up correctly. What I should do too is give myself a timer. I'm gonna give myself whatever this jam timer is, probably an hour. I'm gonna give myself this jam timer to figure out if I can't resolve this in that amount of time, and I might do less than that even. That's probably too much time. Then I'll check out Dragon Blade's solution. I could probably put less time on there actually. Let's do 30 minutes. I'm gonna give myself 30 minutes to puzzle this out. All right, 37 minutes. Why did I choose 37? Why not? Oh, it already updated it. Good, okay, great. 37 minutes. All right, what does the output say? Nothing. It didn't even get there. It literally didn't even get there. So, wow, so it, okay. Let's go see what the debugger is telling me here. The debugger is telling me specifically we need to look at the position is at 0. That's good. List safes, array size 9. So there's definitely stuff in there. 0 is null. Oh. Wait, everything in the array is null? Everything in these arrays are null. Is that true? So it's that the arrays themselves are empty. Is that, I guess that's not surprising. But no, even the safes one should be there. Is that what it is? Can you scroll at the top of the script for a sec? With pleasure. So these are what we're referencing, are these nodes. So these are nodes that are definitely there. Terrain stuff. Other stuff. There's current list. Safes being set as the current list. Current position is set to 0. And so this is just set to all of those, but it's saying that they're all null. It's almost like it can't even add these in. Like maybe I need to hint or something what we are containing in this array. What if I mean, that's just, is that gonna hint that it's an array or not? It's the order of execution. Oh. What about it? Like you're saying, right, on ready. Oh, I see. Ah, gotcha. Because on ready is gonna run after these get populated, I think is what you're saying. So these arrays are gonna be filled with a bunch of nothing because it hasn't run in the ready function yet. Gotcha. Okay. So in that case, I'm gonna want to, I guess, put this stuff in the ready function. Set up these arrays there. Because these don't need to be globalized in the ways that this other's data does. So that should be okay. All right, so I'm gonna put that in here instead. I probably want to put that before that, just for the sake of lack of chaos. Oh, well, I do have to set up some other things too. Oh yeah, it's just gonna be okay with this? It shouldn't be okay with that. This is indented too far in, or out, rather, or something. All of this is. Indent it. There we go. And then this I'm gonna have to set up in here. Current list not declared. Oh right, so this isn't gonna have been, so this isn't a global thing yet then. Boo. I don't like that, it's not fair. Boo. Okay, wait. I guess I just have to say current list is set to, like, it's an array. It's an array of a such, all right? It's an array of a such. And then down here, say the chunk list, or that chunk. Wait, now chunk list various is not declared. Oh right, that's that one I also have to, oh my goodness. Okay, jeez. Oh jeez. Chunk lists. I'm just trying to remember how I even did all this. I don't remember why I made that. This broke my brain a little bit. Like, I know, like, if I had started it this way, everything would be fine. But now that I'm moving it around, it's hurting my head. I can do this. So I want to say that we have the chunk list playlist, chunk list various 1, chunk list various 2, and chunk list safes. That's right here. Then we have this, which, oh my god. I'm just gonna put it back for a second, because it's just like, I hurt my head trying to do this. This is some ADHD stuff right here, is what this is. This is what ADHD looks like. it's like I can't see the whole script all at once. And so like I move it around and it just like I get lost because I forgot where things were and where they are. Okay. So this is not good because order of operations is bad. The on ready is being set after these are being set. Now I have global variables, and then I have the on ready variables, which are global at runtime, but not before runtime. And so the thing that I need, this is one of the rare times I need the music off. So at runtime, I need to then set up some of these. For example, if I'm going to populate, well, the error that we were getting was saying that this was 0, or that 0 was null, that there was nothing in this list because it hadn't been added in yet. Oh my god, it's so confusing. It's so obvious, but it's so confusing at the same time. So that means that current list position, or that current list, needs to be updated in the ready function, or that which current list is. And current list is starting out as safes. Okay, we're getting there. Chunk list safes. This needs to be assigned in, or not this, assigned in the ready function. Yeah, that. I think that needs to be assigned in the ready function. That has to be assigned in the ready function. Because none of these are ready. All of these have to be assigned in the ready function. Every single one of them. They all do. So I have to say variable chunks list various O1 is an array. Chunks list various O2 is also an array. And chunks list safes is an array. Right? Oh. Yeah, yeah. But this was the thing that I can't set this here either. This has to also just be set as an array. They all do. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, I could be wrong on some of this, but I'm going to do it anyway. This array, I don't think I have to set this up on ready. I don't think I have to set that up on ready. Actually, I think I do. So screw it, let's do it. We're going to make another one, variable chunks list various. And I might go back and realize I don't have to do it all this way, but I'm going to do it all this way. Get rid of that. Okay, so now let's just do one at a time. Pull this out. Come into ready. Hell, I could probably benefit from doing this in between here. Paste this in here. Not like that. Like this. Right? So we're updating chunks list various right there. Okay, so come up here. And also these need to be set up in the ready, probably. Like an end of statement found colon instead. What? What do you mean? Oh, I guess I don't want to hint it there. Okay. Oh, that indenting is a mess. That's okay. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Indent this. Get rid of the hint. Don't care about that. Because it already is what it is. Okay, so these are being added in here, possibly at a better time. So collapse all of these so it's not looking like chaos. And then finally, the current list, I want to update in here as well. So I will say current list needs to be set to, man, it's amazing what a timer can do. The pressure it puts on. This needs to be set to chunks list saves. Assuming that, you know, I've done things right in other ways. I'm sure I still hit a different error, okay? But this one error, perhaps we've moved past, maybe. Big maybe. All right, let's just see. Let's see if something is wrong, which it probably is. Let's see what it is now. What is it now? That was that was hard on my brain. Okay, we got a problem. Expected. But it should be a different problem, which is a good thing. Non-existent function size in base node 3D. Ah, okay. Interesting. So this is where we need to do get children. So dot get children, and then check the size of that. All right, let's resolve that. What's the next problem? Hit me with it. I know you got them. Throw them at me. See what I can do. What is it? Oh, it's a long one. It's 2 lines long. Exciting. Oh my god. Invalid type in function append to far. Okay, I'm gonna zoom this one in. What the frick? What a thrill. Wow, it's the longest error I've ever seen down there. Invalid type in function append to far edge in base node 3D. The object derived class of argument 2 node 3D terrain collector is not a subclass of the expected argument class. Oh. So append to far edge is down here. That's looking for, so this chunk add, basically. It's saying that chunk add is not the correct thing. Specifically, chunk add is looking for a mesh instance 3D, and I think it's saying, hey, that ain't no mesh instance 3D. If I'm understanding this correctly. So we have the wrong thing being appended on there. So I've set up, and I kind of figured that this is kind of something I did wrong. I'm not pulling the right thing into the chunk add here. So let's examine that. Actually, the debugger might help me see what it is that's going in there. So let's do that. Let's do that. This is hard. This hurts my brain. Hurts my brain a lot. We're probably gonna be looking at that other solution, but it'll be very interesting after having me try. For me, it'll be very interesting having experienced all of these mistakes to see what makes more sense and is correcter. Okay, so at the point of progressed terrain, which is where this stuff exists, mostly. It's the thing that it's having the problem with. So I want to see what chunk add is right now. What is chunk add set to? Let me shrink this in just a little bit. Chunk add right here. What is it? What is it? Oh, I can't resize that if it's an error. Okay. It's set to a collector, which is correct. Collector safes. Chunk add is set to collector safes. So that's literally right at the start. I wonder if we got anything in the output. We did. Ooh, tell me more. What did we get in there? current list is collector safes. Wait, why does it have 2 in here? Wait, it has multiple. Dude, it's loading them all at once. It's not actually just doing a single position. It's loading all of them at the same, it's loading the entire array into chunk add. I think that's probably the problem, right? Instead of doing like a specific position, it's loading the entire array. So that seems bad. That seems wrong. At least that's wrong. So if I wanted to fix that, so chunk add equals current list position. I kind of thought that would make sure that it doesn't do that. But this is the default. Oh, that's up here in the ready function. Okay. I see. So up here where I'm assigning it, chunk list safes, I need to say 0. I'm not saying we're not going to get a similar crash, but at least this shouldn't output an entire array. Okay, we got a different error. Exciting. Trying to assign value of type object to a variable of type array. Yeah, that sounds wrong. That does sound wrong. I want to contextualize more what I'm doing here. I'm doing it because I want to. Because I have to. Because it's the right thing to do. I'm going to put this below the countdown. And I'm going to say... coding it myself until I check. Until I get help. That's it. That's the story. Okay. So if I come over here to the output, nothing. It didn't even get to that point. So literally right here. Weird. Really? So it's saying that it can't pull out. So is it saying that at, sorry, let me pull this up. It's saying that at 0, it is an array at 0. If current list safes, what it has in it are a bunch of nodes. So it should be a node at the 0 position. So my whole entire concept is fundamentally flawed because pulling out the index is apparently not a node. Which is surprising. So I think that this might be wrong. And I might need to reference what is in there differently. I don't know how to do that. How do I pull out what's in there? If the array is set to 1, 2, 3, 4, and we print array 0, it should print 1. I mean, the only other thing I can think of, but it's saying it is an array. I'm not exactly sure what to do about that, if I'm being honest. I guess I'd almost want to say, can we print... Or better yet, let's look at the debugger. Look at the debugger. Don't neglect that debugger. It's very useful, I have learned. Current list. Array size. Oh, that's just setting the size of it to 0. Really? So I'm not actually choosing the 0 index. I'm saying set current list to chunk list safe, which I also want you to make the size 0. That's not what I want it to be doing at all. That's what it thinks this is supposed to be doing. Huh. I'm a little surprised. I would have thought there's like a way to set the size of it. This returns the number of elements. Alright, so I'm gonna have to look this up, because apparently it's not as simple as what's in there. How to choose, I mean, this seems like it should be obvious. How to choose a index in an array, GD script. This shouldn't be, something is off here. Find, do I need to do find? I'll do find. Right, but then how do I structure it? Because it says like what variant. Find name integer. What? Oh, so that's what it's looking for. So find the and then what is the 0 integer? What does that mean? The initial search index can be passed. But why would I want to do that? I don't understand. Okay. GD script find a function array. Pierogi gone is not gone. Oh, pierogi gone is not gone. Oh, beautiful song. Pierogi gone is not gone. Oh, pierogi gone is not gone. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Pierogi gone who is not gone. Are you just trying to get the 0th element? I am. That is exactly what I'm trying to do. And I thought it was as simple as just putting bracket number. But evidently it's not, because it's changing the size of the array to be 0. And then the find function is looking for, like, the name of the thing that's in there. And then I can pass an index. But what if I don't want to say the name of the thing and I just want it to look for the index? Like, I can't just skip argument 1. So yes, that is what I'm trying to do. And I'm currently working on a backseating level of help is welcome, but solutions should go in live text so I can check it in 11 minutes. And give up on my attempt. You know, Rogie? You know? That's a good point. Not that confident, as it happens. Let me set it to 2 and see if that's changing the size to 2. That's a great question. That would immediately kill my my theory. Dude, that's, oh, what a great question. What a great question. I was doing it correct, so that's not the problem. Wow. Wow. Oh, it's still an array size 0. It's not setting it to size 0. So, yeah. Nothing is in there. Now, why is nothing in there? Why is nothing in there? I'm supposed to be setting it here in the ready function, but maybe it's not ready by here. I need it to be ready by there. Maybe it's still order of operations and I need to move this elsewhere. entirely. I mean, I could set it down here. It seems risky, but I could do it. I could try it. So this would be like when it runs. Wait, not here. Down here. It should have stuff in it by then. Oi, I don't think it does. Where in the code are you filling the array? In the ready function. I was doing it globally, but then that turned out to be potentially not good. Still not filling up. So up here, right here, chunk list safes. This is chunk list safes. And what I was trying to do was set current list to chunk list safes. And then what this is trying to do is check to see what current lists is. And it's saying current list is empty. So it should have all of these in it. This is in the ready function. And by the way, it's globally defined. Maybe I shouldn't be globally defining it. So it's starting out empty, and then the idea is that I'm filling it up later. So maybe I shouldn't, maybe I should take this out of here. And define it at this time. But the problem with that is, then it doesn't exist down here. Well, it could. Well, yeah, then I can't put it in the code because it's not globally recognized. So, yeah, I don't know. You're assigning the first element of the safe array to current list instead of the list itself. I'm assigning the first element of the safe array to current list. Oh, instead of the list itself. So that makes sense. So it's like I'm saying that current list safes is the array that's in position 0. Okay. So I mean, could it be as simple as just not hinting that it should be an array? Isn't the first element of the safe array the list we're trying to assign? The first element of the safe array. Come here. Yeah, me too. I know, I've created very confusing code. There's really no other way to put it. I think that's a valid way to describe it. Invalid get index 0 on base node 3D terrain collector. What? Current list is now set to collector safes, which actually is okay. But this brings us back to that order of operations. Oh my god. Dude, arrays are so stressful to me. Like from an ADD perspective, I find them so stressful. Okay. So I guess I need to pseudocode it, which, I mean, obviously with the I've pretty much given up on doing this myself because my timer is gonna run out. I think you should put it back to the original problem, but instead print the 0th element. Well, I mean, but in what? I think can you be more specific? Like, the 0th element of what? Of current list? So in the debugger, it'll show us what current list has in it. So before it was saying there was nothing in there at 0. And then here it's saying that it has collector safes in it, which for whatever reason is like not okay. I don't know, I'm confused. Dude, I'm completely confused. Alright, here's what I'm trying to do. Here's what I'm trying to do. Alright, we're just gonna do it this way. This is how this is gonna go. Wait, where's... Don't be 30% zoomed out. That's too much. Okay, so here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say... Chunk playlist 1. There's actually a lot of things I'm trying to say. it's like actually gonna be hard to describe. Chunk playlist 1. Chunk playlist 2. Yeah, okay. Oh, man. How much can I roll my sleeves up? Okay, so... Alright, forget the timer. It's okay. It's okay. Alright, so forget the timer right now. I've obviously failed, and it doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel great. But I think that that's just the truth. So since you guys are here and interested, I will explain what I'm doing, and then we will surrender ourselves to Dragon Blade's solution, which I'm sure will be perfect in every conceivable way. Okay, so it's hard. Okay, I guess I'll just delete everything. All right, I'll just delete everything. It doesn't matter. Discard it all. This doesn't make me happy. Don't celebrate it, Progigon. Thank you. Alright, discard all the changes. Forget it all. We're going back to the way it was. Alright. It's the only way I can demonstrate to you. It's the only way I can demonstrate to you what's going on here. So, yesterday, we got set up some probability stuff for how the level generates. Dragon Blades isn't perfect because if you copy and paste it, it still has the order of operation problem. Oh, that's the worst problem. Thank you, Rogi. Thank you for letting me know that. Yesterday we got probability stuff set up. So this is actually a pretty ridiculous probability, and this is the current version on the repo. So basically, there's 3 different terrain chunk groups, and those groups contain a variety of chunks within them. There's the obstacles group, which is red. There's, there's the obstacle chunks, okay? Those are red. There is the safe chunks, and those are blue. And then there are the points chunks, and these, what's up, Christian, welcome, and those are yellow. They're gonna be orange here. Your code is just the logic of how you would choose it. Okay, that's important. So we still have some things to figure out. But that's all. That's gonna be helpful. That's gonna be helpful. So, obstacle chunks, safe chunks, points chunks. All right. Currently, these are 3 separate collectors that exist behind the camera, and when they go past the camera, it's going to say, oh, that was a points chunk. It was yellow. I'm going to put it into points chunks. Oh, that was an obstacle chunk. I'm going to put it back into obstacle chunks. Oh, that was a safe chunk. I'm going to put that back into safe chunks. Now, when it decides to add a new one, to the back. So it's moving forward, it's putting them away once it gets past the player, and then it's going to pull a new one, and it's going to choose based on probability which of these it should do. So right now the probability distribution is set up to completely disfavor red. There's a very, very low probability that red spawns in. So now let's change that probability. Let's say 0.75. This is going to be basically a 0.25 chance that red spawns in. And then we're going to bring this here as well. So right now, with it set up this way, so obstacles is red, right? Points is yellow. And then safe is the default. So it's going to load safes in general. Safes are what it's going to put out there. And then it's going to say, do a random number, between 0 and 1, 0.0 and 1.0. And if that number is greater than or equal to 0.75, it'll do a red one, or obstacles. If it's not greater than 0.75 or equal to that, it's going to say, well, is it greater than 0.5? If it is, then please do a yellow one, which is points. Otherwise, do a blue one. So in theory, it's usually blue, and it's sometimes yellow or red. I decided, based on looking at this and experimenting around, that I hate this. I think that the weighted probability is not good, because sometimes a player is going to get a very difficult set of level chunks. Sometimes it's going to be a ton of red, sometimes it will barely be red, and it's not the experience I want to give the player. Okay, so now that we understand that, I decided that I don't want to use weighted probability at all. Instead, I want to create a playlist of chunks. That is to say, there's 9 chunks on the board at any one time. And so I want to see, look here, there's no reds at all for so long. Ridiculous. So what I want to do is I want to set it up, and then there's a ton of reds. Not good. So I want to set it up so that it will have a fixed red, yellow, yellow, blue, blue, red, yellow, yellow, blue, or something like that, right? So that's a playlist. It's controlled. It always does that order of chunks. So every time one goes away, it's going to choose number 0 from that playlist. And then it's going to choose number 1 from that playlist. Then it's going to choose number 3 from that playlist. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And then I want to create multiple playlists that are laid out with the orders. And then I'm going to have it randomly choose between those fixed orders. And then that's it. So that's the plan that I have. And so I was attempting to puzzle out a way to do this, twisting my brain into knots, trying to do it, and running into lots of issues. And so that's what I just obliterated so I could explain this to you. And yeah, what I was trying to do was indeed define those playlist arrays, and then keep track of which one we're supposed to be on, make sure that chunk add, that is to say, when it goes past the player and it's time to add a new one, make sure that's updated to the group that's supposed to pump it in. So, I mean, I think I could even pseudocode this to much benefit, but that's pretty much the explanation there, is that I want to set up those playlists. So let me pseudocode it out, and then we can see what Dragonblade did, and maybe it'll just help. It'll help it all. It'll all work out. So I will stop suffering through my experiments for now. But that doesn't mean I won't suffer us all back into it. Okay. But not yet. Not for a minute. So there are going to be different playlists, and the playlists will mix in a variety of these, right? Yeah. They'll mix in a variety of these. So let's say load in some safe chunks. Load in some obstacle chunks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Load in some points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, for example, something like this. I don't know if Excalidraw will let me align these nicely. Oh yeah, it will. Hell yeah. What about the spacing in between? Can't do that. That'd be dope though. So this would be the example of a playlist. Okay. So let's wrap that up. Let's wrap up that. And we're gonna call this Variety Playlist 1. Okay. Right? And then maybe we got another variety playlist. Variety Playlist 2. And maybe this one's got some obstacles at first. Some more points in the beginning. This is actually gonna be easier if we just delete them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So something like that, right? Another playlist. So we've got two playlists, two variety playlists here. Let's group them up. And then I want a safe playlist, because here's something important about this, is that in the code, the way the code is working right now, is that at the very beginning of the game, the obstacle chunks and the point chunks aren't ready. So if I try to set to only load in obstacle chunks, so like for example, I could come over here to the code and we could comment out all of this probability stuff. Just get it out of there. Don't need it. I mean, I'm just gonna delete it. No, I'll comment it out. So this will only load in safes. So it's gonna all be blue. Only safe chunks are all the ones that come in, right? Now, if I try to change this to obstacles, which would in theory be all red chunks, it's not gonna work because they're not ready at the beginning. Safes are the only ones that are ready at the beginning. So as you can see, it crashes. There are reasons I don't quite understand why this is, and honestly, it doesn't really matter. It just doesn't matter, I've decided. And so it's just important, and the same thing is true for points. It's important that we make sure that safes are the first ones that load in. So they have to be the default that load in. And indeed, the reason why the probability code works, shout out to Precipier for helping me put that together. The reason why that works is because it is checking first to see if the obstacles is ready. So it's saying, is that size greater than 0? Have those chunks become available? If so, then start adding them. Have these chunks become available? If so, then start adding them. So that's why that works. So the reason why I'm saying this is because I need a safes list. So let's come back over here. We got our variety playlists. We're gonna make another playlist, except this one I'm gonna fill up with a bunch of safes. This is our safes playlist. This is how I'm imagining it working. As you might expect, it's just going to have a bunch of safe chunks in it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So just a bunch of safe chunks in the safes playlist. And this needs to be the default playlist. So not only do we have these possible playlists, but it needs to start out with a current list. So I guess for that, I'll duplicate this. At least this is the way I'm imagining it. So who knows what this is gonna have in it? Well, this is kind of where I have a problem. I see that now. I actually see that now. This is why I needed to do this. Let me see if I can delete all these quickly. Kind of, sorta. You might sorta say that. So who knows what this is gonna have in it? It's gonna have something. I don't know what. I need to ungroup this. I was trying to not have to ungroup it, which was kind of nice. But at some point, it got not nice. 4, 5. Whoa. 6, 7, 8, 9. Still learning Excalibur, but I'm getting quicker with it. Alright, so then there's the current playlist. But this is actually... This, in theory, should also be unshort. Because guess what I'm actually creating is like another container. And that's the current playlist? Am I thinking of this correctly? And this is part of the problem I was having. So the current playlist should, in theory, swap in whatever this is into there. Right? I'm not sure. But I think this is what I was trying to do, in theory. And then the current playlist would be fed into there. Now, how does it get fed into there? Well, there's this thing called chunk add. And chunk add is going to run every time a chunk needs to be added. And so this needs to actually go down a list and take in the current position. So current or playlist position. So this would be like a number 0 through 8. Again, don't feel necessarily convinced this is like a best way to do this, but it's what I'm imagining. Chunk add will check the playlist position, and then based on that position, it will pick which one of these that it actually sends out. Right? Who knows which one it is? It's one of them. And it will do that every time a new chunk needs to happen. Now, once it gets full, or it gets to the end, it would need to switch to a different playlist. So we would want to make sure we start with the safe playlist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is ridiculous that I'm making so many. Whatever. It gets a point across. So it has to start with the safe playlist first. That has to be the first one that's in here. And it can iterate through all 9. I don't care. It's fine. It won't, but I wish it would. And then after that, it needs to swap between these two, or if I have 3 of these. So, oh, that's the other thing. that's the other thing. Is like, I need to pick a random one. So in that sense, I almost need, so this was the other part of this, is that I had yet another array here that was tracking all of, so variety playlists. You see when my brain was getting all twisted up? All of the variety playlists, it's going to pick a random one every time this runs out. New playlist needed at end of current list. Right? And then that's going to randomize it's just gonna pick randomly one of these. Ooh. No. Can't even fit that all in. No. Stop it. Okay. An array with arrays. This is like the default starter one. Goes into the current playlist that gets added into the level. Meanwhile, there are these other ones that have a variety of lists. Chunk add is gonna update the playlist position, and it's gonna go through the playlist. When the playlist position is at the end, it's gonna randomize and get another one of these to put in here. Oh man, I need a better way to describe these, like sub-play, or like, I don't even know, like playlist group, I don't know. All right, what have you got? What do you got? It's a lot to make this whole system in the moment. Of course. But I see the 3 playlists as functions that take in an integer that loops continuously from 1 to 9 as blocks spawn. That's a good idea. I should be making separate functions. 3 playlists as functions that take in an integer that loops continuously from 1 to 9 as block spawn. Got it? And return a random chunk. Yeah. A chunk group anyway. So spawn chunk, pick playlist 1. So you're saying spawn chunk would be the function name. And the function name is looking for the argument pick playlist 1, which has a parenthetical of some kind. Oh, that's that's the other function? So the function pick playlist, so pick playlist 1 is a I don't understand. Playlist position, playlist position would be the integer. I see. Oh, cool. I see. So those are the 2 arguments. Pick playlist 1 and playlist position are the arguments. That'll work. Or wait. I almost understand. All right, let's see what Dragon Blade came up with. Now that we have the chaos at least explained in a vaguely logical way. Very vaguely. It's much more complicated than I could have wanted. All right, so we've got variable chunks list 1. This is Dragonblade's idea. Chunks list 1 is set to collector safes. So you're doing a shortened playlist. Chunks list, you're not listing out all 9, just 3, for example. Got it. List 1, list 2, which corresponds to what we've got here. List 1, list 2. Except these are all safes, so for whatever that's worth. Current chunk list is an empty array, okay? Now we have a function similar to what Progigon was saying. Choose chunk. If current chunk list size is set to 0. What? If current chunks list size, current chunks list, it will be set to 0. So it's saying populate it if it's empty. Got it. And if it is empty, whoa, we can say pick random between these two. Okay, that's awesome. Duplicate. Why? Why duplicate it? Then create a variable for chunk to add. Well, that's a good name for it. Current chunks list pop front. So pop front is going to remove the first thing in there. Oh, and that's why we duplicate it. So we can preserve the original list. Wow. We can preserve the original list, create a new list that's a duplicate, and so we can just delete everything in there and it doesn't matter. Wow. And we'll be able to go through each one. Then we just have to be able to say, well, now that that one does equal 0, now, you know, well, I guess it'll say that. If it says 0, wow, it'll just refill it. It'll just automatically refill it because that's what the function does. And then we just need to run that function. Ooh, dang, that's clean. That's clean. All right, wow. Wow. I wasn't gonna figure that out. Nope. Nope. No, I wasn't. There was a 0% chance that I was gonna figure that one out. That's a great idea. Okay. All right. I like it. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna put it in there. Okay, so, well, but now Dragon did mention that there's still an order of operations situation going on here, right? I like Rogi's idea of passing a integer, but I don't think we need to now. Because of this, we don't need to pass any integers because pop front is just going through it. So we'll be okay. Yonk mine now. You know it. You know it. But there's still the order of operations issue, right? Because the collectors might not be ready at this time. And we still have to say that when the game starts, default safes until it's ready. Now here, it's just doing safes, so we don't even have to worry about it because it's all safes. So that is still gonna be a problem. But if we can at least get this very like elegant, simple code put in there, we can start puzzling out the order of operations without the chaos of moving around all that mess that I had. That wasn't working anyway. Now, is this leaving anything out here? I mean, it doesn't have a safes playlist. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Just add on ready. In theory. Okay. Heard. So, I mean, I would just make a safes playlist and I could say over here. I could say over here. It could do an if else. Wait, that doesn't make sense. If chunks list size is set to 0, so we'll start at 0. I guess where I'd need to put the condition to make sure it starts with safe ones is not have the chunk list become the variety right away. Instead, it would only become the variety after it makes sure that would so okay, I see. I know what we could do. We would check if the other collectors are ready. So remember what I was saying. The points chunks and the obstacle chunks are not ready right away. The safe chunks are. So we say only load a safe chunks playlist until obstacle chunks and point chunks have both confirmed that they're ready. And when they are ready, now you can run the variety lists in there. I feel like that would work. OnReady works only if the variables are read after the node has been loaded and added to the scene tree. Otherwise, they'll be null. Only if the variables are read after the node has been loaded and added to the scene tree. That sounds true, and yet I find it confusing and not sure how to apply it. And I'm only saying that because I'm confused, not because I think what you're saying might not be true. I just don't understand. Okay. So let's put this in place. Let me make sure I got this up here, ready to look at. Let's start with our chunks lists. Now, I already did this a while ago. I'm actually going to parse this out from what I was typing earlier. I did keep it on the clipboard because I had a feeling this would happen. So I'm just going to paste in all that stuff that I killed before. So that way I don't have to make this array again. Oh, it is here. Okay, good. So we got chunks list various 1, chunks list various 2, and chunks list safes. So I'm gonna grab all of these and put them in here. Level chunks playlists. So we're gonna say onReady variable chunks list various 1, onReady variable chunks list various 2, let's just make this look less chaotic. Same thing here. At onReady variable chunks list safe. Pull that in. The onReady annotation means that Godot doesn't try to assign the value to the variable before the node is ready. But the code that reads the variable can still run before the ready event. Oh, that's an interest. Wow, I hadn't thought of it that way. Godot doesn't try to assign the value to the variable before the node is ready, which it would do otherwise. And the code that reads the variable can still run. That is to say, down here before the onReady event. Whereas if I put it in here, it would be like, where is it? I don't know where it is. If we do onReady, it'll say, oh, it is here. I don't know what it is yet, but it's there. Yeah, I gotcha. I tend to forget about it. Really, the only time, like my noob brain is like, oh, onReady is for when you need to assign a node to a variable. If you want to assign a node in the scene tree to a variable, use onReady. That's what my noob brain associates onReady with. But this is helpful because it's like yes, and you can it's helpful in that situation because you can now make sure that this is a referenceable variable even if the thing that it's being assigned isn't ready yet. Okay, so there's my lists. Chunks list various 1, chunks list various 2, chunks list safes. Okay, so we've got that. Those have been recreated. We are not getting there. We are not getting there. These 3 exist. So next step is to create a function. We also have to make this function run at a certain time, of course. That will help. But let's just make the function. I say we could put it up here. Choose chunk. All right. We could say that. I'm gonna call this chunk to add. And then change this. Now chunk add, the problem with that is that's down here. So this would have to become a global variable then. Or we call this, no, I think it has to be a global variable. So that's going to be interesting. So I guess I'll comment out this for now. I'm not exactly sure what the best way to do this is, actually. I'm not exactly sure I know the best way to do this. Level chunk setup. Variable chunk add. I guess I could, because we're not just setting, oh, I just realized we're not just setting chunk add. Oh, I think I see what was part of the problem before, is I wasn't setting it to get children pick random. Chunk add isn't just this. Anyway, we want to say get children pick random. So chunk add, I mean, I guess for now it would be fine to just say that it's set to collector safes. I don't know if it's going to be ready though. I wonder if this will work. Get children pick random. Might not work. Let me come fix this. Fix this. Identify our current chunks list. Right. Oh, right. So current chunks list, we actually didn't define. So that's an empty. We want that to be an empty array. That I need to set up. I would say chunks list current. And then we're just having that equal an empty array. Gotcha. Okay. Then we come back down here. Chunks list. Chunks list current. If it's empty, then we want to update it to be chunks list various 1, or, I love that, would not have even known we could do that, chunks list various 2. Pick a random one and duplicate it. Then change chunk add to be chunks list current, and every time it calls that, it's gonna pop front. And we wanted to, in theory, now I'm not gonna run this function yet, just to make sure, because I want to see if it even runs with putting the safe collector. Okay, that did not work. So let me at least get our safety set up. Children, get children. Okay, let me just spell that right. See if that makes a difference. But yeah, basically I want to see if this works up here. Usually it was further down. So far, no good. So it's on base nil. So I mean, I mean, should I try the on ready thing again? I'm not really thinking about it. I'm just doing it. I'm just doing it. Just do it. Just do it. Okay. Did not like that. That's kind of understandable. So it's reparenting nothing. So it's not ready at that point. So I guess what I would say then... I guess I would need to stagger it more, right? I would indeed need like chunk to add. So I guess I'll rename the function. Choose chunk to add. Chunk to add. Chunk chosen to add. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to everybody for that. And then we're gonna say, this is just terrible. I'm just coming up with something. So call that. Then down here, we're creating the variable chunk add. Now this is coming from... Oh no, we do want this... Hold on. We want this to be chunk to add. That is what we want that to be. And then down here, we want to set, assuming that it's ready. So we're creating the variable chunk add down here. Not there. Oh. Variable chunk add set to collector safes. I mean, this will be fine. That'll be fine. So we can do that other thing I was saying. If... Yeah, just this right here. If collector obstacles get children size greater than 0 and collector points get children size greater than 0. So both of them are ready. Then I'd want chunk add to be set to chunks list current. But not really. It has to be chunks list current. I guess I might want to put this in an else. I don't know. I'm getting a little creative here. Potentially making mistakes. Oh, but then chunk add doesn't exist yet. I hate that. Okay, fine. I mean, in that sense, I kind of don't need the else, do I? Because that's just redundant, I would think. And then we don't want to just say chunksless current. I think that's something I was forgetting earlier, is I need to have this pick a random. Well, because we're already pop fronting from the list. I don't actually know. Can I just see what happens? Can we just kind of just like see what happens there? Nothing? Okay. Good. Not surprising. Invalid call, non-existent function, get children at base array. Oh, okay. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Gotcha. I don't think we want to pick random. This is good. If we got to here, that's actually really good. This is not a bad thing that we got that far. I mean, I'm still doing something wrong, but a lot of things were okay. And so that's array. Yeah. So I would need to pick one, but I want to do the first one, right? Because isn't Dragon Blade's code, it's getting rid of the first one so it goes empty, but I wouldn't want to pick a random one from the playlist. The point of the playlist is that we go sequentially. So how do I say play the first one? I guess I say 0. It's whatever's first. If we're popping the front, then whatever is 0 will be the correct one. So let's do that. Right? No. Incorrect. Invalid get index 0. Really? Why? Chunks list current is empty. Yeah, the array is empty. According to the docs, reparent needs that the node already has a parent. Wouldn't you use add child chunk add in this case? I don't think so. They're already so these things that are in the array. This is what's in the array: collector safes, collector obstacles, collector points. And they are nodes themselves. And these nodes have children in them. And their parent is the node. And so we're reparenting the children of those nodes to the terrain controller, which moves it forward. But yeah, the array... Oh! You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to run the function. Forgot to run the function. This is all going exactly as we told it to. Chunks list current is empty. So I need to run the function so it's not empty. Okay. So I have to decide where to run it. I guess I would want to run it here or something. Chunk to add is the function, right? No? What did I call it? Chunk chosen to add? Oh, God. Terrible. Okay. Let's see what happens now. So the array shouldn't be empty, assuming I'm putting this in a good place. I may not be. Oh, we got the long error again. Invalid type in function append to far edge. In base node 3D, the object-derived class of argument 2 is not a subclass of the expected argument class. So let me see what chunk add currently is. What is chunk add? Chunk add is the collector itself, but we want to get, it shouldn't, chunk add should not be the collector itself. Chunk add should be a thing in there. So we want to say 01 get children. And then could we say like, do we say like 0 or something? Is that how that works? Returns an array of references to node's children. How do I pick a specific, do I say get child 0? Is that what I would do? I think that's what I would do. Maybe. Unless I'm just super way off, which is obviously possible. So get the first node in the array, and of that, but no, from that, we'd want to do get children. No, in that, I want to pick random. In that, I do want to pick random. No, yes, yes, yes. Oh, it gets so confusing. Okay, what do you think? Okay, we got a few in. That's something. Invalid get index 0 on base array. Interesting. Can we continue? What happens? This is interesting. Invalid get index 0 on base array. Okay, so at this point, this is very interesting. Or it's progress. This is good progress. At that point, chunk looks good. This is picking a mesh instance 3D as it should. The actual current list, oh, we can search this? Frick yeah. Current list is empty, right? Can we look at functions? Okay, just thought I'd check. Okay, so coming back up to the function here. This is ending up empty. So my guess is that it is popping front, and when it's empty, in theory, it should come back here and check this again. I think at some point, chunks list current is empty. If it's 0, it should pick another one that is a duplicate. Set. I wonder if it's here. Chunk to add. Yeah, what's chunk to add? Not just chunk add, but tell me about chunk to add. That one is set up. So this is gonna pop front the list. What I'd actually want it to pop front is the thing in the list, right? So now I'm kind of curious also, do I recognize this? I'm a little, this is kind of twisting my brain up, but I think that's sort of what we're dealing with here, is brain twisting situations. Something about this makes sense. I just don't know how to make it make sense. You pop front at line 105 and then read the 0th element before running the function and replenish the list. I think so. feel like we might be pop fronting the wrong thing. Is what I think could be happening. At line 105, we pop front. So what we're popping front is this. So that means it's gonna... Actually, I think we might be needing to... I don't know. It should, yes. I think that is what should be happening. Chunks list current, yeah, sorry, that was cut off a little bit, right here. If chunks, oh, wait, but chunks list, that, I don't know if that's somewhere. Chunks list current, oh yeah, here. Yes, I did this. This was a me situation. If collector obstacles get children, so this is to say, when obstacles and point collectors are ready, then set chunk add. I guess I don't need that, right? Is that kind of what the implication here is? Like, get rid of that 0? Not the implication here. Because then it's looking for the entire array. And so in theory, this should be pop fronting, and then yes, replenishing it. So there should be something in here. And then it's gonna get the children of that something and pick a random one out of those children, which is just gonna be they're all gonna look yellow, red, or blue. Now if I continue it, it's gonna go for a little bit, presumably until that empties out. And then it's saying that there isn't a 0 index, or there's nothing to get here, that it has become empty. It hasn't replenished. It's like not replenishing. At line 146, you call chunk chosen to add, and the pop front empties the list. Then at line 148, you try to get the 0th element. I knew I put this in the wrong place. So what is the correct place, is my general question. Not expecting someone to answer, but my general question, I wouldn't reject an answer, is where would the correct place to put this, run this function be? We call it, and the pop front will empty the list, and then we try to right. So I guess I wasn't sure if this function would replenish it. Did I like mess up? No, I didn't. You should check if chunks list current is empty, and then call chunk chosen to add again. Check if check if chunks list current is empty, and then call chunk chosen to add again to replenish the list. Whoa. So if line 148 is your name, IAB, that's a stretch. I see it though. I see it though now that you say it. I don't know why, but the buggy screen reminds me of the trans flag. I see it. It does look like a queer flag. You can make the chunk to add the return value of chunk chosen, which would probably be the cleaner way. Make chunk to add the return value of chunk chosen. And so if I make it the return value, then what would I do with that to make it work? I like that. I like that. I do like that. I would need some help to know how to implement that though. Not that I expect it, but I'm gonna go with your first one because that one makes more sense to me. But I like your second one better in theory. Before running the line IAB, I mean 148. Before we do chunk add, I would need to check if chunk list current is empty. If chunks list current size is greater than 0, or I should say if it is empty, I see why that's not cleaner because that's technically inherent to the function anyway. After the call of chunk chosen to add. Right. So, oh, interesting. So it's going to call it again. So it replenishes it if it's empty. Wow. Right, and so I guess I thought it would just handle it. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. There ain't no errors. Where's the errors? Wait a minute. Where's the errors? Why are there no errors? Why is it just working? Dang, Albeska! Wow! Oh, shoot. See, I couldn't even spot that. I could not even spot that. Victory. The teamwork. Like, I am so deeply unskilled. like, I can help assemble, guide, and direct. But, like, man, like, actually fully parsing and understanding and coming up with the right ideas, not my strong suit. And I'm learning that. Not that I can't learn those things, but dang. All right, let me update. I need to update these absolutely immediately. All right, so for Albeska, of course, we got to add a terrain spawning credit. And for Dragon Blade, of course, a terrain spawning credit. Rogi gave some thoughts there too. I think I gotta give an extra one to Dragon Blade for that. Dude, come on. Like, that was, come on. I'm so deeply unskilled. Oh, I disagree. Look how far you've come already. Most people don't get this far even closer. I couldn't without the help of y'all, though. I could. Oh, you guys are nice. Like, if I'm skilled at knowing how to find help. No, but look, and I mean, what I mean to say is my skill isn't yet necessarily what Dragonblade or what Albeska can do, right? Which is look at the code, see the problems, and think of a way to resolve those problems. That is something that I am not super skilled at. What I do see myself as skilled at is having a concept, breaking down how it should work to make it be executed, and then bringing the skilled ideas that others have together to make it a unified thing. That, I think, is a skill that I have. And then maybe along the way, I start to learn ways to problem solve that you guys are able to come up with. That's what it feels like to me. With this implementation, there are moments when chunk chosen to add is called twice. Oh. But besides that, it works. And that's just like an inefficiency, but not like wrong. I will say, I definitely never said to do 3 Reddit ones, which would be obstacles. The only way that 3 of those would happen is if there were some combination of 2 obstacles at the beginning or the end, and 1 obstacle at the beginning or the end of a playlist. That's the only way 3 of these should show up. So I think now I get to evaluate if this is kind of coming together correctly. Is it? Is it? So see, obstacles are the red ones. I have 2 red ones in the middle of a bunch of these. In here, I have 2 red ones. This one isn't in the middle. So why could there ever be 3? How does that even happen? In none of these playlists are there 3 obstacles in a row, which is the red ones. So now I get to figure out what's going on. Now I wonder, I mean, if there's 2 calling at the same time, I mean, something must be getting out of order. I feel like it would be interesting to print like the order that of the playlist that it's seeing. It's doing like point, obstacle, 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 safe. Yellow is point. And just to like keep us all on the same page, I'll at least put this at the top. I have a feeling this is gonna be a whole thing to puzzle out. Alright, let me put this up here. And I'm gonna say points equals yellow. It's not gonna fit. Obstacles equals red. Safe equals blue. So I've got 3 reds. There's nothing that should be 3 in a row. I mean, here is safe and then points. I have safe and then points in a couple places. Here's 1 safe and 1 point, because there's blue and yellow here. Let me look at this other one. Here's another safe and point. There's another safe and point. Obstacle does come before each of those. Obstacle, safe, point. Seems to be like a pattern. Yeah, that's actually a pattern. Obstacle, safe, points. Safe, points, safe. There's literally no safe point safe. It's not even actually in either of these lists. I mean, I guess technically there could be two lists next to each other. So safe point, and then it's doing this one next. Print the calls to chunk chosen to add, and what chunk it pops from the list. Ooh. That's a good idea. Okay. I'll do that. I'll do that. I promise. Let me move this out of the way. Alright, let's do that. So, in chunk chosen to add, and you know, I'm gonna also commit it right here in case anyone else wants to check it out. Hey, Albeska, thank you for your help. You've helped me so much. I gotta throw you at least a debug here as well. You've been so helpful to me today. Thank you, and just thanks for hanging out and supporting the channel and all that stuff. I'll see you next time. Goodbye, good night. Take care. Alright, let me just reorder these while I'm here. For real. Thank you. Dang, that puts Albeska in the 3rd slot. Okay. So, Albeska was saying I should add a print the calls to chunk chosen to add. The calls to it. What does that mean? And what chunk it pops from the list. So how off, so you're saying, I don't even understand what that means. Oh, I should have asked that before they left. That's okay. It's okay. How do I even do that? How do I even print what it pops? I guess I would say print chunk to add right here. So if I say print popped chunk, right? Chunk to add. Then we'll find that. And then printing the calls to chunk chosen to add. Okay, I think I understand what that means. So we say here, I mean, I could be wrong, but I would say here, chunk chosen called. But not empty. And then here, say, chunk chosen called, and is empty. Oh, and then I was gonna make a commit in case anybody decides to help out. They'll at least have that version. Whoa. Oh, it's a little hard to tell. Not a lot of good information there. A little hard to tell what that's supposed to mean. Oh no, because it says safes, obstacles, points. No, this is good. This is actually helpful. This is actually helpful. But I would think, because that's not necessarily the one that gets added, is it? I don't know. All right, let me save it. Let's make a commit so it's all there. Chunks. Now, chunks playlist may be... Chunks playlist partially implemented. We'll say that. Code from Dragon Blade has playlists, or has allowed or set up chunk playlists to be fed through an array and presumably add the list to the terrain controller. The order of the chunks in the game are incorrect, however, so needs some work. Albeska helped sort out the calls to the function in progress terrain. Okay. Commit it, push it so it's there. In case anyone ends up helping out, they'll have that version. Real quick, I'm gonna use the loo, get a snack. I will be right back. Hopefully this isn't too pixel soupy. It may well be. I apologize if it is. I will be super right back. Give me 3 to 4 minutes. Enjoy the music. Stretch your own legs, especially if you're co-working along with me. Get a snack yourself. And yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the colorful array that I can only imagine YouTube compression absolutely cannot handle. But maybe it can. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. Alright, I'll be right back. The chat is up on the screen. Woo! All right, all right. I had to put my snack together. But I'm back. Let's do this. The music got kind of quiet though. What you on about, Edward? Wait, what are you talking about? I made my favorite snack. Sometimes people ask me what my favorite snack is. I have an answer. Shredded wheat shreds that are seasoned in an old container. In this case, an old mayonnaise container with the label partially torn off. Dump them in my hand and I eat it. That's my favorite snack. So Edward, I know on the Discord you mentioned that you're applying to game dev jobs. I also know that you use Scratch primarily. What game dev jobs can you apply to where your primary language is Scratch? Like, maybe being like a counselor is a Roblox job? Okay, alright. You know, it is a skill in life to learn how to fudge your resume. But just beware. If you get the job and you can't do it, it's going to lead to some uncomfortable rejections. What kind of work are they looking for? Like, what would your job be? Alright, so there's definitely some problems with this logic. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Look at all these reds. Look at all these reds. I don't even know if anywhere it's defined that 2 obstacles are in a row. At no point are 2 obstacles in a row. And yet we're getting 3. Look at all these points. There's 4 points in a row. There's one place where there's 2 points in a row. So, I mean, this is almost as good as random. Like, at this point, it might as well be completely random. Kinda interesting. I mean, it actually reminds me of the weighted probability. Because I would say, generally, it's not red. But then sometimes it gets red. All right, buddy. So, good luck with all that. So, now these calls down here are interesting. Oh, hey. I meant to, make this bigger, not me bigger. Okay. No, interestingly, oh, there it goes empty. So it is doing it after 9, if you look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 8. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 8th one. It's always the 8th one. It's a little confusing. Maybe, like, it's actually 9. Does the one where is empty is counted as 1? Or it's shaving one off. I'm not sure. And then what those things are. So there's empty. And let's wait till the next empty. And then I'm gonna stop it. We're gonna see what it's outputting. There. Okay. So its order is... There it's empty. There it's empty. So right here. Now if I want to compare that, which one of these presumably could it be? We've got safe, obstacle, safe. Could be this one. Safe, obstacle, safe. Safe, obstacle, safe, points, points, obstacles. Safe, obstacle, safe, points, points, obstacles. Oh, this is good. So this is the one it's currently playing. It is possibly skipping one, which could explain why we're seeing so many stacking on each other. If it's skipping some, it might be truncating it and stacking them in an undesirable way. So it doesn't really make sense why there be 3 in a row. But we're not getting nowhere. So we got safe, obstacle, safe, point, point, obstacle, safe, point, and then it goes to a safe before it becomes empty. So it must be that it's loading the next one. Where would it get that safe from? Truly's is hyper-skilled game dev. It's very nice of you. Are you rewound? And I was talking about whether I'm skilled or not. It's very nice of you. It's very nice of you. I don't know if you are rewound though. It could be round. You were AFK making some nuggets for your girlfriend. Well, that's nice of you. Get you a man who makes you some nuggies. I didn't mean to assume your gender. I was just doing the meme. Thank you. It's very nice of you. I just, you know, I just try to recognize where my skills are. Noted. So that's surprising. And then what I should also compare is what are we seeing actually outputting in here. Let me start from an is empty. So there it's empty. Now those are all going to be added to the end of the level. Kai, I actually just realized I forgot my water. Okay, just pause it for me. No, you can show me the output. So here we got safe obstacles, safe points. Here are the color references. Once I find them. I don't have a button for it yet, so I gotta look for it. Okay, there's the color references. I should go get my water. So from that, empty, we've got safe obstacles, safe points, points. Safe obstacle, safe points, points. So that's this one. So that's gonna be blue, red, blue, yellow, yellow. Blue, red, blue, yellow, yellow. I don't really see that. Not seeing that. Oh, I can't change the camera. Oh, we can. Okay, cool. Oh, then it goes back. Boo. Okay. I can look at the output though, right? I mean, I see blue and red here. There's blue and red. There's yellow, yellow. It's just, oh, I see it. Oh, maybe here. So there's blue, yellow, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, yellow, red. So then in theory, the next one would have been blue. But then how is it it's loading all of these, so it just must not have been printing them yet? Oh, we got a few more here. Wait, but that should be before. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. The last one that it added to the end was apparently yellow. But it's looking a lot like red. So I'm not exactly sure how... I think I need to call it at a different time. Or print it at a different time. I don't really understand at all what to get from this. Like, I have no idea what I'm getting from this. Not a clue. I don't know. So I'm just gonna look at the code. Go over the code. See if I can make sense of everything. So what have we been doing? What have we been doing? The levels, or the level that you see, is generated. It is comprised of chunks or colors from one of three possible collectors. There's a points collector, in which every node is yellow. Every chunk in the points collector is yellow. Every chunk in the obstacles collector is red. Every chunk in the safe collector is blue. Three collectors. They're filled with chunks that are all the same color. And what this code is supposed to be doing is it's taking these playlists that are not necessarily this is just an example, but it is kind of similar to this. So we have one variety playlist and another variety playlist. And the idea is that it should be feeding these playlists in order. So it should be pulling a chunk from the blue one, pulling a chunk from the red one, pulling a chunk from the yellow one, etc., in that order. These have been set up and are randomized themselves. So which playlist it's going to pull from is not known. It's just going to basically flip a coin to pick one of those two. And once it gets through it, it's supposed to pick another one randomly. So it could be the same one, it could be the other one. Okay, so it randomly picks one of the two playlists, in theory, and it puts it out here, in theory, in that order. I am not seeing it quite in that order, but that's the idea. Okay. That's pretty much all we need from this. So the way that this is currently set up to work, so collector safes, collector obstacles, and collector points are those chunk groups. That is to say, in collector safes are all of the blue chunks. In collector obstacles are all of the red chunks. In collector points are all of the yellow chunks. These are nodes, and within them are more nodes. And all those nodes are of the corresponding color. Okay. Now, down here, I've got my actual playlists set up. Right here. These just have these in a certain order that it's supposed to go through. So, for example, blue, blue, red, blue, yellow, yellow, red, blue, yellow. And then there's the other one. That one's blue, blue, yellow, yellow, blue, red, blue, yellow, red. This one, we don't really have to worry about right now, so we're gonna ignore it. This is just a bunch of blue ones. We create a current list. That is to say, the one that is currently being drawn from. That is an empty array. And the idea is that we take one of these two, various lists, and we add it into the current one. The one that is currently being loaded in. And that goes into here. Okay, so let's go see how that all happens. So this function, chunk chosen to add, this function is going to look for if the chunk's list current size is set to 0. And if it is set to 0, it's going to because it is 0 at the start, right? It's empty. It starts out empty, so it is 0. It is then going to update that list, if it is 0, to have the variety list 1 and or the variety list 2 in it. Except it's only going to pick one of those two. So it's going to, of those two, it is going to pick a random one. Not only is it going to pick a random one, but it's going to have it be a duplicate of those. That is to say, there's the original version that was established above that has the list. Because this is a duplicate, it's something that we can interact with separately from that which is established above. So it's a separate instance of those lists. But we're only picking one of those two. Okay. Now, when that if statement is over, and it may not be true, but when it's over, it's going to update chunk to add, which is a global variable. I didn't mention that a second ago, so let's go look at that. Chunk to add, right here. We're setting this up ahead of time, and by default, we're setting it to be the blue ones. So if there's nothing else that you know to add into there, add a blue one. So that's just true. But what we're gonna say is when this function runs, change chunk to add to the current list. Specifically, the first thing in that list. So pop front looks at the first index in the current list array. And then it removes that index. And it advances the last thing forward. So, for example, pop front if it was acting on this array, pop front would remove this while also setting that, so it'd pull it out and it'd set chunk to add to be that which it just removed. And then when pop front runs again, it's going to pull that out and add that to chunk to add. And then when pop front runs again, it's going to pull that out and chunk to add becomes obstacles. And so on and so forth. So it's just going to keep removing the first one and setting it to chunk to add. One by one, they're all going to go away and be set to what chunk to add is. Until that array is empty. Now, in theory, when that is empty, that function is going to refill the current list. Let's come back down here. Because remember, so if we'd have to run this function again, right? It emptied the list, and when that list is empty, the function runs again, and it says, oh look, the size is 0. Now that I see that that is 0, I'm going to populate chunks list current with one of these two randomly, a duplicate of one of those two randomly. So it'll do that, and then it will do it again. It'll pull it out, pull it out, pull it out, pull it out. Now, when chunk to add is updated, chunk to add wait, where is chunk to add being set up? Oh. Wait a minute. This is interesting. So wait, why do we have chunk to add at all? It's not being used. Okay. Let's use it then. That is interesting. That's an oversight. Currently, chunk add is being set to... Wait, what if chunk add is just chunk to add? That's gonna give us an error though, right? Because it's probably not gonna be something right away. Right, so I think you'd want to say, not chunksless current 0 get children, but chunk to add get children. Right? It's not actually a chunk to add. It's like collector to add. Collector to add a chunk from. Okay, okay, okay. This looks good so far. I mean, we shouldn't have 3 points in a row. But what I'm really looking for are the reds. It was most egregious that there were multiple reds in a row. The reds should be distributed. Points in a row seems possible. But reds in a row? Oh, there we got 2 in a row. So it's, still a little weird there. Okay. Alright. Understood. So what's going on there? I'm going to look at the last time that array emptied itself out. Or it said, hey, current list is empty. That is to say, all the pop fronts came through. It saw a safe, an obstacle, a safe, a points. A safe, an obstacle, a safe, a points. Safe, obstacles, safe, points, points, obstacles. So it's this one. No. Safe meaning that the chunk is not really relevant to the problem. But the reason why it's called safe is because in the game, those chunks will not hurt you. The red ones will have obstacles on it that can potentially hurt you. The yellow ones will also have obstacles on it that could potentially hurt you. The blue ones will not. Why not safe? Because it's called safe. Honestly, safe zone is a little long. But it's more specific, and I like that about it. I like that it's specific. It's just a little long. Because it's already going to be paired with the word collector, which is super long. No. Alright, so... this is what it's pulling from, and what it's popping out. Now, how does it even get 2 obstacles in a row? I don't know. There is an obstacles at the end here. And there's an obstacles kind of close to the beginning. So there's a point on... It's kind of weird for me to kind of imagine this. So the first is kind of inverted, right? So it'll do a safe first, then a safe, then an obstacles. So it'll kind of be like flipped. we'd see red here, safe here, safe here. It's just, it's still not, it's like the order still doesn't make any sense. So I mean, this is all very useful, but I'm gonna not use these. I'm gonna print something else out. I don't really know how to debug this, but at least I've figured something that using chunk to add yields a different result. So I'm gonna change these prints. Let's get rid of this. So I'm not gonna print that. Instead, what I'm gonna print, I'm also not gonna print this. I'm gonna print this. Print chunk added. And see if this lines up with what I see. I don't know if it will. I don't really know. Another thing I'm gonna try is not choosing between two playlists. And maybe that will give some clarity. Oh great, it doesn't, I can't tell what it is. So instead of doing what chunk add, I'm gonna say chunk add is type. So that should give us a value between 0 and 2. That's a lot of zeros. That's a lot of zeros. I mean, that's strange because wait, how could it all be zeros? How could it all be zeros? Oh, interesting too. We also have an error here. Can't take value from empty array in the ready function. I'm a little unsure why it's only seeing the type 0. How is it only seeing the type 0? That is very confusing to me. Because it should be, because basically 0 type is safe. Obstacle type is 1, points type is 2. But the ones that it's actually seeing don't match that. I guess I'd be curious to know what chunks it's returning as well. So let's try that. Print returned a safe chunk. Print returned an obstacle chunk. Print returned a points chunk. It's only seeing safe chunk? Okay. What? But I clearly see the variety of colors. Well, that's concerning. And let me see if these collectors are gaining and adding things. They're not. They're staying the same. Let me move this. Look, the obstacles collector should be changing. It should be having things go in and out of it. Nothing is going in or out of it. I guess... What? There shouldn't be so many safes. There's so many of these. There should only be however many I made. I think I made 9 in each one. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 or so. What? And if I click on these, you can see the color down here. So it's mixing in. It thinks they're all safe. It's returning non-safe chunks to the safe collector. So it's not actually able to determine if the chunks that it's returning are even the ones that belong to a certain collector. Well, frick. I'm not so sure this is working. I think this is not working, is what I think. Hey, what's up, Mohammed? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I am not succeeding in setting something up, but I'm definitely doing something. Wow. So why would that be what is going on? That is very surprising, because in each of those playlists is supposed to be... Oh, I know why that's happening. That's on me. That's on me. Okay, I know why that's happening. Hold on. Okay, all right. Hold on. That's a separate problem. That's a separate problem. I know why that's happening. It's because I made a bunch of dummies. I didn't use the actual levels. I never set the types on all of these dummy instances. That's why. All right, let's fix that. Yep, gotta fix that. So see, this is red, that's not set to safe. So that would be the issue there. So I'm gonna set this to be an obstacle. I have to do this on all of these, painfully enough. Most painfully. So I'll turn up the music while I do this. It's gonna be a little repetitive. It's mostly just for the sake of being able to track these correctly. But actually, that might be why it's not working. Because if it's returning it to the wrong place, it's not going to pull it from the right place. But then again, it should still... I don't know. This is interesting. This is definitely a development. So I need to make sure I update all of these. Because again, these are just dummies. These aren't the actual level chunks, as you might assume. But I need to assign them all. to a certain type. Alright, so let me make sure they're all good. That looks fine. So 6 is obstacle, 5 is obstacle. I might have missed 7. Nope, there's 7. 7 is obstacle. Save it, close it. 4, save it, close it. 3, save it, close it. 2, save it, close it. 1, save it, close it. Blank 1, save it, close it. Alright. Close all this. We don't need any of this. Get out of here. Get out of my face. See you later. What are you? We're not talking about these right now. We deep in some dummy stuff. I do kind of want to double check that I did them all right. 0 has it. 1 has it. 2 has it. Ideally, I would have done this earlier when I was duplicating them. But I didn't. And that's alright. But I'm doing it now. Okay, they all look good. I'll try not to have to double check it next time. But I really need this. This really has to be correct to make sure this test is valid. Alright, on to the yellow ones. This is set to safe. This should be points. We don't have to do it for the blue ones. So that's nice. I don't know about that prediction. I don't know about that prediction. It's currently set to alphabetical, or maybe reverse alphabetical. Oh, wait, you might be... Ooh. Oh, look how close you are to being right, though. That was 2 songs ago. That was 2 songs ago. But actually, you were close. You were close. Alright, yellow one needs to be points. Save it. Next time, yeah. Open up this. Change to points. 2 is points, save it, close it. Open up 3. Set it to points. Save it, close it. I just opened up 3 again. Open up 4. Set it to points. Save it, close it. Set 5 to points. Save it, close it. Set 6 to points. Save it, close it. Set 7 to points. Save it, close it. And 8. Set it to points. Non-obstacle. Set it to points. Save and close. I'm gonna assume I did that correctly and not double check it. Alright. So now we should be getting a more accurate report. And potentially, maybe not yet, potentially more accurate distribution. Maybe. That's a hard maybe. What I'd like to see is never 2 red in a row. And if we do get 2 red in a row, it'd be very figure-outable why and how that happened. So far, so good. So the reason, and there should never be 3 in a row, except there might be, if 2 playlists that begin and end with the same thing go right next to each other. You know, this is looking a lot better. It's looking a lot better. I'm not seeing 2 reds in a row. Yet. Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna take a look at the collectors to make sure they are actually cycling in and out. And they are. Collector obstacles. It's cycling. Okay, this is good. This is very good. even starting to look a little familiar, you know, which is good. All right, all right, all right. And then we'll have this huge printout of the order of things so we can just verify how it's going. So we get a lot of 3 safes in a row, which is fine. This is good. This is good. It looks familiar. I'm like, oh yeah, there's 2 of those and 2 of those and then 3 of those. Because I want it to feel a little fixed. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add more playlists that I can randomly choose from. So that way it's not just the same few. Or at least in this case, couple. Dude, I haven't seen any reds in a row. Success. Frick yeah, dude. Oh. I'm just gonna appreciate that for a second, because the like arrays on arrays on arrays, it hurts my brain, dude. It hurts my brain. Oh my god. And just like not being able to understand why it wasn't working, very stressful. We still have an error. Doesn't seem to matter much. But it sees an array is empty at the beginning. I don't think it's having a huge effect. So, there's another problem that I mentioned earlier in the stream. And that's been a problem since I basically started setting up obstacles. Which is the first chunk that loads in, or at least the first few, need to be safe. So that way the player doesn't spawn in on top of something that hurts them. Because that would be a disaster, of course. So, I don't know, I'm not saying I want to deal with that right now, but it's something I'm just keeping in mind. Great, this is perfect. No reds in a row. Freaking yes! Oh, it's so good. Alright. So, now that that is sorted out a little bit, let's take a look at the output. Just to see if it's cutting anything off that we don't want cut off. Or something like that. And to make sure it's going through these kind of correctly. Alright, so we've got 2 points here. There's 2 points. One of these lists... Oh, both of them have 2 points in a row. Okay. These 2 points in a row, there's a safe before it and an obstacles after. These 2 points in a row are sandwiched... Whoa. Between, 2 safes. So this one is sandwiched between 2 safes, which means we should be on list 2. That should also mean that there's 1 safe before it. So here we see 3 safes. Where is it getting the 3rd safe from? I don't understand that. Oh, it could be this. It could be doing safe points, safes, points. Wow, it's actually really hard to catch that pattern. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Maybe the obstacles are more useful to use. Since we never... We do end with an obstacle there. So there's a safe, obstacle, safe. This one has points before it. This has safes on either side. This one does not have safes on either side. This one does. Oi, oi, oi. Points, safe, obstacle, safe, points. Points, safe, obstacle, safe, points. We might be able to assume that we're here in this position. Maybe. So before it is a points, after it should be an obstacle, but it isn't. It's a safe. I guess what I'm trying to ascertain, and you know what might be helpful, is if I also try to output like where we are in the array or something. Or what list is the one. That would be useful. Because I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if it's dropping any. And if it is, fix that. It probably isn't, but I just want to I want to see it with my eyes. I want to know it. So we have chunks list current that gets set to one of these two randomly. It'd be nice if we could print the name of the array. Is that a thing? Printing the name of an array? I mean, we could print the name of the index. That would be helpful as well. Yeah, I don't know about that. All, any, append, assign, clear count, duplicate, erase, fill, filter, find. Well, I could say find. No, I don't think we'd want find. Has is empty. I don't know. We'll see. I'll try to print it, but I feel like it's not going to be obvious what it is. Return to safe chunk from chunks list current. I have a feeling this is going to become very unintelligible, would be my guess. But let's find out. Or just not helpful. Either unintelligible or not helpful in the way that I'm hoping. Ah, the former. Because it's just, it's listing out the array and how many are left in it. It's not telling me the name of the array. It's just listing the array itself. I mean, there's not, I can't like do like name. Like, I'm making that up, right? Like, that's not a thing, is it? And even if it is, I probably have to type it differently. I certainly didn't see that anywhere. Get typed class name. There is, I would say, a 0.1%. I just do .com that this works. I feel like it's just gonna be error. Yeah, okay. I do see it trying to recommend that I do this. But like, that seems wrong. I didn't even look up what this is. But I'm putting it in there. I'm putting it in there. It's just empty. Cool. Yeah, it would be helpful if there was some way to tell which list it's coming from. I would really like that. Returns a class name of a typed array type. I don't know what that means. Let me see if the internet can help me. GDScript, return the name of an array. I don't think anyone has ever asked this question in the entire world. Okay. Alright. Well, I guess I just have to let it go and trust that it's correct. So here's the other option. Instead of doing that, I'm gonna remove the two different ones. Instead of having two separate, let me make sure I put these back to normal. Instead of having two separate lists that it can pull from, I'm just gonna put one list in there. And that's it. No, don't get rid of my prints. Okay, we have all three? Yes. So I'm gonna come back to the function here. The chunks chosen to add function. And I'm gonna get rid of list 2. So it's actually only choosing that one every time. It'll be easier. And so then I should be able to directly see where we're at and what it's outputting. I like to see that it puts out so many safe ones at first. I don't know if that necessarily feels like that's what's happening. So there we get 3 safes in a row. So whenever these are stacked next to each other, we get 3 safes in a row. That confuses me. How does that happen? There's the 3. How does that happen? Look. If it's always doing this one, there's only 2 in the row max. And the last one should be points. So it goes obstacle, 3 safes, and then obstacle. What? How? How does that happen? That's weird. I knew something wasn't right. Something ain't right. Three safe chunk, obstacle, and then safe. And then points, obstacle, safe. It should be points. It's skipping that, and it's going right to here. And then it's doing obstacle. Safe, points, obstacle, safe. It's skipping the last one. It goes right back to safe. So it's supposed to be putting another points in there. But it isn't. Now this is coming from the collection. There's a problem. I'm gonna move where this print's at for a second. It's gonna be a little less readable, but that's okay. We're gonna put a print back here. Print. Added a chunk add is type. So pull the list back up. So this time it's gonna print it when it adds it at the end, not when it goes past here. Oh God, this is so unreadable. I hate this. Put it back. No, I'll do it this way. I could say if it's this, if it's that. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna do it. Dude, the readability, I need it. I want it. I'm gonna get it. if chunk add... This would probably be better with a match statement. Do I remember how to set up a match statement? Off the top of my head, no. But I'm sure I could do it. Or find it. Here. Match is type. Okay, I see. So instead of if, we just say match chunk add is type. If it's 0, print that. If it's 1, or say print added a safe. If it's 1, added an obstacle. I'm not even gonna say added, we're just gonna say that. Safe obstacle. Points. Okay. Bit more readable. So we got a couple safes at first, but not as many as that last time. Okay, so now we can actually see them as they're coming in. So it just added a points, it just added an obstacle. We can see the red. And in fact, let's go further out. Whoa, not there. Somewhere else. So where it's gonna add it is gonna be at the end there. So actually, if it was more correct, we'd look at it this way. If it's gonna just line up perfectly, we'd want it like this. So added a points, you can see it was yellow. Added a points, yellow. Alright. I can't go back to the script, unfortunately. I can, but it's gonna kill it. So I'm gonna screenshot it. That's what I'm gonna do. Your girl wants to see it right up close. Oh, I guess instead of screenshotting it, just copy it. Okay. So I'm looking down here, we're looking over here. I'm gonna pull up the camera position. Alright. Obstacle, safe, safe, safe. So it's doing 3 safes. Obstacle, safe, points, points. Then it should be an obstacle, then a safe, and it skips points. It just skips it. It skips the last one. So why is it skipping the last one in the array? Why is it doing that? Why are you doing that? I guess because the array becomes 0. The array is empty. The array size is 0. And since the array size is 0, it refills it with the next one. But remember, pop front not only removes the next one in the array, but it also assigns it to chunk to add. But before that assignment can be spawned in, it obliterates the points, and it just moves on to the next one. So the timing is just a little off. So it kind of needs to say something like, if it is 0, I don't know, let one go. I don't even know how to say that. I don't even know how to say that. Sugar's bad for you. Do yourself a favor. Don't eat it. That's my advice. So somehow I need to tell it not to do that when it's 0. Now that function that we had being called right here, right? We say if the chunks list current size is 0, then run it again, which is what refills it. So I'd actually, I mean, if I say, I can't say -1. Is there like an await I can do? But the problem is it's gonna try, because it adds one in when the next, so it's gonna need to know what to spawn next, but it doesn't know. I think this is actually a difficult problem, because it's not gonna know what to spawn next. Actually, it might fall back to this. So I might wanna say, if it's set to 0, don't necessarily add or run this function, which clears it out. I just have to somehow tell it to do something else and then run this function. I mean, I hate to do this, but like maybe I set like a Boolean, you know? I mean, that's hideous sounding to me. And I'm not saying there isn't a really obvious other way to do it, but this is where my lack of skill comes in. And I'm just winging it. Okay. Variable chunk weight set to false. And then down here, if it's set to 0, I wouldn't, it's not ideal, but what I could say is chunk set to add, or chunk to add, becomes something we know is safe. Although I guess we would, since we're already doing the get children thing here. Are we? Yes. So we would want to say chunk to add collector safes. I don't like this, but it's what I'm doing. If it's set to 0, I mean, really, I'd want it to be what it already is. I just want it to continue. I don't actually want it. I don't really understand what to do here. Because that's gonna it's still gonna obliterate the points. I almost want to say here have chunk add equal it. Hey, Joe! Oh, Joe Schmo. Welcome, Joe Schmo to the stream. Welcome, Joe Schmo to the stream. Thank you for getting gifted a membership. That means you were engaged. So thank you for being engaged with the content. So you got gifted a membership. Joe Schmo. Joe ain't no schmo here. Joe ain't no schmo here. Joe ain't no schmo. There's your song. You ain't no schmo. And the song ended. All right, sorry about that, but you're also welcome. Yeah, so the game's coming along good, actually. Yeah, super cool. So today I have. Let me put this back to a functioning version. Today I have been focusing on taking what we set up yesterday and making it produce the type of level that I desire. Last night, you and Precipier helped me get this generally going. And Precipier had set it up with the weighted randomness. So it was saying that, 25% of the time it was going to be obstacles, another 25% of the time it was going to be points, another 50% of the time it would be safe areas. I have, for the sake of debugging, color-coded them to blue, yellow, and red, which you can see above. And they also correspond to some numbers, too. So that way I don't have to try to guess, like, what is that supposed to be? It's just very clear. Unless you're experiencing color blindness, hopefully you can discern the tones well enough. So yeah, and the randomness, it turned out, was a little too punishing. Because what we would get is a ton of reds in a row. Sometimes. And then sometimes it would be really easy. And it was like, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. And I realized that no matter how I weighted those, it was always going to maybe be super punishing. And that kind of made me think, I don't actually want the game to feel that way. I want it to be more controlled that the player experience is. And so I decided I was going to make fixed level chunk spawning. That is to say, it's always a blue, or it's always a safe area, a points area, and then an obstacle area, so on and so forth. Except there would be a bit of randomness in there, so it wouldn't feel stale. Obviously, if it's this red one, that's going to be a different red one than this red one. But they're both red ones, so they'll look different, but I still wanted some more randomness in there. So the idea that I had is there are playlists where there's a certain type of chunk collection that comes in. So it's going to be a safe one, then it's a points one, then it's a safe one, then it's an obstacle, then it's a point, then it's an obstacle, then it's a point. And these are two different lists. And then randomly, these two lists are chosen from, but they're in a row, if that makes sense. So it may decide to pump out these 9. Then it may decide to pump out these 9. Or it may pump out these 9 again. Then it may go back to this one and pump out these 9. And then I'm going to set up a bunch of different playlists like this. And then it just goes through each one and it stacks them on top of each other and cycles through those. So that's the idea that I have. And I got some help from Dragonblade and Albeska and a couple others with some thoughts. See you later, Edward. Good night. Be careful with some of that sociopathic behavior, my man. All right, little concerning. Applying to jobs you're not qualified for and acting like you're qualified for and eating candy you're not supposed to eat. Just watch out. All right, be careful. Good night, Edward. Hey, what's up, Henry? Henry, wait, I forgot. Henry is a member, and Henry gets a song. Oh, Henry. Oh, Henry. Hey, how are you? Oh, Henry. Hey, how are you? Oh, Henry. Oh, Henry. Oh, Henry. Hey, how are you? Welcome, Henry. Good to see you. There is your song. Um, yes, we are singing songs. We are singing songs. And Precipier in the house. Precipier is on the precipice of being here. Precipier is on the precipice of being here. Ooh, we're cracking a little bit. Precipier is on the precipice of being here. Ooh, I lost it there. Precipier is on the precipice of being here. Yeah, at least I got those notes. Oh God, I'm so sorry for that terrible song, but you're also welcome. Yes, I would say you did. Yeah, making it seem more accomplished. Half truths are the best truths. Precipier is a Precipirate. Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, I like that. I'm gonna go. Come on, no. I will not. Precipier is a Precipirate. Precipier. No. Stop. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, Precipier is someone who really helped me set this system up last night. It's gonna be your last stream with a membership. Well, you know what? You don't know. You might get gifted again. You know, gift me once. Gift me once, can't get gifted. You'll get gifted again. The randomness just not working. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I did kind of think that it wouldn't work, but you know when Precipier set that up, I figured that I might as well give it a good shot. Like it's like Precipier already had it there for me. Actually, I think I still have that code. Actually, I think it's still here. It's just commented out. So what the heck? Let's even just look at it. We ain't gotta talk about it. I think we can look at it. Gift me once, shame on you. Gift me twice, thanks for the money. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Yeah, it's still in there. It's still in there. So let's comment out all of this. Right here. All of this is the new stuff that basically gets the playlist going. I think I'll be able to just comment this out and comment this in. And we should see it. I don't think we need this setup. Okay. Oh, no, we do. Okay, there you go. Better keep that in there. All right. So here it was weighted, and this was actually the way... Oh, see, you can already see the problem. Look at all those blues. Oh, my gosh. That's a lot of blues. And so this is just like, you know, and here's the thing. When I first played it last night, I mean, I loved it. Like, I really enjoyed it because it was still better than what we had. It's just sometimes it would be really obnoxious. And that would just create a super, you know, inconsistent player experience. And I realized, and so I couldn't have realized that if we hadn't set it up with the randomness. I wouldn't have realized that that's not the kind of game that I want to make. I mean, look at all those blues that come up, you know? And it did add in more yellows, which are the point sections. But, and so right now, it's currently preferring 50%, or something like that, like a 50% chance that it be blue or safe areas. And then it's kind of like equal chance that it be obstacle or points. So they were getting double. Look at all those points. Oh my gosh, so many points. So many points. And the thing is, the points ones are potentially dangerous too, and they can have obstacles on it that hurt you. So that ends up being like a huge difficult area. So it's not just that sometimes it would be super difficult, sometimes it'd be super easy, and in that sense, super boring, you know? And we just lost all that control. Now there's no obstacles, but there is the points sections. Yeah. And so to me, this just felt, I don't know, it felt like I was losing control of what the game could feel like, you know? Making set lists. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, set lists. Yeah, right, exactly. That's cool. I'm guessing it lets you have a lot more control over the way it all appears. Yeah, and not just appears, but feels. But yes, exactly, precisely. I thought maybe it could be extended into a weighted average thing, but to be honest, I don't even know what a weighted average is. But yeah, it looks like you're on the right track. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. To getting it more how I want. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I fully know what it is either. But, you know, I do know we have a weighted probability here. And, you know, there was an idea that somebody had where, look at all those blues. There was an idea that somebody had where we say, those probabilities adjust themselves. So if there has been too many reds or something, it would say, okay, let's start cutting back the reds and pumping up the blues or something like that. Which, I don't know. It's still gonna do, we still have this chance where it spawns a bunch of bad ones, and then what, it's just now it's being easy on you after it did a bunch of bad ones. Like, sorry about that, sorry, I messed up. Here, this is nice now. You know, I don't know. It's not the vibe that I'm actually intending for the game. And so you're getting a lot of reds. There's a lot of obstacles here happening in a short frame of time, which doesn't feel good. Whereas now, if we don't do this, we have two different set lists or playlists, basically. Actually, right now this is loading in just one because I'm currently debugging it a little. I got a little problem that I'm fixing. But this is pretty much the intention. It's not supposed to be doing 3 safe in a row, so that's an issue that I'm currently trying to sort out. But here we get, the reds are, I think, much more evenly distributed, and it's not like sometimes a bunch of reds, sometimes not a bunch of reds. And I might decide I don't like this and I want to change it, but I can very easily, you know, say, okay, these reds are too close together. Let's pull that red out and, you know, move it. And I might want to even increase the size of the playlist, you know? I'm actually, as I'm looking at it, I'm actually realizing I think I might want to do that, because then I can spread out the obstacles even more and make sure that on either end it's not going to be bad. But this lets me control it. So here we don't, the most we're ever going to end up with is 3 safes in a row, whereas we can't ever end up with a ton of safes in a row without ever throwing an obstacle at the player. We also will never end up with 2 obstacles in a row. That is never going to happen with this setup. So you won't be like super difficult dodging a bunch of hard stuff, which is nice. And then, you know, the points are just kind of more evenly put out there. I might, and so there's actually supposed to be a points right here. This is the bug that I'm currently trying to sort out. There's supposed to be a points right here, but it's ignoring it. And so I need to get it to not ignore it so the points come out more evenly. And it's not even just that. It's going to be anything that's it's basically the last entry on the playlist is being ignored. And so I'm hacking together, because I barely know what I'm doing. I'm hacking together a solution to try to get it to play that last one at the end. And I might have to make a compromise because I barely know what I'm doing to get it to do that. So we'll see. Yeah. I don't know how you were still conscious. Just like, I'm just out. After 6 hours of this already, I'm in Australia, so I always wake up on the tail end of your streams and you're still energetic and engaged. Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes my energy can change. I actually started this stream out pretty low energy. I hadn't had my cup of tea until I started the stream, which means my energy, I think, has been doing this. And, you know, different things, like seeing certain friendly faces can lift my spirits. So, you know, I appreciate that. I don't know. I just, you know, I got the ADHDs. I got the hyper focus. And sometimes I'm here, sometimes I'm there, and it just does all this. And you just happen to come in on a this. That's all. Alright, so I want to make sure it helps me focus. You know, when folks come through and they're chatting, it's like, okay, let's pop up the energy, you know, and it helps me like have energy to put towards things. So here's the problem that's happening. It's skipping the last thing in the list. So right now it's actually only loading one list. There's 2 safes at the beginning, and there's points at the end. So that's 2 blue and a yellow. But it's completely obliterating this yellow. And it's, you'll see there are 2 safes and a 3rd safe. So 3 safes that load next to each other because it's just ignoring the point. So there's the 3. There should be a points right there. But it's just ignoring it and it's not allowing it. And you can see down here it's printing 3 safes, no points. It's supposed to be doing a points in there. So that's where that's happening. Now the reason why, I know why it's happening, I just don't know how to fix it. So the reason why that's happening is because the function that does this, now this was written by Dragonblade, this function checks the size of the current list. Now the current list we can set in here to be chunks list various 1, we can add in chunks list various 2, once I make chunks list various 3, 4, 5, we can add all those in there and it'll pick a random one of those and it duplicates it. And it duplicates it so we can pop front. That is to say we can just obliterate that whole array, just hit them off one by one, and then of course pop front is going to assign the thing that it removes to this chunk to add variable, and then that's the chunk that ends up appearing in the level. I actually just kind of realized maybe a way to fix this, but I don't know, I could be wrong. I was thinking instead of using pop front, we could assign it and then remove it, make sure it's removed after it spawns. Like, it has to spawn in order for the next line to be removed, but I don't know. I don't know if that would actually work. It honestly all confuses me to like hold the idea of an array in my head and like manipulate at the same time. So anyway, so this checks to see if it's 0. So that's the thing, right? Once the list gets to 0, that it got to 0 because we popped front. Now, since we popped front, that means that we assigned the last one, which is points or yellow, to chunk to add. And when this is running, or when this is getting called, we call it here. This is sloppy. I was told we could do this with a return function, but I'm too unskilled to know how to do that. I kind of know, but like I'm too scared to try. So the way we're calling it is we're saying when it's time to spawn a new one, run the function chunk chosen to add, which will say, is the array empty? It is. Let's populate it. If it's not empty, let's pop front, assign, and just keep doing that until it's empty. So right here we check. If the current list is empty, then run the function again. And that's how it chooses, hey look, it's empty. Therefore, I'm going to repopulate it. So it repopulates it, and that erases the last index. That points, that yellow one that's supposed to come in, it erases it before it can actually spawn in. So like my harebrained idea was to say, well, then let's delay it running this function a second time until that last assignment goes through. And I'm not really sure even how to do what I just described. But I did have a thought earlier, which is perhaps I take the pop front, and instead of doing pop front, assign it to chunks to add, and then wait to see if something has spawned and then remove it? I don't know, because then I worry that it might still end up empty, but I'm kind of curious to try that. Is that if statement on 154 really necessary? Yes. It seems to handle all that in the chunk chosen to add function. Right. So it is necessary, but there's a better way to do it. I just don't know what it is. The person who told me how to set this up left me with the cryptic, it could be done cleaner with a return function, and then they left. So I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, so if I remove this, what's going to happen is the array is going to empty out. And we should get an error eventually here. At least we used to get an error. Wait, where the... No. No, No, I swear it was an error before. Oh. Good. Great. Well, very well then. So that is the solution. All right. Problem solved. Well, good. Press fire. Just came right in and fix that again. Thank you. Thank you. That is not the first time you have just like seen my task and you said, forget that task. You don't need that. Okay. All right. Cool. So that was actually a couple bugs ago that the array was emptying out before it got filled up again. But there were a couple other bugs that I fixed along the way, and now that those bugs are fixed, I guess it made that unnecessary. So yeah, you're right. Great. Good. Well, looks perfect. It's perfect. 2 in a row with the yellow in between. Or 3 with the yellow. There's 1, yellow, 2. Done. Super nice. Right. Oh my gosh. Super freaking nice one. Dear gosh. Yeah, so that I swear that was necessary at a point. All right? There was a time where that was necessary. But it became unnecessary, and thank you for noticing. My God. It is a pretty rainbow terrain. That is what it is. Yeah. I figured it'd be more fun. Yeah, because it does. Because so what the problem ended up being that big one that I had to fix is so I used a bunch of dummy chunks, right? These aren't the ones with the actual levels on it. It's just pretty rainbow terrain. What's up, zombie bow tie? It's pretty rainbow terrain. And all of the original chunks that actually have the level stuff on it, those had all been defined with a type. Here's type points, for example, in the yellow ones. But these dummy ones, I forgot to set the types on them. I forgot to set the types on any of them. So they were all being interpreted as safes, which meant it was dumping them all back into the safe collector, and we would have been running out of some of the other arrays. I still don't really understand how that would have saved us, but yeah. Drinking some lemonade. Oh man, I left my water upstairs. I forgot to bring it down to the studio, and so now I'm just like I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking about that. You got me thinking about it, Henry. All right, well then what's the next step? I mean, at this point, the next step is just to create more playlists and then ascertain if that is what I want. I mean, I guess at some point I would want to start setting up the actual obstacles and stuff in here. There is one prop. So there's the reason why I had, the other reason, not just because it's more visual, but the other reason I had to start setting up the dummies is because I don't actually have enough of all of these. So in here, there's 3 yellows at the same time. I only have 2 that are actually made that truly function as these. Which means it doesn't really work like it's supposed to. And yeah, I only have 2 reds, which isn't too bad, because actually it looks like there's never more than 2 at the same time. But still not ideal. But you know what I could do? I could just duplicate them for the time being, and then I don't have to worry about it. So I think that's the next step. I think the next step now is to, I'm gonna update my task so we can actually move on from this. It's actually amazing that this is coming together so well. I should do a commit with us right where we're at. When in dupe. When in dupe. Those are wise words. Playlist chunk playlist works. Precipier helped me realize that the second call of chunk chosen to add was unnecessary. I wonder if I'll ever spell unnecessary correctly the first time. There is only one... A Canadian man once told you that? There is only one playlist loading in right now. You know what? Let's just change that. No, it's not. You know what? Let's not. Alright. So with that, I think what I'll do is I'll update my task, and then I'm going to start putting the actual levels in there. Now that I can just clearly see that the ones that I need are coming in and going out, I think we can update the task. I just added this task thing, and okay, there it is. It's hard to find. Okay, so I want to say adding actual chunks back in. That's it. We're just going to keep it simple here. Yeah, we're just gonna keep it kind of simple. Let's get those chunks back in there. So I'll take my debug ones. I'm gonna hang on to them though. I'm not gonna throw them in the garbage. So I'm gonna move them to my temporary folder. This is the yellow ones, so this is the points. So I'll move them to points temporary. I'll get all my red ones from obstacles and move them to obstacles temporary. Then I'm gonna get all the blue ones and move those to safe temporary. Then I gotta come into those temporary folders and pull out the actual ones. Put them back where they belong. Move this to a safe folder. Go to the temporary. Let's just look for the temp ones. Temporary obstacles. So there's only 2 obstacles, but I'll just duplicate them. So that way there's enough. You know, I want to make unique ones. Because there's 2 different aspects to the feel of it, right? There's the visual appearance, and then there's also how fair does it seem for the player. You know, and there could be like harder playlists that could load in sometimes, but then we would be able to control that very easily, which is incredibly exciting actually. Okay, and then the points ones. So bring this in, move it to the points folder. Now, it's not going to be enough, especially for the points. So I have to make sure that we dupe these a bit. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to denote it as such. That's a dupe of that. That's a dupe of that. I shouldn't need too many more of these, but I'm just gonna make more. I'm just gonna make a bunch, just so that we know there's plenty in here. Don't have to worry. Oh, did I just call it dupe 2? Call it dupe 1. So right now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in there. I don't know how many I really need. I kind of would like to do 9, which is a lot if you think about it. That's probably a little too much more than you need. Maybe start with 6, because, I mean, I can't imagine ever having more than 6 at once on there at a time. So let's just do 6. I could probably even get away with less. It would be nice to have the numbers that are going to ultimately be what they are. So this is dupe 1. Dupe 2. Let's duplicate this one. So again, visually, not what I really want. But it'll at least give us a way to try it out in terms of how difficult it will feel. Or not. Whoa. Okay. Cool. So, you would say about 3 frames per second, 4 frames per second, approximately? Okay. I think I duped the entire game process. I think I may have. Huh. That is surprising. Wha- Only when loading in chunks, you lose frames. Yeah, right, when I stopped, it was fine. Uh-oh, indeed. I mean, I set that up on the most simple version of everything. Right, it just goes back to, well, it's still not great. That's actually still pretty low. It's just way worse in that case. Oh, this doesn't matter. Oh my goodness. Huh. What's going on there? Why? That's confusing. Oh, geez. I can barely even use the editor. It's like locking up. Well, looks like the next task has presented itself. Good question. What changed? As I understand it, the only thing that should have changed. What does F8 do? What is F8? I'm pressing it. Oh, I did. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that just closes it. Okay. Oh, that's nifty. That's a nifty trick. I mean, I added these dupes in here. Those weren't there before. Let me try this. The only thing that changed is I swapped out the old chunks for the new ones. Let me try this. What if I do the code that you had written last night? So I can ascertain if it has anything to do with the way that we're doing this now. We're also on-readying some stuff differently. Maybe that has something to do with it. But I wonder if we run the stuff that we had already been running. Okay. Okay, first of all, let's burn this down. We don't need that. Get rid of this. F6 to run current scene. F5 to run main scene, in case you didn't know. I didn't know that. Those are hot tips. They're little, but they're hot. I gotta give you consultant credits for that. I have to. It would be disingenuous of me not to. Okay. So I'm gonna comment out all the stuff that we added today. Not all the stuff, but what makes that stuff work. Show is in the house. Oh, Show is in the house, yo. 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 Show. Welcome, Show. You're welcome for that song. I'm a little sorry, but you're also welcome. I'm sorry it's so short. Yeah, what's up on stream? You mean this? Adding actual chunks back in. You're right, that makes absolutely no sense if you don't know what we're already up to. What does it mean? This will be very interesting. Oh, it's even slow with the old logic. So that, to me, is slightly promising. So Tinshow, today I have been trying to set up a system that loads level chunks in a different way. So either by probability, that is to say, it's likely to load in this, or more likely to load in that, more likely to load in that. And then I realized that I wanted it to be like a set playlist, and it definitely load in these, or it definitely load in these. And in order to set that up, I used some like dummy chunks. So that is to say, chunks that didn't have the level pieces on them. Instead, chunks that are just like blank, empty scenes with nothing on them. So that way we could just look at the colors and not think about what they were. And now I went to switch the real levels back in there. Yeah, a little bit, yes. And I was using some like stand-in, some temporary scenes instead of the actual ones. And now I added the actual ones back in, and we have a very serious FPS problem. And I'm not exactly sure why, although I have some ideas. Though I'm not actually exactly sure. So I gotta figure that out. I'm better every day. You're too kind. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, by the way. I appreciate it. Alright, so something that it occurred to me I'd like to do is be able to switch back to the dummy ones quickly. That would be nice. Unfortunately, I don't have a great way to do that right now besides changing these paths. So we're gonna do it in an ugly way. Yeah, I'm very excited about the rework. I just have to now somehow make it appear correctly. It's a bit of an unexpected hiccup, but let me see if I can at least get the dummy ones back in here. So we want the safe ones first. So let me put that path, no, not on the top, right here. So this should update it. Eventually what I'll do is I'll set up some buttons. I need to remake my level select menu to be set up like this. But for now, we'll be okay. And then why don't I just drag the paths in here, and then I'll add the code. Okay. Current points chunks, and this should just straight up one-to-one replace it. And so we should, if I understand things, this should put it back to what we've been using all day, pretty much. All right, there we go. So these are the non-actual chunks. And what I wanted was to make sure there was a controlled distribution. Yes, the frames are much better now. They're stunning. They're completely fine. The frames are great. No complaints. It's not actually, unfortunately, as much as we wanted to have it be actual Google Slides, it cannot. I will say, this is not correct. Oh, because we did the RNG. So this is actually the RNG version. This is the RNG version, this isn't the one we worked on today. This is if it's probability based, which I ended up not liking. And so what I actually set up today were these playlists that put a certain number of chunks out at a time. So that looks like this. Here's what we actually worked on today. Was making sure, for example, that 2 red would never spawn in a row. Making sure that there's always a points or a yellow one that appears at a certain interval. So it's very controlled. The red ones have obstacles on it. The red ones would have obstacles on it and would hurt you, in theory. And so I didn't want those to be stacked too much. So this is actually the achievement of our work today. And so what I wanted to do was replace these with the actual levels. But when I did that, I made a shocking discovery. Real quick, I need to go get some water. I know I said it a while ago, but I left my water upstairs. I do have to refill it as well. So I'm gonna do that. I will drink tap water. I will not wait for the filter to fill it up. I'll be right back. Give me like 1 minute. I need my water. I always hydrate. I just happened to forget it earlier when I went upstairs. So I'll be right back. A very good way of debug. Right, I thought so. All right, I will be right back real quick. I need my water. I'm thirsty. I'm a thirsty person. I like to drink water. Is that so bad? I mean, some people don't want to drink water, and for that, I mean, I judge them a little bit, but. Tastes good. It makes me feel better. Who could complain? Anyway. Yes, it was a good way to do chunk generation. And now, I want to be done with it. It's wonderful. It's colorful. It doesn't even trigger YouTube compression that badly. With that said, it ain't right. It just ain't right. So I need to fix it. I need to fix it. Now, if I swap those out, we're gonna have frame apocalypse. So let's swap them out. Naturally. So the theory that I have is maybe creating these arrays somehow is like overloading stuff in. So we put the actual chunks in there. And just devastation. Devastation. And I mean, look, even sitting here, it shouldn't be that low. So something is happening that shouldn't be happening. Let me say we are troubleshooting frame drop chaos. That's what it feels like. Okay. So a couple things. I mean, like, what if I start... So I'm going to switch back to the old terrain code. It really seems like there's been a regression and you're loading in new chunks again instead of pulling from that pool at the back. Well... So here's the thing. Okay, there is one place that I can think of that might be happening. I'm gonna put the old RNG code back in there because I would think potentially we could revert some other things as well. Well, but then I don't know, because even if I put the RNG code, it's slow. So actually, maybe not. So what I was thinking is this function that duplicates an array of collectors. But this function isn't even running right now. It's not even running. So that's not it. So it's not the duplication of those that's causing any problem, because it's still being slow. However, we do already these arrays filled with collectors. Dude, that has to be it. That has got to be it. Dude, that's definitely what it is. Right? Right? And I was on-readying it because otherwise it wouldn't be available. Really, all I want is for it to be a reference to those collector nodes. I don't want it to actually on-ready all of those collector nodes. Oh, it only runs for run frame. I mean, if it is, so it could be overloading things in there, because there's so many playlists. There's 3 of them. So that's 9 times 3. 32? That's not what 9 times 3 is. 36? 27? 27. It's 27 that it's just dropping in there, which honestly isn't that much. So I guess the other thing I would try is what if, okay, so let's just, before I try to theorize, because I obviously don't know what I'm talking about, what if I just comment it out, right? There shouldn't be anything that I can think of right now that's asking for those. So if I comment those out, do we still get the frame drops? We do. So that has nothing to do with it. So at this point, I just want to comment out all the things that could possibly lead to these problems. Or really just anything new that we did. Just get it out of here. Throw it in the trash. Or, well, just comment it out. That's all. I gotta say, I'm kind of running out of new things that we added, which is making this very confusing. I think that's it. I feel like that's everything that was added at this point. That's it. That's all there is. So it has nothing to do with any of the code that was recently added in. Absolutely diddly squiddly. Okay. All right, well, maybe it's the duplicates that I made. I did make all those dupes. So let me put some of this code back. I'm gonna put all this code back in, actually. I really thought that was going to do something. Just like a little something. Okay, so now we're back to the new code from today, since that doesn't seem to be part of the problem. I mean, is it the duplicates that I made? Like, maybe I shouldn't just be recklessly duplicating logic. Maybe somehow it's, or scenes. Maybe that's confusing it in a way I didn't realize. So I'm gonna delete all those dupes. Now, that does mean it's gonna run out. It's not gonna do the playlist correctly because there aren't enough in each of these folders. So I don't know what that's gonna look like. My guess is it's gonna crash, or it's just gonna distribution's gonna be off. It's better. God dang it, it's better. So it looks like the distribution is just off. We still do have a slight performance issue, but that's something that we were already dealing with because of the shaders. For whatever reason, this shader, the mask that we use for it, it seems to be causing a slowdown every time this chunk loads in. So obviously this is wrong, right? We shouldn't have this many safes. So these are all the blue ones. These are all safes. If there's no danger, there's nothing on it pretty much except for corn, then it's a safe chunk because it's running out of chunks. Curiously, it's not putting any obstacle chunks down at all. Which is strange. Why would it not be doing any obstacle chunks? So we should see some tree sections if it is doing those. And if it's the playlist, it should absolutely be pulling some of those. Yo, I gotta say, really didn't expect this to be so, fraught. I really thought we would just be swapping one-to-one these in and out. This is some unexpectory. And the points are currently empty because they're all in the controller. But the obstacles aren't even getting pulled at all. Those are supposed to be the red ones, if you will. Oh, and then it's printing points. Wait, it just sees them all as points. What? 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 Let me try switching back to the RNG logic, then. Something has gone terribly wrong. Accurate. And correct. The RNG is actually working just fine. The RNG has no problems. RNG is solid. This is currently the best practical option because it actually is working. And let me get this print back. This is actually very. I mean we don't need it because I know that I already know that that's fine. I tell you what I could do for now. I could add in some of the dummy ones to fill it out so it actually doesn't have an issue. I could do that. Let me do that. I'm gonna add in some of the dummy ones to our main folder. Just for now. So those are terrain level 1 obstacles. We're gonna copy that in there, and we need to do the same thing for points, because we don't have enough of those. Duplicate it to terrain level points. And I don't need many, I just need a few. Just gonna put a few in there, and let's duplicate a few of these as well. Now I am working with less than we had with the dummies, so I'll be curious to see if that's enough. So we have some in obstacles and some in points. Am I running the RNG logic on accident? I'm not. Okay, cool. All right, so this is the actual correct logic. So we should get a mix of things. It's looking good. So I think what happened is there weren't enough in there. And because of that, it just, for some reason, devolved to only points, even though it wasn't only points. So, like, that's weird. So this is supposed to be another points. That's supposed to be another obstacles. I mean, if I were to guess, somehow duplicating them was a problem. I wonder why. I wonder what... I mean, what if I just duplicate one? What about a dupe? Because it's not like there's paths that are being looked for that I can think of. All right, I'm gonna duplicate one of the cattle ranches. Actually, let me duplicate one of the obstacles. I wonder if it's just the cattle ranches. I'm gonna duplicate one of the obstacles. Dupe one. Because then that would be interesting if it's only the cattle ranches that cause it. Let me duplicate these. And then I'm going to remove the red ones. I mean, I'll leave the red ones in there. It doesn't really matter right now. So I've duplicated some of the forests. Oh, it's slower, so it doesn't have to do with the cattle ranches specifically. It is not specifically the cattle ranches. How surprising. Huh. What if I just duplicate one of them? I guess I should try doing the cattle ranches too, just to see if something. If I just duplicate them a little bit. It's definitely still not great. What are the differences of a CSG mesh instance and a normal one? A CSG mesh a CSG mesh instance, as I understand it, lets you do some like some cool operations. I don't know all of the details, okay? I cannot tell you the details. I don't know them. I cannot tell them to you. Unfortunately. That is not something I can do. But what I can do is I can tell you what they're good for. I can tell you what they're good for. But so the idea is that they're for... Someone else can answer it better than me, I'm sure. They're supposed to be good for, like, building a level. Or, like, prototyping a level. Or gray boxing or something. But I've just used them before as entire things. And so here's what makes them really nifty to me. So if I have a mesh instance here, this is what I like. I don't know exactly what, again, CSGs are supposed to be, what makes them CSGs, but they're really useful, and here's what I find them useful for. What I find them useful for, let's say we have just a mesh instance, right? There's a box, bam, box, cool, great. That's nice. There you go. Mesh instance. Let's say I want to do a CSG mesh instance. I'm going to get a CSG box 3D. Now, if we look at this, they don't look that different. It do look the same. One is a mesh, one is a CSG. If we spin around enough times, you may forget which one's which. They look the same. Here's something cool we can do with the CSG mesh instance. I'm going to add another CSG. This time, let's add a sphere in there. So we've got a sphere and a cube, and they're both CSG mesh instances. I'm going to add one more thing into here. And I'm going to put a CSG combiner right here. Yeah, right. The performance, that makes sense. That they're not very performant. So that's a great point to keep in mind. I'm gonna get a CSG combiner, and this is what I find them super useful for. I tend to use these in the game jams. So with the CSG combiner, I'm gonna drag my sphere and my box into the combiner. So I now have a CSG sphere, a CSG box within a CSG combiner node. All right, I'm gonna come to my sphere. Check this out. I'm gonna come to my sphere, and we're gonna change the operation from union to subtraction. That didn't do anything. Oh wait, let me make sure operation. Does somebody know why that didn't work? I'm like, check this out. It's gonna be cool and it's gonna do something. And it did nothing. Well, what it's supposed to do, and someone can correct me as to why I'm doing it wrong. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to actually cut a hole into it that is the shape of this. You understand it? And so let's even forget. I mean, that was supposed to cut a hole into it, is what it was supposed to do. It's kind of like an editable mesh. It's kind of like an editable mesh. No, wait, we're gonna figure this out. Let's say, so we have it in the combiner. There's something else. Wait, I got another trick. This one will work, I swear. So these have two separate materials right now, but I can actually change the material on both of them at the same time. What? Via the combiner. Okay, but this is not really what I wanted to do. Let me just look this up real quick. CSG mesh, how to cut out, subtract. No. This is a cool thing. Change from union. Right, maybe it's on the combiner, but what I was thinking is that then it's not, like, how would it know which one is the one? Bisect the face of both. Oh, get out of my face, AI. Oh yeah, I forgot to say Godot. Kind of important. Select operation, then subtraction. Drag the operation to cut a hole. Pull the operation down to make it larger. What you talking about? Yeah, you get the idea, but I really want to show you because it's cool. I just don't remember how to do it. Yeah, I think I failed you, Tincha. I think I have failed you as to how this works. What if I do another cube? You know what? I have this in another project. Hold on. I've already done this in another project. Let me open it up in a separate Godot. Hold up. We're gonna get this. Hold up. Don't lose faith. Cause this is super useful, and I want to know how to do this too. So we're gonna make sure we know. I will not let me down. Alright. Okay, what's up, Try Me Now Beatboxer? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. So in one of these... Which one did I do it in? Oh, I remember. It was one of the first scenes jams that I made. Hold on. Hold. We'll get this. I promise. I don't even have a doubt in my mind. We're like on the precipice of it. I think, no, not that one. Moving ground, exciting evil, escape? Maybe it was this one. We'll get there. We'll get there. I just gotta find the right one. Which scene was it? Oh, I probably put it out here. Just wait. Super patient. Give me all the TSN files in here. Door, wall, platform. That's in-game aspects. Jam scenes. There's this one. This one. This is the one. Okay, I found it. I found it. There we go. Okay. See? Patience. Patience rewards. Okay. So in here, I've got a combiner. This is the one we're looking at, is this one right here. I've got a combiner, a wall mesh, which is just a mesh 3D. It's set to union. And then the other one's set to subtraction. You see? I wonder if it's because I chose a sphere or something. CSG combiner, Operation Union. Let me see if I can create it side by side again. Add a new CSG combiner. Over here. Put inside of there. Now I did do a mesh. Maybe it's because it needs to go into a mesh and not two shapes. I wonder if that's it. That might be the problem. Let me try that. Make a mesh. Make the mesh a box. Come in here. Add a sphere. Make that sphere subtractive. There it is. That was it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. And if I were to try to make this a box, it's not gonna cut that out at all. No cutout on that. So if you want to do the cutout thing, and then raises the question to me, what if I have two meshes? Can those cut each other out? Let's see. They can. So it seems like the only thing, for whatever reason, that I don't understand, the only way to cut out objects like that. Oh, and then, yeah, it even kind of, it's cool. It looks cool. Cross sections it too. So that's something that this is all I got for you with CSG meshes. if you use a CSG mesh and you set that mesh, you can use either another CSG mesh or a CSG shape, as long as you set it to subtractive, to cut into it. And you can use this to, like, you know, build more interesting primitives. That's about all I got for you with CSGs. Make sure you use a CSG mesh if you want to cut something out. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing I had to show you, Tincho. I've answered a very, very small portion of your question. So yeah, so that's why this wasn't working earlier. Is because instead of a box, I would need to change this type here to a mesh. Add a box into that. Bam. Cuts it out. Wait, is it not that? Hold on. Was it the order? Oh, it's not that it has to be a mesh. I've given you false information. Look, it's the order. It's the order of the nodes. If the sphere, if the subtractive thing is above or below the shape, then it cuts it out or not. It has nothing to do with whether it's a mesh. It's the node order. Okay, so although they look very similar, a CSG mesh instance will let you do cool things like, or a CSG mesh object, whether it's the shape or the mesh itself, the mesh object itself will let you do subtractive designs, as long as the subtractive element is below the one you're trying to subtract from. Yeah. There you go. You're welcome. I don't know that one. I'm afraid I don't know that one. All right, so I've duplicated this. So my problem, by the way, that I'm trying to resolve, all day today, I've been setting up a system for loading in chunks. I still don't really get the point of CSG mesh if it's anything other than like a ground for a quick prototype. Like if you were gonna make a complicated shape, it seems like it would be easier to use Blender. That's a good point. Yeah, I guess the idea is like rapid, like prototyping or something. The original Tron movie made all of their CGI out of CSG type objects because that's all they had at the time. Whoa. So wait, that's kind of interesting. Okay, I was gonna work on my project again, but now you're talking about something interesting. Constructive solid geometry. A technique used in solid modeling allows the modeler to create a complex surface or object by using Boolean operators to combine. So that is what it does. That is its thing. That's the cool thing about it, is that you can subtract things. Is this like what Bryce 3D used to do? I used to use this software called Bryce 3D when I was a kid. This is giving Bryce. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, so it seems like it would be easier to do it in Blender. But I guess if for whatever reason, like when I'm doing the game jam, I just want to stay in Godot. I want to do this in Godot. It feels quicker to me. So maybe it'd be easier to like make exactly what I want. But it is like a few extra steps, especially when I'm doing a 1-hour game jam, which I do every Friday. I'm doing one tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time. You're welcome to join using any engine you want. You can even use the programming language Chicken. That would be fun. As long as you can export the game in the browser in HTML, you can join. But I found that it was much quicker in that situation to use it, rather than trying to open a Blender, export something, import it, and do all of that. So, you know, to some extent I can understand it. You know, and then you can also, like, maybe have it more embedded in the engine. You don't have to worry about, like, setting materials, because you could just combine it all at once and give them all the same color or something. But again, my extent of using it is literally where I showed you those holes cut out with the triangles. That's like as much as I've used it, so I don't really have a lot of experience with it. But that is a fun fact. That is a genuine fun fact. All right. So anyway, so I made this change to my game today that let us have these chunks spawn in a way that I want. But I'm finding out that duplicating existing chunks in the game are causing considerable frame rate drops. I've actually only duplicated 2 of these forest chunks, and it's bringing it down considerably. I wonder, is it the forest chunks themselves? Like, what if I delete the forest chunk dupes and I move these? Let's move these back to the temporary folder. I'm gonna pump these back into the temporary folder. These are obstacles. Let's move them. Just take the trees out of it completely. No trees. They're gone. There might not be enough obstacles in here. So let me just do that real quick. We'll duplicate some more of these. We'll just say 5 or 6. It honestly might speak to general performance issues that we're having overall. Alright, so that's where it's sitting without those trees in there whatsoever. No trees. Trees are gone. I mean, there are these trees, but those obstacle chunks that had nothing but trees are gone. They're replaced with red things. What if I duplicate the cattle ranch? I'm going to duplicate both of them because I want to kind of feel it if it's going to be a problem. These have some, they share some similar assets, so the trees. Oh, no performance hit. Interesting. So it would seem that it's actually just those trees. That particular one is the problem. I wonder why. Oh, well, actually, if I start duping the cattle ranches, it's weird. I mean, because here's the thing. The game loads them all in. They're all loaded in at the same time. They're just behind the camera. They're back here. That's where they all are. And they wait to be moved in. And so somehow, for some reason, the fact that they're even here is leading to a bit of chaos. I have questions. I have questions about why this is. Is this connected to the multiple collectors that we have? It's not as bad as the trees, but it's not good. You know, I mean, to me, the first most obvious thing is that there's something going on with these all sitting on top of each other back there behind the camera, that somehow those aren't stacking on each other correctly, or the fact that they are is causing something bad. I mean, because they're off camera. Yes, we're loading in a bunch of stuff, but you know, and we did this on purpose. We did this on purpose because the original system was spawning them in It was instantiating them. And so what we wanted was to try to have everything spawned in at the beginning already. And then it would just move them around instead of spawning them. But apparently even just having a bunch of them in could potentially cause an issue. But I'm not sure. I kind of wish I could roll back to a version before we had 3 different collectors, which I could. I could do that. I could like download the project that way and experiment with it and see if that's worse. That might be something I should do. Something that we had done once upon a time was set the collectors to have their process mode be like off. So if things are in the collector, nothing should be happening to them. Like if they have collisions on them, the collision shouldn't do anything. I was never able to really confirm that this actually worked or that this did anything. But I guess I'm curious, since I never had this much. Yeah, it's still dropping the frame rate here quite considerably. I mean, it kind of picks back up. It actually kind of sorted itself out there, didn't it? That's actually not bad. It's not good. It's not good. No, it got bad. What if I duplicate another one? It's frustrating because they're not like in view. I wonder if I have like some funky LOD settings. Could be all the farms with that mask texture. Yeah. It's true. It's true. That is an outstanding problem that needs to be resolved. So there we're dropping the frames there. I mean, an obvious choice then would be to try removing that texture. There's a lot of tests to potentially run. Let me get rid of all the duplicates right quick. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Look what I can't. Oh my God. I can't even show you what is on my screen right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus. I can't see anything. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you this, guys. What the frick? Windows just decided. Not this. Windows just decided I needed to see this. You can't see it yet. This is a vertical monitor that I have over here. Look at this. Can you see it? I assume you can. I can't move this from my main monitor. Oh my goodness. We want to thank you for your loyalty as a Windows 10 customer. As end of support for Windows 10 approaches. Oh, it's just a white screen? You can't see it? I can't see if you can see it. I actually can see that you can't see it. Oh, dang. They're not even gonna... Well, I just closed it. They won't even let me... Okay. What the frick was that? What even was that? Let me see if I can pull it up. Windows... Just a white screen. No, it's not just a white screen. Windows campaign, yeah, something like that. Windows Campaign Manager. Valued Windows 10 customer. Someone else has gotten this today. I'm not the first one. Dude, that was the weirdest thing. I did not like it. I mean, it was basically saying this. Wow, I can't believe I'm sitting here experiencing this with you guys, and you can't even see it with me. Well, I guess I have to take my word for it. Basically, it was just like warning me that the security updates are ending. But it just came and it went. Maybe someone else will post it on the internet. Because they just updated my computer this weekend. So they probably are gonna... More people will get it. Well, that was uncomfortable. But yeah, Windows 10 is ending security updates. And so I think they wanted to let me know that was coming. But like the thing is this computer can't be upgraded to Windows 11 because I don't have a good enough CPU on this computer. So whatever. Yeah, that's probably what it is, G-Wiz. Anyway, I'm gonna ignore that. I really wanted to share it with you guys, but I can't. So we just have to keep working. Windows was like, you're not gonna screen capture us. Okay. You had the debug rainbow chunks working with smooth FPS. Yes. I'm kind of lost what changed other than replacing the debug chunks with the actual ones. I mean, that is what changed. That's exactly what changed. That is the thing. That's the thing. That's what's doing it. I think that's all there is to it. Alright, let me get rid of these dupes, and hopefully Windows isn't gonna try to pop up in my face this time. I don't think there's anything else that you could argue is doing it. I'm gonna move these to the temporary. Actually, let's duplicate it. Let's duplicate one before we go. And then I'm gonna move these back to the temporary folder. And here's the thing, Joe, I think the possibility is that this was always going to happen, maybe. It's just that I had never made enough of them for it to show up as a problem, until now. Or that some of the new things that were set up today, plus I finally made this many, compounded or made it more of a problem. But I'm not sure yet. Alright, let me move these to the safe place, out of the way. So I'm only loading one of these dupes in for the points. And this time, I'm gonna remove the texture from this one. From just this one, we're gonna remove the texture. So we can rule that out. Or in. I mean, but here's the thing. The reason why I don't think that's it is because it had all the trees. The other one had trees and it had no texture. And it was considerably worse. Right? That's why I feel like it's not the texture. And if the texture is contributing to it, I feel like it's a very small amount that it's contributing to it. It's not a lot. Let's make sure I didn't mess up the other ones. I don't think I did. Yeah, they're fine. So I'll duplicate this some more. I wonder if it's not like literally the trees. They both do share trees. Let's duplicate a bunch of them so there's plenty to work with. Get rid of some of these. I don't care about these yellows anymore. Okay. So I've duplicated a bunch of these without the textures, and I bet you it's still gonna be really slow. Oh wait, the textures are there. I said without the textures. Oh, dang it, I didn't save it, right, before duplicating it. All right, hold on. Wrong dupes. Wrong dupes. Okay. Let's duplicate it one more again. I need to see it without the texture so we can rule that out entirely as a possible cause for these mysterious and unexpected frame drops. Alright, I've duped a bunch of them. Here we go. No mask shader texture on there. Frame rate drop still happening. Still too low. I'm gonna try removing all the trees. Since those, if you think about it, are something that both of them share. The trees and the cattle ranch. The cattle ranch has other stuff too. But I'm just gonna get rid of the trees. Every single tree. We're not worried about saving the trees today. Today the trees must die. Goodbye, trees. Well, these trees are just meshes. I'm not worried about those. I almost wonder if it's not the navigation areas. Maybe it was the trees all along and the texture was unfairly targeted. Oh, man. I would love for that to be true. Oh, I would love for that to be true. Oh, my gosh. Oh, the hope you give me. Oh, man. It's... I don't know. I'm not convinced of that. Because I'm still not convinced that it's when they load in. Man, that would be nice. That would make me very happy. I removed the... Oh, I haven't removed the trees. What? Oh, I didn't save it. Dang it. That's a lesson that I'm learning hard today, is I gotta remember to save it before I duplicate. When moving around and pasting files in the editor, it sometimes can be a problem. If all else fails, I'm just wondering if an editor restart could fix it. Oh, that's worth looking into. That's worth looking into. Yeah, I think you were saying that earlier, just about, in general, using the Godot file manager to do a bunch of stuff. That is really something I should consider, actually. All right, I've duplicated these, saved without the trees. Let's see if we still get some drop. Oh, it's better. Right now. It's you know, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're still, it's actually, I mean, it's interesting because the load is, it's so that it doesn't have to do with the shader. I can tell you that because you can see it still kind of lags a little bit when it pulls the wrench in. We still get a bit of a stutter there. So there's something still going on with that, and the shader isn't on there. So that's interesting. And this is not a good frame rate. But I have made a ton of these, and without the trees, it's better. I guess the debugger might be helpful here. I am looking at these red boxes. These red boxes, by the way, are something that I can't get rid of with the gizmo hiding. If I hide all of these gizmos, the red box doesn't go away. And this red box is supposed to be part of a navigation node. And all the trees had it. I'm not saying that is the problem. I'm not. But I'm definitely willing. I would be delighted to discover that that's the issue, because I have kind of a bias against the navigation nodes. I find them to be underwhelming. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this. Oh, save it, save it. You better save it before you dupe it. And then I will try the editor restart thing too. I guess I'm trying to just isolate possible causes. Debugger's a good thing to look at. There's a lot of things to look at here. I'd also still love to even check out an older version of the project before we made the updates we made to the terrain. See if that makes any difference. Because to me, we're seeing different frame problems than, you know, when this loads in. Okay, so maybe not exclusively the red boxed things, because we still see a bit of a stutter. And then this is okay, but it's not great. It isn't great. We could try the editor restart for funsies. So let's just quit Godot. Shut it down. It's concerning. It's concerning. I don't feel like the project is that complicated. You know, and it's like one of the most frustrating things that I'm finding developing games, or just on my journey right now, is running into performance issues. It's so frustrating because I often just don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for. And I don't feel like I'm doing things that are that bad. There's clearly a bug with the nav mesh or something to do with it. Ruling it out would be nice. It would be. I think it's not the main issue, unfortunately. But I'm still not, I still have a bias against some of the navigation tools, for sure. Still biased against it. Can't say it's much better, but it still kind of is dipping a little too low for comfort. I just don't even know what to think. Here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to get rid of all of these dupes here. I am gonna bring back. Let's bring back some of the red ones. Let's just get a handful of red ones. I'm gonna copy those into, or not red ones, sorry. Yellow ones. I'm gonna copy those. This is the rest of the stream at this point. This is what we're doing. Pump these back into level 1 points. Copy it. Oh, because I had these open, it put it back in there. Don't do that. Oh no, okay. Wait, it did. Yellow, terrain level 1, obstacles, points. It didn't. Okay, good. And then, instead of all these red ones, I'm gonna put the actual trees in there. Honestly, with a vengeance. With a vengeance. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Thanks for popping in. How you doing? Good to see you. How's your G-Develop journey? Going well, I hope. Alright, let's get the forests back in here. Yeah, so I spent all day setting up a new way to load in the terrain blocks, sort of. And it actually went together very well. Yes, I would say it's vengeful. Like your project, Vengeful Eyes. So I'm gonna drop this into obstacles. Let's move it. And now 2 isn't really enough. The trees are brutal. The trees are just brutal. I'm not even gonna do... Actually, let's not move 2 of them in there. I'm just gonna do 1. And then we're just gonna mess with it and do stuff with it. I should really be doing more inherited scenes. I feel like that would probably be faster. In a general sense. Okay, putting these back into obstacles. Just 1. Come back over here. You've been too busy and tired for G-Develop. Oh, okay. Alright, I gotcha. That's understandable. It'll still be there. I hope you get a break soon, though. Okay, so this is gonna be... We're gonna make a dupe of this. Can I just, like... let's duplicate it. Let's duplicate it. I'm gonna move the original back to temper. I could have done this in a very different way. I just didn't realize what I was planning on doing until I started doing it. Okay. I'm gonna make a new inherited scene based on this. I'm gonna save it into this folder. Train level 1 obstacles. This is... This is the terrain, forest, block, dupe, whatever. Save it. Okay. So now I should be able... And I actually do wonder if this somehow makes a difference, even. Probably not. Oh yeah, there is a big GDevelop game jam. I mean, they're big. They're big in a way. They are big. Yeah, put something in there. Get involved with it. You do got this. Okay, I've added a bunch of these tree dupes. Wait, why is it not going that slowly? It's running great. I mean, it's running well. And what if I duplicate this? I'm gonna dupe the dupe instead of instantiating it. Crawl. I mean, I guess it makes sense that instances of the same thing would be easier for Godot to load than full-on new duplicates. You might be right about that. That's true. It's generally true. You're not wrong. Yeah, so this is actually like a little better than the worst of it. Because the reality is I'm gonna want a variety of these. So is it strictly duplicates? Like, suppose I make a fresh one. Wow, so those instances were useless, by the way. They were absolutely useless. Oh, the official name is big. I didn't realize that. That's actually a good idea to do that. You're brainstorming, you got an idea, nice. Yeah, pulling it off is different, that's true. Holding back various swear words that very accurately describe my reaction when I say it'd be that bad. Yeah, FPS, 5 FPS. Yeah. Yeah. It was worse than that earlier. So those instances are nothing. Oh yeah, I don't know what the theme is. Interestingly, it's now fine again. Wait, I just got rid of the instances. Wait, no I didn't. What did I just delete? Wait, what did I just delete? That's not my favorite question to find myself asking. What did I just delete? I would say like 3 FPS. Unstable is the theme. I mean, this is not bad. I'm having unstable frame rate. Does that count? It's a terrifying question. I'm not sure what I did delete, the truth, to be honest, but I'm just gonna choose not to care. I'm gonna choose not to care. How many of these do I have to make? It's very confused. I'm very confused. If I'm being honest. Because if I made less dupes than this, like, I can't help but wonder if there's not some weird kind of like cross-reference duplication thing happening. Like if the fact that they're duplicates is causing part of the issue somehow. Okay, they were back down to a lower frame rate. I'm gonna delete all these dupes. I'm gonna move this back to obstacles. Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna put the originals back in there. I can't confirm or deny whether you're tripping, but it's definitely the game. It's definitely the game. Obstacles, move that in there. And then, yeah, it is weird, and I'm not getting to debug it in the ways that I really want to, but I don't know that I have the patience to debug it like I want to. So here's just the original. These are two. I actually did duplicate to make this, but there's a bit of a difference. What's the purpose of duplicating stuff? Yeah. So the level chunks that spawn in, there needs to be a minimum of level chunks in these folders. Otherwise, they won't spawn in correctly. And I plan on making 5 or 6 variants. So there's obstacle type level chunks, safe type level chunks, and points type level chunks. And I need 5 or 6 variants for each of those. For the obstacles and the points, I technically only have 2 variants for each of those. But I need more than that in the folder in order for it to be able to function properly. And so I was just creating duplicates to be placeholders for the new ones that I haven't made yet. And upon making those duplicates, I have found out that there's some concerning performance issues that arise. That may even be happening on a micro level. Without all those duplicates. So I also, there's the debugger I should take a look at and things like that. Alright, so if I dupe this, dupe that once, dupe this once, so that way there's 4. There's 4 in here. Not that bad. Not that big a deal. I could have sworn the trees were just devastating earlier. Absolutely wrecking everything. Alright, I'm gonna make a couple more dupes of each of them. And earlier, I'm pretty sure this was causing considerable frame rate drop. Just having this many in here. I mean, this is not excellent, but it's not bad. It's not that bad. So now it's just fine then. Just everything is okay. Alright, I guess I'll put the cattle ranches back in there. Raises questions, raises questions. It is, it is. I'm not celebrating just yet. Alright, let's move the cattle ranches back in. These are part of the points type. Move them in. So we have all these yellows in here just as like a temporary placeholder. I'm gonna get rid of those placeholders. Do a dupe so that way there's a minimum number in here that it needs to function. And this truly is what was bringing us down to 3-4 frames per second earlier. And there it is. There's the disaster. So bringing in those cattle ranches is definitely hurting it. Now, I could have sworn that when I removed the cattle ranch, or removed the trees, that it was much better. And that I was narrowing it down to that, but apparently I wasn't. So having all those in there. And the you know, the weird thing is I don't know, like why? Why is that causing so much chaos? I'm gonna look at the debugger. I'm kind of curious, like if I do a profiler, you know, what, I mean, it's probably just progressed terrain. It's probably just gonna say progressed terrain. I'm sure it is. But the thing is if I stop, right? Yeah, that's what Precipier is talking about. If I stop, they do improve. So let's think about that. So that's sitting at 145 right now. 145 if we stop moving. And it do be dropping a little bit. Max 145. Okay. So what if I get rid of all those duplicates? They're gone. And now we run it. It's still going quite slow. So it's going very slow, even with those duplicates removed. Concerning. Remove the forest duplicates. Now, there's not enough in these folders. So it's gonna break. It's not gonna run proper. There's gonna be issues, other issues. Truth be told. Wow. I'm actually pretty shocked that that's so low. Why is that so low? It's... So, Precipier, what would your... If you have one, what would your theory be? And if you don't, that's fine, I don't care. But, like, if you do, what would your theory be if it has to do with the movement? Now, I will say, the profiler almost always points to progressed terrain. Like, it almost always does. It does. It does. It is a very good observation. Let me just make sure there's enough in there. I'm just gonna add a few of these. So that way it's not doing things wrong. So we're gonna add some of these dummy placeholder ones in without duplicating anything. Okay. So that way the terrain is supposed to work will work. Alright. So there we go, we're stopped. Yeah. It's fine. My theory is that there's something in progressed terrain that is doing some unnecessary loading or duping that is causing drops. And I mean, it's great. It's totally fine right now. Mostly. It's fine. It's as good as it was. We still get a little bit of a stutter when these load in, but that I believe is a separate situation. I mean, I'm inclined to think that you are onto something. So I'm gonna make that problem worse again, so it can be, we can like see what's going on. It's definitely progressed terrain. It dips scarily low a few times there. Yeah. Yes, and that's the other problem. That's like what I think is a different performance issue, unless somehow they're connected and I didn't even realize they were connected. Is something with those obstacle and point chunks. The debug chunks are a lot smoother. Yeah. And to me, it seems like it's any of them. So like, if let's duplicate the forests. I guess there's another thing, another test. I don't know. No, maybe not. I think I already tried that test, actually. Let me duplicate some of these. I'm also very open to test suggestions. What's the purpose of the yellow and red chunks? So, earlier today, I was experimenting with a different way to load in the level chunks, and I was using the colored ones to help test out that system without having to use the original level chunks. And so now they're placeholder ones because I need a minimum amount of things in here. And they also aren't causing performance issues, so they're good for just filling in to make sure there's a minimum number of chunks in there and that they don't cause performance problems. So here, all I've done is I've duplicated the forests twice. Each forest once, or twice. I've duplicated each forest twice. There's no red chunks coming in. Oh, actually, we're gonna have an issue because there's not enough yellow chunks. So let me add those back in. Again, those just make sure that there's the minimum necessary in that folder. Otherwise, it's not gonna function correctly, is the purpose. Okay. So there's the actual version. Same kind of thing. If we stop, we run into something, shoots right back up. So let's run the profiler. Is there any difference between the yellow and red chunks other than the color? No. I mean, yes, like I put them in different folders. So the red chunks will always be in obstacle type folders. The yellow ones will always be in points type folders. It makes sense. So, okay, so this is our baseline sitting here, not moving. We start moving it. Spike goes way up. Up. We'll stop again. Bam. Goes way down. Alright, we've got a good profiler reading here. Very useful. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, Kaikai, that's just kind of related to what we've been doing all day, but it's become about other things. Yeah, it is. It is. It very much is. What would cause a duplicated scene to cause issues? Is there some unique property of each chunk that your code logic depends on? Yeah, maybe. That's possible. That's possible. I guess something that I'm not sure of is so what I could try is to not duplicate it and to just make more unique chunks. But the thing is, the chunks still share similar assets. So I would still use the same trees and stuff like that. I don't know that I have enough unique things to fill up an entire map yet. You never used it before? Oh, it's awesome. It's great. I mean, it's awesome if you know what to look for, which I don't always know what to look for. So normally, we're clicking over here. The physics frame time, that's gonna stay pretty constant. Let's come over here. Frame time is 5.89 milliseconds, 6.899. I wouldn't say these are brilliant, but they're not terrible. I disagree with that. That it because it's moving things that have stuff in them, you know. So okay, so this, you can see the time jumps up to 156 milliseconds here, right? And it's particularly the physics time that's jumping up the most, I would say. So let's come down to look here. And as we would expect, script functions is causing the biggest one. I have no idea. I would say maybe a combination. I really don't know. I don't know. It's not like too many objects or polygons, I don't think. I think what the script is doing combined with that could be causing issues. Alright, so it is a very, very simple game. It is a very simple game. That's exactly what frustrates me the most. Is like, this is not a complicated game. It's what bothers me the most out of everything. You agree if the object count, if it was that, because it's also on screen. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it's both, I think. I think it's what is on there and what is moving. Like, it's moving things, stuff that has stuff on it. Alright, so the physics process, it's the terrain controller. If we go to progress terrain, you can see that that's the main thing, right? It's where all those numbers are coming from, is from the progressed terrain. So that doesn't give us too much more than that. There's other profilers. So there's the visual profiler, which might be able to give us something. So it's definitely progressed terrain. Like, that much we know. What about progressed terrain? I don't know. We could go through the code, but you know, I think at some point I'm a little ignorant about what it does. All right, but let's do one more test. Let's run one more. And I think the visual profiler will capture other data. So let's start that one. Get a nice baseline. And then start cooking. Really hurting it a bit. So we got a nice spike. We just slowed down, it went down. Get another spike, stop, and it'll slow down. Then we can check out what might be going on here. I want to stop on a slowdown. Okay. So there's our big spike right there. I actually don't use the visual profiler very often, so I'm not sure how to select frames on this. It doesn't have the same UI. How do I click on them? How do you use this? I can't, like, change the number here like I can with the others. Oh, yeah, you can stop whenever you want. I just wanted to bump into an object. There is a button to do that. I just didn't want to use it. I don't know why I can't pick a certain frame. I've never used a visual profiler, so I don't know. I don't know what... Is it... I don't know. Well, that's not that helpful to me. I guess that's not the point, is you're not supposed to pick it that way? Or something? Would you be able to push this? I want to mess around. Oh, I would love to. I actually think I have pushed it pretty much. Let's see, the last one. Oh, yeah, no, okay, yeah, let me push it. Let me push this the way it is. Yeah, okay. It's a good idea. Push it with the problems. Absolutely. It would be my great honor. Severe performance issues. Duplicating obstacle chunks and wrench chunks, but only the tree obstacles are duplicated here. Leads to considerable frame rate drop. It's, in this case, I suppose it is the feature. Leads to considerable frame rate drops. When the terrain is moving. All right. It is pushing. It has pushed. So just for funsies, let's go over the progressed terrain. And to be clear, like whenever there's lag issues, it has always been progressed terrain. Ranch chunks with bacon bits. The GPU, I don't really know what a good baseline is. I don't really understand how to use this, if I'm being honest. Tone map? Tone map? I don't think that's really doing much there. Render 3D scene, render viewport. Like, what is this? I just don't even know how to read this. Render opaque pass? Render opaque pass. That's interesting. Okay, that just gave me a thought. That just gave me a thought. And maybe this is wrong. Let me come into these forests. Okay, I have a thought. I was gonna go through something, but the opaque pass is very interesting to me. Yeah, the GDevelop debugger is hardcore. It's very hardcore. I can understand why you would say that. I'm gonna move these back to the temporary folder for now. Whoa. What just happened? Oh, they just did it. That was faster than I'm comfortable with, but okay. I'm gonna duplicate one of these to the correct obstacles folder. Wait. Oh, we did duplicate it? Okay. Didn't mean to. That happened very quickly. Okay, so those are definitely there, so we're fine. So I can delete this. And now this one, here's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be a little tricky. I am going to delete all of these trees. Get them all out of here. One tree. There's one tree on here. Now I'm gonna duplicate that tree. Many, many, many times. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. The GDevelop one, it's just, if I remember correctly, it's just like, especially considering that GDevelop has like, you know, a UI that you usually use. It's just like a bunch of code just dropped in your face. It kind of just like, I don't know, it doesn't look like the rest of the engine. It's kind of, to me, it was a little overwhelming. All right, I'm just gonna spam a frick ton of trees. This is probably way too many trees. Even like normally speaking, this is a bit overkill there. I don't want to do that many. Let's just see what where this gets us. All right, I'm gonna duplicate. This is forest experiment 1. Let's even delete that original. Close this. Don't save it. I'm gonna duplicate this a few times and see how this hurts. It is progress terrain, yeah. But what about it is it? Yeah. I like your studies. I like that you're doing studies. I mean, the thing is every time there's ever been a lag issue, it's always been progress terrain. But it didn't mean sometimes the solution wasn't like modifying progress terrain code or anything like that. Often the solution was something pretty unrelated to that, if that makes sense. It's like because the terrain, it's like moving the terrain forward makes everything in the game work. Like everything in the game kind of comes from the terrain moving. I guess what I'm saying is it doesn't really narrow it down that much, unfortunately, to identify progress terrain as the issue. I wish it narrowed it down, but it just doesn't, because if you think about it, the entire game is that. Or at least is based on that. So this performance, of course, isn't great. This is not wonderful performance. It's not the worst it could be, but it isn't great. So I think we are replicating this with just this one tree. It just has a little less than before. And so great, good, very interesting. So here's what I'm thinking. Because it said that opaque pass was causing so many issues, there is a label 3D. There's actually quite a few label 3Ds, actually. There are a few of them. For example, these hit point numbers. There are hit point numbers above every obstacle. They're all hidden most of the time, but I can reveal them with a debug button, and then they become visible. These have a special like setting that has to do with some kind of opaque pass that makes them look more visible against the fog. And so I'm just kind of curious if somehow that has something to do with it. Now, obviously, if they're visible or not could be part of what makes that worse. So here we're running at 5.6. If I hide all of those, does that go up? Not really. It doesn't. So whether or not they're visible ain't super duper the problem. So what I was imagining is, what if I come into the tree here? So there's this arrow that in theory would hover above here. It hasn't worked since I upgraded to 4.2. It broke somehow. But this may not do diddly squat. All right, I know that. But I'm curious and I want to try it. But in arrow hover, so let's open up that. In here, oh, it's not even a label 3D. This one's got a sprite 3D. Here, in flags, opaque, the alpha cut has opaque pre-pass. If I get rid of the opaque pre-pass here, you won't even notice. I mean, I don't even know why I'm showing you, because the arrows don't work. Actually, they might appear now. There they go. So there they appear. It's not any faster. But you see how they get all blurred by the fog? And they kind of look smeared around by the fog. If I change this to opaque pre-pass, then they're not smeared by the fog. I gotta say, I'm not seeing that make it look better. So that may not be it. But that's not the only place where opaque pre-pass is being used. So I'm gonna check the other place, which is on the hit points. There's a label when you reveal the hit points that appears up here. And this also, well, here we have alpha cut discard. Let me open up the instance, so that way we're modifying that. So there's the hit point there. On here, we're using the alpha cut discard, not exactly opaque pre-pass, so that we'll see. That really may not make much of a difference at all. But I'm gonna try it anyway. Nothing. Nothing. Not a thing. I'm feeling a little dangerous. I'm just gonna delete the label. That's probably gonna cause bugs. I feel like the game's gonna crash. It's gonna be like, hey, where's the label? I'm looking for the label. You said there was a label. I don't see a label. Where's the label? And I was like, sorry, I got rid of it. And it's like, you can't do that. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. I mean, I don't think I can even put like a placeholder, because it's gonna be trying to update a number. It's gonna get real angry. It's not gonna like this. I'd have to code it out all the way in order for this to happen. Oh, but I'm really curious to know what happens if I remove it. You know, but I'd have to come into the project. And I don't know, this might not be it. This really super duper might not be it. But because I just saw that on there, it just gave me a desire to want to experiment with it. So I'm experimenting with it. I mean, the visible shouldn't matter. The problem should only be if it's trying to set text on it. Should be the only time it gets angry. I'm kind of going down a lot of paths here. Oh, I see. I'm going down. I am. I don't know. It's kind of potentially hopeless, but well, I can't just comment things out. What? I just wanted to comment something out. Who cares? Who cares? I'm just commenting out things. What's the big deal? I actually should be able to update this, since there's something called damage label. As long as I put a dummy in there, and it's not trying to treat it like text, it should run. Okay, so that's with all the hit points removed. So there's no more hit point labels. We still have the arrows, though. The arrow is actually easier to fix. In this case, because the arrow can be removed and then added in as a node 3D with the name. It might have nothing to do with anything, but yeah, it has in the past been the things that are on the terrain that have had problems. Believe it or not. Because it's like the fact that it's moving them forward puts a strain on the engine sometimes. In this case, I think that was not it. But you know what? Now I know. Now I know that that has nothing to do with it. I did not know before, but now I know. I'm gonna leave all that off. I guess I'm kind of curious, like if I come into the visual profiler, did that actually make that opaque pass thing change? Now I just want to learn if that's actually related to that. It might not be related at all, and maybe I just didn't know what I was doing. But I'm too curious not to check. Wait, no. Now it's not showing anything in here. What is this thing? What is this visual profiler? What? I'm so confused by the visual profiler. It just like doesn't make sense to me. It didn't like print any data this time. There's nothing to even parse. What am I supposed to do with that? Nothing? Do I have to run for a minimum amount of time for it to like have information? Huh. Oh, there it is. And I can't search this. Okay. I just want to see that me doing something did something. I mean, I will say, I'm not seeing any... There's render depth pre-pass, but I'm not seeing the opaque pass anymore. Seems to have gone. Could just be it didn't load that in or something. Wait, what? No, we good. All of this, we're deeply committed. I will say it isn't showing up, so I may well be able to say that the change that I did at least made different things happen in here. It didn't speed the game up. Okay. So other things that I would want to try. I mean, to me, it's like, can I adjust the tree somehow to make it less of a bother? I mean, get rid of the navigation obstacle. You know, just go through here and strip it. Does that matter? Oh! You're in the past. Look at this. Hold up. Wait. Perhaps it is the navigation. I knew it was the navigation. I didn't know, but I believed. I got rid of the navigation agent obstacle 3D. I just got rid of that. It makes me wonder if, so yeah, so I just brought that back in. Oh, painful. The slowest. Devastating. Now I'm gonna get rid of it. Navigation obstacle 3D. Get out of here. Butter smooth. Not a single problem in the world. Oh my gosh. Oh, was it rebaking the nav mesh every time a tree moved? Dude, that makes so much sense. No, that makes so much sense. Right. It has to recalculate the possible navigation because the obstacle is moving. And there's tons of them, and they're all moving. Oh my gosh. Cheers. I think that's it. I think it's that. Yep. That drink of water just told me that that's what it is. What? Okay, alright. I mean, look, I'm not even using it right now. And it barely works. It barely works. It like a little works, but it barely works. It is. Yes, that is the correct reaction. Okay, so I'm going to discard all of this. Kai Guy, we have made a commit, but I think you knew that. You were just in the past. I am going to throw all of this in the absolute utter garbage and trash. Burn it down. None of this matters. The nav mesh is for the helicopters, which are the first NPC enemy. The first one. Oh, it's very hesitant to discard the changes. It's like, you don't want to discard them all, do you? I'm like, yeah, I do. So there are going to be enemies in this game. They're going to be military vehicles, tanks, helicopters, cars, soldiers, even everyday people with pitchforks coming at you and moving around, and they're going to have to somehow navigate obstacles. And someone had suggested experimenting with the navigation agents. I did not find them to be excellent. They did not quite achieve that which I needed. So yeah, I'll show them to you. We have it all in right now. So which version, where am I? Let me just see. I'll set up the copters so we can appreciate them. But first, let me make sure I've got the levels set up. Yeah, it's cool, it's cool. No, it's good. It's good. It's very good. And so, to me, it seems it's a problem that's been there. It's been there. It just never really felt as potent until I started adding more things in there. And then it's like, wait a minute. There it is. So, in the obstacles, we just have a bunch of red ones. Oh, that's temporary level. Okay, hold on. In the actual level, we have something. What do we have? Terrain, level 1, obstacles. Oh yeah, all the dupes. I am gonna kill the dupes, because they are gonna kill us and the game if we leave them in. And let's just put some of these nice smooth ones that don't cause a lot of damage. And I'm gonna drop this into here. Terrain level 1, obstacles. Okay. Good, great. So this is gonna be our, you know, it's not too bad, but something don't feel great version of it. Right? So you don't even really notice that it's that bad, but there are bad things happening. Okay, let's get the helicopters in there so we can see the helicopters. So in order to bring them in, now I started working on this code a long time ago, and I haven't really done anything to it since then. But right now, there is a autoload called NPC spawns that I add in. NPC spawns. And what it does is it puts out 5 helicopters. And the helicopters don't do much, but they do fly in, and they wait to be killed by you, the player. So there they are. They're the helicopters. They're chilling. And they actually do use navigation to avoid each other. So we can attack them, they fall, they crash. That's the helicopters. I was trying to get them to crash into obstacles, but that didn't get set up. So yeah. Those are the things. And so the idea was supposed to be that they would avoid things in the level, so that way they don't run into a building or something. Now there isn't really anything tall enough for them to run into in here, but in theory they would avoid them. And honestly, no matter how I set them up, if I did, you know, looking for 3D avoidance, if I set them to a certain radius, they never dodge things right. I mean, you can even see that tree. That one just clipped right through it. So this tree, it's gonna just clip right through it. Even though, remember, there's that giant red box around it. It barely works. It barely works. And I don't really have it super added in, but in theory, it's supposed to move out of the way. And then the problem is it moves out of the way, and then all the other ones react, and they move out of the way, and it doesn't make sense that they would. And then the way they move is very sudden and unnatural, and they don't even actually avoid everything. It's bad. It's not good navigation whatsoever. And maybe you can't blame them, considering that the level is moving. So yeah, so that's what it was for. I'm not gonna show you how bad it is. That's a task for another day. But for today, we're just gonna freaking nuke every navigation node that exists. They are all gonna die, and they're gonna die right now. So here we go. Alright, so we got this tree that's got him. Not anymore. See you later. Who else has him? You got him? Where is it? This tree? That's tree 1. Tree 2. Tree 2? You got a navigation node? Not anymore. Get out of there. See you later. Rest in peace. Navigation. So-called navigation. Alright, tree 3. Where's your navigation? Somewhere? Burn it down. Get it out of there. Explode it! Throw a bomb at it. Tree 3, you have been rescued. Tree 2, you have been rescued. Tree 1, you have been rescued. The trees have been rescued. Next, on the cattle ranch, there's actually only one thing on here, I believe. Oh no, there's trees! There's trees. Now wait a minute. Why do these trees still have them? If I come to the forest, this is all free of them. But this has like old instances or something? How dare you? How dare you have old instances? Actually, these don't. Does this have does this have like a different version of the tree on it? They have a different version of the tree on them. Wait, how many versions of tree 1 do I have? Sometimes I update things, but not everywhere. There's tree 102. Yeah, there's only one. Oh, then there's tree 100. This is tree 102. The one in the forest is tree 100. Oh, wait, which one's the new one? Which one's the old one? Oh, the forest has the old tree on it. The forest actually has the wrong... I need to just delete the old tree. Why am I even keeping it? It's obviously confusing me. This is the old tree. The new tree. Now I've rescued it. Exploded out of there. Because this one actually has different collision setup. Wow, I was wondering why all the trees weren't functioning correctly. Now I know why. Okay. So I need to remake the forest. Okay, I need to add that to my hacking plan. I'm not gonna do that tonight. That is something to add in. Also, this was not really completed. That is something we need to do. Replace, really just remake the forest, honestly. Remake the forest chunks, but with the latest tree. Delete old tree version? Could be nice. That could take me... It could take me an hour. That could take me 2 hours if I'm really focused on like remaking those. It's not really a programming task, is it? It's not really that. I don't know, design? Okay. So that's not something I'm gonna worry about today, but that is something I need to fix. Catching bugs. Fixing frame rates. Okay, so the only one that's left on here is that. And that also kind of explains why the tree, I don't know. Wow, so the trees were different on here. Anyway, this is blowing my mind. All right, so this cow barn here still has a navigation. They're all gone. All the ones that would load into here are gone. And so we should have butter smooth. Now, I am not actually loading everything in So we should load everything in, so that's not a problem. I will say the fog is behaving a little strangely. I've noticed there's like some things cut through the fog in an undesirable way. But you know, we're not gonna worry about that today. I think it might be the super glowy tiles here. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go back to where we were when I first was testing all of this by replacing the original chunks. So we're rolling it back. I'm gonna put up a new task because not only have I resolved a problem that has been plaguing this project for apparently a while, but I can continue where we left off. Yeah, right? I mean, maybe in general, because different levels might have something brighter on it, it might be something to look into with the fog. The fog is finicky business. It's finicky stuff. Our task is going to be testing the playlist, the level chunk playlist. I wanted to make some more, but I guess that's just what I'm gonna have to do next week, is set up more. We're not there yet. We ain't done yet. Alright, let's test the level chunk playlist. I mean, first I do have to be prepared to test it. To be prepared, I'm going to get rid of all of those colorful chunks, messing up my fog. Colorful chunks served their purpose, and I love them, but I don't need them. And now I'm going to do all the duplication. Let me just make sure we got all the reds off of these. Let me just double, triple check. No red stuff. No red stuff. No red stuff. Alright. Red stuff is dead stuff. So we're gonna make a minimum number in here. So that's what I was making the dupes for originally. So there was a minimum number of level chunk types in here. I'm gonna want more variety. And that's gonna be maybe something I do next week. Something like that. The color red has been banned. Maybe I do that next week, where I work a little more on making these have variety. So today they're gonna look very familiar, but what I'm really interested in testing is the flow of it. Does it feel more balanced in the way that I want? Okay, so I have enough in here. We've duplicated cattle ranches, we've duplicated forests. We've got plenty of safe ones. Let's test it. Hopefully our frame rate is decent. It's decent. It's decent. I would say that's playable. Now I still see that there's a bit of lag. And actually, it is going a little low. So I would say everything is not resolved. And I'm still not loving the frame rate that we're seeing. It doesn't bring me as much joy as I was hoping to feel. So there are still problems to figure out. But it is considerably better. And I will take that W. And I think still duplicating it is revealing certain issues. I mean, for one thing, I'm still using a bunch of trees that are old instead of newer ones. So that could be a problem. Congrats from the past on figuring out the slowdown. Thank you. Yeah, you will. 1.5 light speed. See you there. See you there, Kai Guy. See you in the future. Hello, past Kai Guy. I mean, future Kai Guy. Wait, which one would you be? So we still have some problems here. But we're getting the distribution that I want. And I would say distribution-wise, it feels very good. Yeah, there's some performance issues here still. You know, I wonder if switching out the old tree, I mean, you know, what's on there? I think really I just need to examine all of these assets and figure out what's going on them and which ones could be leading to extra slowdown. It's obviously not the cornfields. I mean, the cornfields have not been causing problems. You know, I have other questions. Like, what if I remove... I guess I'm still doing performance stuff. I guess I am. I guess I'm gonna switch. I guess I'm gonna do it. I guess I'm gonna swap out the trees. I didn't think I was gonna do it, but, you know, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put in the new trees instead of the old trees. I can't imagine it fixes everything. But it can't hurt. Oops. Dang it. Oh, really? It's not gonna... It's not like Blender that lets me undo my selection. Oh, this is kind of painful. You know, there might be some other things on here that we could remove. Collisions. I mean, I've pretty much optimized all the collisions. These are slightly less optimized. That's why we need to switch out these. But for the most part, I have ruled out collisions being an issue. This is the old tree, so it's not fair to hold it to the standard. How many do we have? Can it tell me that? It can't? Okay. I'll count them. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I don't know, like 20. Oh, it tells me right now. Delete 17. That was close. I could have been more off. Forest 2, I mean, it's not that different. I hate Forest 2. I'm just going to delete Forest 2. Forest 2 is not that different anyway. I'm going to get tree 1, except the new one. Tree 1, 2, not tree 1, 0. This is the new tree. And we'll duplicate a good few in here. Again, look, I don't expect this to be the silver bullet, but I must rule it out. And then I'll duplicate a bunch of these, and then I can go through and start removing stuff. Because the thing is if I didn't update this and I started removing things from the tree instance, it wouldn't really matter because it's not actually updating the same tree. That would mean I have to update another tree that isn't even different in a meaningful way, except for possible lag issues. I really don't expect this to fix it. And this is quite a thick forest. The player is going to have a very hard time navigating through this. At least as the player is set up. That's something that I need to deal with as well, is adjusting the player collision shapes. There's so many things that need to be worked on in this game. Okay, so I've added some more trees in here. Terrain level 1 obstacles. Let's duplicate it. Dupe 1. We've really been doing a lot of duplicating. Did I save it? Don't duplicate it until you save it. You gotta save it. Then you can dupe your heart away. So we'll just make... That many is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna make a 6th one. How many do we have over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know, I like 6, 7. That's kind of a lot. 7 is kind of a lot. I don't know that I need 7. In general. So I should probably reflect more what I'll actually need. So I'm gonna delete one of these over here. Okay, that was a cattle ranch. All right, so let's see if it's marginally better. If we can keep it above 60 FPS, then it's marginally better. Otherwise, we got more work to do. I think we got more work to do. I would say ever so slightly better. But not really. Barely. So what else could be removed? My intention isn't to drill down on this. I mean, I already tried removing, you know, the arrows and stuff, and that didn't really help much. There's not a lot else to remove. At some point, this is kind of like, not sure what there is to improve. I think that's gonna be a little tough. That feels like an entire day of effort to figure out what to deal with. That seems like an entire day. It did. It only dipped below 60 once. Right, so it's a little better. It is better. It is better. But it could be a lot better. And then, you know, we still have it loading in badly at the beginning. I don't, or not at the beginning, but when it spawns a cattle ranch, it seems to be especially fraught for some reason. Do the animals have? They don't have navigation on them. No, they do. Wait, the cattle have navigation agents on them. Now that's a little different than the other navigation node. This isn't quite the same navigation, so I don't know that it's gonna have the same effect. But let's get it out of there. I forgot. So we didn't see that red border around it. Because the idea is that this would be an NPC that moves around that would need to avoid things. But then again, they are supposed to try to avoid each other. So I don't, yeah, that's not, it's not everything. So do you notice how sometimes, so you can't see it as much in the FPS, but sometimes it like does this. And that happens when a cattle ranch spawns in. Is when that happens. And I mean, the best that I've been able to deduce is that has to do with the mask texture or the shader that we have set up. I will say, the baseline is better. But it just went down to 47, it just went to 59, so it's still got some problems. I would say if I'm just purely testing out like the balance of it all, like the balance is good. It's actually quite difficult. I think I might even want to spread out the obstacles more so the player isn't. This is actually a little too difficult. I think there's too many obstacles that are spawning in. I think a player will get wrecked very quickly, especially since this is supposed to be level 1. And, you know, putting an obstacle next to a point is a little brutal. Because that means you're getting a lot of extra damage. And then with 2 points next to each other, that also can be pretty brutal because those will damage you. So I think, if anything, this is showing me that I need to adjust my playlist. Honestly, I think I need to make the playlist longer. And that is to say, spread out things like points and obstacles a lot more. Because this isn't even... It shouldn't be that hard, and I'm getting wrecked really fast. That is to say, I've lost all my limbs, and I'm just hopping around as a little orb. I got wrecked really fast. It's not easy. And I want it to be easy. You can see some of the problems. So like right here, let's see, right here. See how I've collided with the tree. So there's collision on the arms that are still colliding, even though the arms have broken off. So there's a lot of things that need to be fixed in general, but it does let us test what healthy difficulty would be. Probably easier if I show the debug collisions, but anyway. I feel like I've done what I can today. You know, I'm not going to be able to make the perfect everything. I'm not going to be able to make the perfect everything and do everything that I want today. As much as I want to make the perfect everything and do everything that I want today, I don't think I can. Amazing achievements today. Managed to get a new terrain spawning system. It's built on the last terrain system, and this system lets us control more which blocks come in or which chunks spawn in when. And this balance is a little out of whack. It's not the best balance right now. It's a little too punishing, but now I'm not just adjusting like probability or, you know, changing how many files are in there to make it load differently. Now I can just actually set exactly what spawns in when. And it still feel like a decent variety in here. And I like the way that, I would say, like, obviously we're seeing the same chunks come up again, most obviously I would say with the cattle ranches, especially when it spawns two right next to each other. It often will spawn the same one. So there's that one and there's that one, right? But imagine I've made 6 variants and it's never gonna spawn the same one on the same, you know, level spread. I think it's gonna look really good, because I think already in terms of variety, it doesn't even look that bad. And then in terms of difficulty, I think it's way too hard. So next week, I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna work on adjusting how the playlist loads in. In terms of performance stuff, that's kind of an ongoing thing. We've at least resolved a very big performance problem. So that's good. There's more to think about, but we got a big victory today in that regard. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm excited that now I can control how things load in better. Big shout out to everybody who helped out today. Could not have done it myself. Yes, definitely successful. I would have to agree. You know, I'd have to agree with you on that one. There we are, fully healthy again. I would have to agree with you. I'm just afraid I do. Oh man, reloading the game was brutal on my computer. My computer was like, I'm having a hard time with this. Look at that. Okay. Well, that's something to think about. Reloading the game. Yeah, that's right. Insane Alpha Beta, you already know. You already know where we're going with this. You already know. I do want to give a shout out to the patrons of this channel. You can head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, and if you sign up for free, on the Patreon, did you know that you'll get a secret live stream? There's a secret live stream. It's a secret. So literally just come to patreon.com/hypergamedev, hit join for free, and you'll sign up with your email, and you'll get access to this secret live stream where we check out your creations. Things that you guys make and you share on the Discord, I check out right here on Patreon every Friday after the game jam. So make sure you get that little freebie if you're interested. Love the people on YouTube who are supporting with their donos and their memberships. I appreciate it so very much. You guys are the best. And I do a special live stream every Monday that you can get access to if you are a YouTube member. Only YouTube members get that. If you want to get a YouTube membership for free, you actually can. Just make sure you come to join right here. Oh, I gotta sign in to do it here. Make sure you come to the join button. It might be right here on this video, it might be somewhere else. And hit these 3 dots up here, go to gift settings, and then check this on, and then you can receive a free membership. You might not have that option, in which case it's kind of a toss-up whether you'll get it. But if you have this option, make sure you check it on so that way you can get a free membership. Yes, welcome back, Kai Guy. Welcome to the present. It's good to have you here. Yes, thank you so much for hanging out, Pressapire. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your help. Oh my gosh. You've been so helpful. Joshmo, you've been helpful. I appreciate all of you. Insane Alpha Beta, thank you guys for coming through. Dragonblade earlier, you made a big save. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna be back tomorrow for the 1-hour game jam. Yeah, we doing the 1-hour game jam tomorrow. And then I'll be working on this game more next week. If you want to see the last one that we worked on, and by the way, you're watching it after the live stream. Hello, person who's watching it after the live stream. You did make it this far. Oh my gosh. Hit the thumbs up button. Thank you. Why not press the like button? It's right there. You've been here this long. And if you want to keep watching, tap or click on the left to see the last live devlog that we did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one we're gonna do. And I will see you there. All right, y'all. Good night.